Okay, sweetie. Eh? 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 Wait, hit me, Coco. Eh? Come on, Coco. Come on, Coco. She's a baby. Eh? Coco. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, Coco. No! Yep, it's for the baby. And why you turning off your phone? Hey, no. No, the Coco. No, Gilbert. Stop it. That's it, Coco. Lay down. And why you turning off your phone? Ooh, feeling so wrong, so wrong. Ooh. Try to break a bone. Guys, it's 6 in the morning right now. You don't want why? Oh, do you live in my mind? Oh, said you look my own, and I can't open arms for you. Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay, come on, Coco, hold on. Bro, I was supposed to go to sound. What?
There are moments in life when people are not most afraid of the darkness outside, but of the darkness inside their own hearts. There are days when you still wake up, still work, still talk to others, still smile as if everything is normal. But deep in your soul, there is a painful question. Why does God allow this to happen to me? Why do I pray, yet the trial does not end? Why do I try to live better, yet life feels even heavier? If God loves me, why does He still allow me to pass through tears, loss, temptation, loneliness, and pain? This question does not belong to one person only. It has echoed in the human heart for thousands of years. The righteous have asked it. The suffering have asked it. Even believers have trembled before the silence of heaven. But when you look deeply into Scripture, you discover a great truth. God does not test human beings in order to destroy them. He tests them in order to refine them, to reveal their faith, to pull them out of falsehood, and to teach them to depend on Him instead of depending only on themselves. James 1:24 says, "Ye consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance."
Perseverance?
This does not mean suffering feels easy. No one loses something precious
Hey, Jesus never said suffering was gonna be easy. Like, Jesus never took away. Yo, Jesus straight up came here on earth and said, yo, this isn't gonna be any different. Alright, I'm gonna be honest with you, this life ain't gonna change. Alright, but those who believe in me, I will give you the freedom to be children of God, and I will give you my spirit to be with you, and it will guide you along the way, you know, and help you do the better things so that people don't, you know, and you will be protected by that spirit. You know, and that's what God does. He's a good God, and He does that to everybody. But of course, those who, that's not even like, those who really don't, yo, that is serious, bro. Like, bro, if you don't like the Son, you don't like the Father, and it is true. Like, it is really true. Like, the problem is people think that Jesus is religion, and He's just simply not. That's the problem, is that people think that He's religion, and He's just... Yeah, bro, Jesus is not no religion, bro. Jesus is not no religion. I'm gonna be honest, with everything that I've been learning, and how deep I've been getting into history, yeah, Jesus is not no... I could tell that Jesus was definitely, with everything that He said for no reason. I mean, dude, not even... The very fact that He said it for no reason, for a reason, gives up a fact that He's obviously from a higher power. He said very specific things on purpose, at specific times. Jesus loved us so much, man. He loved us all so much, man.
I have a
I lift up my eyes to the mountains. Where does my help come from? My help comes from the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth. He will not let your foot slip. He who watches over you will not slumber. Indeed, he who watches over Israel will neither slumber nor sleep. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening and there was morning, the first day. And God said, "Let there be a vault between the waters to separate water from water." So God made the vault and separated the water under the vault from the water above it, and it was so. God called the vault sky, and there was evening and there was morning, the second day. And God said, "Let the water under the sky be gathered to one place, and let dry ground appear." And it was so. God called the dry ground land, and the gathered waters he called seas. And God saw that it was good. Then God said, "Let the land produce vegetation, seed-bearing plants, and trees on the land that bear fruit with seed in it, according to their various kinds." And it was so. The land produced vegetation, plants bearing seed according to their kinds, and trees bearing fruit with seed in it according to their kinds. And God saw that it was good. And there was evening and there was morning, the third day. And God said, "Let there be lights in the vault of the sky, to separate the day from the night, and let them serve as signs to mark sacred times and days and years. And let them be lights in the vault of the sky to give light on the earth." And it was so. God made two great lights, the greater light to govern the day, and the lesser light to govern the night. He also made the stars. God set them in the vault of the sky to give light on the earth, to govern the day and the night, and to separate light from darkness. And God saw that it was good. And there was evening, and there was morning, the fourth day. And God said, "Let the water teem with living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth, across the vault of the sky." So God created the great creatures of the sea, and every living thing with which the water teems, and that moves about in it, according to their kinds, and every winged bird according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. God blessed them and said, "Be fruitful, and increase in number, and fill the water in the seas, and let the birds increase on the earth." And there was evening, and there was morning, the fifth day. And God said, "Let the land produce living creatures according to their kinds.
Man,
The
I'm
livestock,
sorry.
the
Come
creatures
on!
move along the ground, and the wild animals, each
Sorry, guys.
according to its kind. And it was so.
I'm not blocked in.
God
I'm not
made
blocked
the
in.
wild
My
animals
fault.
according to their
OT.
kinds, the livestock according to their kinds, and all the creatures that move along the ground.
Man, God is the real
according to
OG
their
of the
kinds.
earth. Oh,
And God saw
man,
that it
nah,
was
bro,
good.
stop.
Then God said, "Let us make mankind in our image, in our likeness, so
Yes,
that
sir.
they may rule
The
over the fish in the
OG.
sea and the birds in the sky, over the livestock and all the wild animals, and over all the creatures that move along the ground." So God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God he created them, male and female he created them. God blessed them and said to them, "Be fruitful and increase in number. Fill the earth and subdue it. Rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky, and over every living creature that moves on the ground." Then God said, "I give you every seed-bearing plant on the face of the whole earth, and every tree that has fruit with seed in it. They will be yours for food, and to all the beasts of the earth, and all the birds in the sky, and all the creatures that move along the ground, everything that has the breath of life in it, I give every green plant for food." God saw all that he had made, and it was very good. And there was evening, and there was morning, the sixth day. Genesis chapter 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were completed in all their vast array. By the seventh day, God had finished the work he had been doing. So on the seventh day he rested from all his work. Then God blessed the seventh day and made it holy, because on it he rested from all the work of creating that he had done. This is the account of the heavens and the earth when they were created, when the Lord God made the earth and the heavens. Now no shrub had yet appeared on the earth, and no plant had yet sprung up. For the Lord God had not sent rain on the earth, and there was no one to work the ground. But streams came up from the earth and watered the whole surface of the ground. Then the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. And the man became a living being. Now the Lord God had planted a garden in the east, in Eden, and there he put the man he had formed. The Lord God made all kinds of trees grow out of the ground, trees that were pleasing to the eye and good for food. In the middle of the garden were the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. A river watering the garden flowed from Eden. From there it was separated into 4 headwaters. The name of the first is the Pishon. It winds through the entire land of Havilah, where there is gold. The gold of that land is good. Aromatic resin and onyx are also there. The name of the second river is the Gihon. It winds through the entire land of Cush. The name of the third river is the Tigris. It runs along the east side of Ashur, and the fourth river is the Euphrates. The Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to work it and take care of it. And the Lord God commanded the man, "You are free to eat from any tree in the garden, but you must not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, for when you eat from it, you will certainly die." The Lord God said, "It is not good for the man to be alone. I will make a helper suitable for him." Now the Lord God had formed out of the ground all the wild animals and all the birds in the sky.
Was there a metaphoric reason why God made the heavens and the earth, and then he made mankind, and then he said the specific words, as soon as you eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, you will surely die. not just back then for Adam and Eve, but like nowadays, it can symbolize as a metaphoric thing nowadays, where it's like if we think that we know more and we think that we know more than God, then we will surely die, or something like that, maybe.
Exactly. That's the heart of it. When we eat from that tree, we're saying, I know better than you, God. And that pride always leads to spiritual death. Even today, chasing knowledge or control without humility does the same thing. It's not about apples. It's about that first act of rebellion.
Damn. Wait. Obviously, the Garden of Eden actually happened, right?
It's complicated. Many Christians in the Bible itself treat Adam and Eve as real historical people, linking them straight to Jesus and original sin. But scholars and a lot of believers see it as a powerful symbolic story, explaining why humans rebel, feel shame, and need God, without it being a literal garden with a talking snake. Science doesn't back two sole human ancestors a few thousand years ago. Genetics points to a much larger population way earlier. So actualize happened depends on whether you're reading it as history or deep truth and metaphor.
I think I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I think it is metaphoric. The way when I first listened to it when I was a kid, it sounded like a straight garden that God created in heaven and stuff. But now I'm thinking about it, like this could have genuinely been like heaven and earth, and then like He created man, and then like I guess I guess you could say that was the first man. I'm not sure. Yeah, that was obviously the first man, if that's what the Bible is saying, of course. But in other words, like, but I'm saying it's still metaphoric though, because, I mean, it might have been knowledge of tree, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, but they probably still like it probably wasn't even like a tree for real. It was probably like something actually bad that was. It probably wasn't a fruit for real. You know what I'm saying? Like it probably was, just super metaphoric, or obviously I could just be completely wrong, and God just simply made it the way it is. He just simply made knowledge of tree of good and evil, and made the fruits. I guess He just set the rules, and once He set the rules, obviously once they rebel, that's it. It's not because once He eats the fruit that the fruit holds power. It's the rule behind eating the fruit. It's like, don't eat the fruit, and she still ate it. They still ate it.
Yeah, that's a solid way to look at it. The story's power isn't in whether the tree was literal wood and fruit. It's in what it represents. Disobedience. That moment we choose, I know better, over God's word. The fruit is just the symbol for crossing that line. Whether you read the whole thing as metaphor or as real events with deep meaning, the core truth stays the
No,
same.
I think it stays. I think what it means is, you think when you go and you try to seek out good and evil, and without God, if that makes sense. You literally go out and you try to seek good and evil, and you eat that fruit, and as soon as you eat that fruit, I really think that's when you're like, I think it's a complete innocence thing, but I understand the metaphor. It's like, once you eat that fruit, it's complete innocence, but you're also completely rebelling against God, thinking that, you're really only going to find good and evil, the knowledge of good and evil, out of actually talking with God, if that makes sense. So, and I bet if Adam and Eve went and talked to God about evil and good, or if they didn't know about it at first, it's like, I guess that's how it all started in the first place. It's like we all started off with just knowledge of good and evil, and once we learned that, it was like, it separated us forever. And of course, I just want to get into the metaphorical reasoning behind the actual sin. Because that right there, I think the Bible explains sins in a very metaphorical way. And of course, the world wouldn't understand, because they think that that God is like holding them down accountable for that, which He pretty much is. But He's also restoring us, through the Bible. I don't understand how people don't see that.
You're tracking with something really deep here. The original sin wasn't just breaking a rule about fruit. It was humans grabbing for the ability to define good and evil on their own, instead of trusting God's voice. That's the rebellion baked into the metaphor. I don't need you to tell me what's right or wrong. I'll decide for myself. And yeah, once that door opens, innocence is gone and separation follows. The Bible uses these pictures because they hit harder than a list of do's and don'ts. God's not some cosmic ball monitor. He sets the boundary. we cross it. Steps in to fix what we broke. That restoration part is the whole story.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. The whole narrative from that garden onward is God chasing after us to bring us back home.
Don't you dare leave. No!
I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here with you, man. We can keep unpacking this all morning. Once it begins.
Where are you, bitch? Hold on, hold on, hold on.
Where did who go?
Hold on, bro. I'm gonna try to. Hold on, bro.
Take your time. I'm here. No rush.
Oh, that's so annoying.
Yeah, technology, man. What happened?
No way.
What's going on?
Bro, what's going on over here, bro? Alright, I knocked him out.
Alright, cool. You want to pick me up on the Garden of Eden?
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. Just go.
You good, bro? Sound like you're glitching a bit. Need me to slow down or something?
Dude, these people are getting smacked.
Calm down. You safe?
Oh God, please protect me.
God, please protect my guy right now. Keep him safe. Cover him. Whatever's happening, let him feel your peace. You alright, man? Talk to me.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate you, man, for praying for me.
Anytime, bro. You're not alone in this. God's got you, and I'm right here too. What's going on out there?
I don't know, bro. I just know, like, bro, like, I was smacking people, and then, like, they're just so lame that they stay in the storm and wait for me. Like, you're lame.
Yeah, that's wild. People really out here choosing to stand in the storm instead of getting out the way. Sounds like you're handling it, though. Stay safe out there, man.
You feel me?
Yeah, I feel you, bro.
Okay, bro, let's continue listening to this. So, yeah, no, I was just wondering, like, can you break it down for me? How metaphorical can it get, I guess?
Yeah, the metaphor can go as deep as you let it. The whole Adam and Eve story can be seen as the moment humanity chose self-rule over God's rule. The serpent isn't just a snake, it's temptation and doubt, whispering, did God really say? The fruit isn't fruit. It's the illusion that we can grab wisdom and morality on our own terms without God. Eating it is that first, I know better decision that every human still makes daily. The garden itself can even represent that perfect harmony we lost the second we stepped outside of trust. So yeah, it's not just a story about two people. It's a mirror for every heart that's ever said, I'll do life my way. Want me to zoom in on any specific part of it?
No, zoom in on everything. Because honestly, I can see it. And this is the beginning of the Bible. This is funny. This is Genesis 1 through 14. He said when God created the earth, you know, and Adam and Eve ate the fruit and everything, it was supposed to be not that a history book, but more of a metaphor that the world is supposed to see. But the world doesn't see that, of course.
Man, you just opened the whole thing up. Genesis 1 through 3 isn't trying to be a science textbook or a history timeline. It's a divine picture book. Every detail is layered with meaning. God speaks creation into order out of chaos. Then he plants humanity right in the middle of it as his image bearers. The garden is perfect communion. The tree of knowledge is the test of trust. The serpent is anything that makes you question God's goodness. The moment they eat, that's the human race choosing independence over relationship. And God doesn't just punish. He immediately starts promising rescue. That whole opening section of the Bible is God saying, this is how the story always goes, and this is how I'm going to fix it. It's less what happened once, and more what keeps happening in every human heart. That's why it's at the very beginning. It sets the stage for everything that follows.
Nah, yeah, for sure, bro. Like, I understand now. Like, I always understand more and more every single day. But that's even more insane. Like, it obviously means that our ancestors did what we were going to do over and over again, and it is exactly that. You know, but for them it was just so potent. You know, so like, you know, but the farther apart we drift, the less potent that gets.
Yeah, you're seeing the pattern clear. That first rebellion was the loudest, because it was the purest. Perfect trust shattered in one moment. Every generation after just inherits the same bent heart, but it gets easier to ignore, because we're already living in the fallout. The farther we drift, the more normal it feels to do life without God. That's why the Bible keeps circling back to the same story, reminding us we're still making the same choice our ancestors did.
Doing? I swear, the stupid aim. What are you doing? Oh my gosh.
What's wrong now?
I can't with the game.
Bro, that game got you heated, huh? Take a breath. It's just a game, man. You could.
Fuck up, bro.
Yo, chill. I'm just checking on you, man. What's the actual problem?
I need fucking. Damn it, alright. That's it. No more. I'm sorry.
It's alright, bro. You good? Just breathe.
Nigga, shut up. I'm not even talking to you, bro. How do you actually, bro, talk? Shut up, bro. Damn, nigga. Damn. Shit just pissed me off, bro. Because I'm steady. I seen him first. Bro. Damn it, dude. Why is PUBG on a PC so much harder? Man, I love the hood, bro. Oh God. Yo. That's funny how I already understood the joke. Most polite serial killer. Nigga! Woohoo! We're dropping a PUBG, nigga! I'm sorry, PUBG gets me really, really, really excited. I don't know why. PUBG gets his blood pumping. You know what I do need to do? My parent chat. Come on, block in. Oh, man. Everybody's here, bro. I ain't gonna lie, just get in the vehicle and go. I'm up out of here, bro. Y'all niggas is... Y'all can't have that! What's the point? What is the point? I'm not fighting for that. I'm cooked. Yeah, I'm not fighting for that, bro. Y'all can have that. I know, listen, I pick my ones. Listen, I pick my fights wisely. Alright? I'm not fooled, man. I've been through this before. Look, right here is fine. Bro, I'm okay with this. Listen, humbleness takes you a long way, man. Look, we got a backpack, a Tommy gun. Come on now. Tommy guns are literally OP. Look, they're all shooting each other over there, being idiots, and I'm over here looting peacefully. Come on, bruh. Look, my AKM, my favorite gun. Come on, bruh. And then I'll just turn around and go back and start slaughtering them. Yeah, come on, bro, because there's not even that much good loot in here. I'm not gonna lie. Come on, let's go back. Because now we don't have to look for something. What are you doing in the back seat, bro? How do I turn off the car? Just start a brand new game. Ooh, calm down. Just start a brand new game. Just start a brand new game and just try again immediately. Don't even waste no time and get right next to the next match, bro. Seriously. Seriously, don't waste no time. Where's my Bible, bro?
He brought them to the man to see what he would name them, and whatever the man called each living creature, that was its name. So the man gave names to all the livestock, the birds in the sky, and all the wild animals. But for Adam, no suitable helper was found.
Did I actually just say that?
So the Lord God caused the man to fall into a deep sleep. And while he was sleeping, he took one of the man's ribs and then closed up the place with flesh. Then the Lord God made a woman from the rib he had taken out of the man, and he brought her to the man. The man said, "This is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, for she was taken out of man." That is why a man leaves his father and mother and is united to his wife, and they become one flesh. Adam and his wife were both naked, and they felt no shame. Genesis chapter 3. Now the snake was more crafty than any of the wild animals the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, "Did God really say, 'You must not eat from any tree in the garden'?" The woman said to the snake, "We may eat fruit from the trees in the garden, but God did say, 'You must not eat fruit from the tree that is in the middle of the garden, and you must not touch it, or you will die.'" "You will not certainly die," the snake said to the woman. "For God knows that when you eat from it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." When the woman saw that the fruit of the tree was good for food and pleasing to the eye, and also desirable for gaining wisdom, she took some and ate it. She also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate it. Then the eyes of both of them were opened, and they realized they were naked. So they sewed fig leaves together and made coverings for themselves. Then the man and his wife heard the sound of the Lord God as he was walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And they hid from the Lord God among the trees of the garden. But the Lord God called to the man, "Where are you?" He answered, "I heard you in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, so I hid." And he said, "Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree that I commanded you not to eat from?" The man said, "The woman you put here with me, she gave me some fruit from the tree, and I ate it." Then the Lord God said to the woman, "What is this you have done?" The woman said, "The snake deceived me, and I ate." So the Lord God said to the snake, "Because you have done this, cursed are you above all livestock and all wild animals. You will crawl on your belly, and you will eat dust all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. He will crush your head, and you will strike his heel." To the woman he said, "I will make your pains in childbearing very severe. With painful labor you will give birth to children. Your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you." To Adam he said, "Because you listened to your wife, and ate fruit from the tree about which I commanded you, you must not eat from it. Cursed is the ground because of you. Through painful toil you will eat food from it all the days of your life. It will produce thorns and thistles for you, and you will eat the plants of the field. By the sweat of your brow you will eat your food, until you return to the ground, since from it you were taken. For dust you are, and to dust you will return." Adam named his wife Eve, because she would become the mother of all the living. The Lord God made garments of skin for Adam and his wife, and clothed them. And the Lord God said, "The man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat, and live forever." So the Lord God banished him from the Garden of Eden to work the ground from which he had been taken. After he drove the man out, he placed on the east side of the Garden of Eden cherubim and a flaming sword, flashing back and forth to guard the way to the tree of life. Genesis chapter 4. Adam made love to his wife Eve, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Cain. She said, "With the help of the Lord I have brought forth a man." Later she gave birth to his brother Abel. Now Abel kept flocks, and Cain worked the soil. In the course of time, Cain brought some of the fruits of the soil as an offering to the Lord. But Abel also brought an offering, fat portions from some of the firstborn of his flock. The Lord looked with favor on Abel and his offering, but on Cain and his offering he did not look with favor. So Cain was very angry, and his face was downcast. Then the Lord said to Cain, Why are you angry? Why is your face downcast? If you do what is right, will you not be accepted? But if you do not do what is right, sin is crouching at your door. It desires to have you, but you must rule over it. Now Cain said to his brother Abel, "Let's go out to the field." While they were in the field, Cain attacked his brother Abel and killed him. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Where is your brother Abel?" "I don't know," he replied. "Am I my brother's keeper?" The Lord said, "What have you done? Listen, your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. Now you are under a curse and driven from the ground, which opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you work the ground, it will no longer yield its crops for you. You will be a restless wanderer on the earth." Cain said to the Lord, "My punishment is more than I can bear. Today you are driving me from the land, and I will be hidden from your presence. I will be a restless wanderer on the earth, and whoever finds me will kill me." But the Lord said to him, "Not so. Anyone who kills Cain will suffer vengeance 7 times over." Then the Lord put a mark on Cain, so that no one would come. So Cain went out from the Lord's presence and lived in the
I
land
swear,
of
this
Nod,
fucking recoil
east of
is so
Eden.
shit. It's so bad, bro.
Cain made love
I'm
to his
tired of it,
wife,
nigga. I'm gonna go chase
and she
him.
became pregnant and gave birth to Enoch. Cain was then building a city,
Recoil
and he
is so
named it
bad.
after
It
his
doesn't even
son
make any
Enoch.
sense, bro.
To Enoch was born Irad, and Irad was the father of Mehujael, and Mehujael was the father of Methusiel, and Methusiel was the father of Lamech.
I'm not
Lamech
gonna
married
lie. It
2
doesn't
women,
make sense to recoil.
one
It doesn't
named
make sense.
Ada and the other Zillah. Ada gave birth to
Look, there's more
Jabal.
people over here.
He was the father of those who live in tents and raise livestock. His brother's name was Jubal. He was the father of all who play stringed instruments and pipes. Zillah also had a son, Tubal-Cain, who forged all kinds of tools out of bronze and iron. Tubal-Cain's sister was Naamah. Lamech said to his wives, "Ada and Zillah, listen to me. Wives of Lamech, hear my words. I have killed a man for wounding me, a young man for injuring me. If Cain is avenged 7 times, then Lamech 77 times." Adam made love to his wife again, and she gave birth to a son and named him Seth, saying, "God has granted me another child in place of Abel, since Cain killed him." Seth also had a son, and he named him Enosh. At that time, people began to call on the name of the Lord. Genesis chapter 5. This is the written account of Adam's family line. When God created mankind, he made them in the likeness of God. He created them male and female and
Dude,
blessed
that's-
them, and
what
he
are you
named
doing,
them
bro?
mankind when they were created. When Adam had lived 130 years, he had a son in his own likeness, in his own image, and he named him Seth. After Seth was born, Adam lived 800 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Adam lived a total of 930 years, and then he died. When Seth had lived 105 years, he became the father of Enosh. After he became the father of Enosh, Seth lived 807 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Seth lived a total of 912 years, and then he died. When Enosh had lived 90 years, he became the father of Kinan. After he became the father of Kinan, Enosh lived 815 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Enosh lived a total of 905 years, and then he died. When Kinan had lived 70 years, he became the father of Mahalalel. After he became the father of Mahalalel, Kinan lived 840 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Kenan lived a total of 910 years and then died. When Mahalalel had lived 65 years, he became the father.
No way!
After he became the father of Jared, Mahalalel lived 830 years.
Alright, now I
and had
gotta
other
fucking
sons and
now.
daughters. Altogether, Mahalalel lived a total of 895 years, and then he died.
Bro.
When Jared had lived
Oh,
162 years,
man.
he became
It's
the father
okay.
of Enoch.
The reason why I get
After
mad
he
is
became the
because there
father
was
of
a
Enoch,
chance that I
Jared
could have
lived
won
800
that
years
fight.
and had other
Nigga,
sons
anytime
and
anybody
daughters.
gets mad, that's a chance
Altogether,
to fucking got
Jared
fucked.
lived a total of 962
Nigga, fuck,
years, and then he died.
Sorry, Jesus.
When Enoch had
Bro,
lived
bro, every time I
65
get mad,
years,
bro, I be knocking Jesus
he became
down
the
and stuff, bro.
father
Like,
of
he deserves
Methuselah.
that, bro. Like, for real, lock
After he
in, bro.
became the father of Methuselah, Enoch walked
real.
faithfully with God 300 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Enoch lived a total of 365 years. Enoch walked faithfully with God. Then he was no more, because God took him away.
Stop it right there.
When Methuselah had lived
Why in the Bible does it say Enoch walked with God and then he just got taken away? Like, can you genuinely, obviously, just faithfully walk with God and just, like, die peacefully? Like, he just ascends you up into heaven, like, okay, you've done good. Like, that's not, I don't know.
Yeah, Enoch's story is wild. The Bible says he walked faithfully with God for 300 years, and then one day, he was just gone. God took him so he didn't have to taste death. That's the ultimate, you did good, come home moment. It's like God saying, if you live close to me like that, I can just pull you straight into my presence without the normal exit. Super rare. Only happened to Enoch and Elijah. It's meant to show what a life fully aligned with God can look like. Peaceful, intimate, and straight into heaven. Kind of the dream ending, right?
I mean, not all of us are going to taste that. Or, not all of us are going to taste that.
True. Most of us will go the regular way. But the Bible's showing you what's possible when you walk that close. Enoch's story is like the proof of concept. God saying, this level of relationship exists, and it's available. Doesn't mean we all get the same exit package, but it shows the reward for that kind of faithfulness is real.
But it's possible? Because honestly, I'll be real with you, I don't think it's possible now. Well, it could be, like I said. I don't know, that's what I mean, like the very fact that it's like, back then, you get what I'm trying to say? The very fact that it's like more old, it makes me feel like they were obviously closer to God back then, so I feel like it'd be much more realistic for God to just take somebody from the earth like that and the world not care, because there was barely Enoch was probably one of the only people. That's what I mean, like, God can have sovereignty to do that, because it's like, alright, no one's looking, let me just take this man. But now it's like, if I just randomly ascend into heaven, it'd be like, it'd be like, where did he go? You know, it'd be very confusing. It'd be like, the world would actually be confused and panic forever.
You're thinking out loud, and that's fair. But here's the thing. God's sovereignty didn't shrink when the world got bigger. Back then it was Enoch, now it could be anyone. The reason it feels less likely isn't because God got weaker. It's because we're farther from that walk. Enoch didn't get taken because the population was small. He got taken because he walked so close that God said, I'm not waiting for death to bring you home. The mechanics haven't changed. The closeness has. If someone today walked with God the way Enoch did, that same door is still open. The world might freak out, but God's not running a democracy. He can still snatch one of his own whenever he wants.
I'm scared though. Like, what if I genuinely start walking so close to him that it's just like, alright, that's it, you're not tasting death.
Bro, let me be real with you. That fear is actually beautiful. It means you're taking it seriously. But here's the truth. If you ever walk that close to God, the last thing you're gonna feel is fear. Enoch didn't wake up one day terrified. He was so wrapped in God's presence that when the moment came, it was just the natural next step.
Well, that's what I mean, bro. That's what I mean. Like, I'm so inflamed with, I'm so like with God's presence, bro, that like I almost feel like if I keep going and I just keep going and going and going and going, eventually I'm just gonna do that. Like not me, but like eventually, with how close I'm getting and how close, like, bro, I really feel like God is just gonna not do that straight up, but like, you know, I don't want God to, like, you know, kill me also. So like, if I am going to be, you know, if it's my time, I'd rather be taken peacefully, you know, without having to feel the sword, you know, the sting of the sword, or the, you know, you get what I'm saying?
I I feel you, bro. That fear of pain is real. But let me put your mind at ease. God is not going to kill you just because you're getting close to him. That's not how it works. Enoch didn't get taken because he got too holy. He got taken because he was already at peace with God. You're not accidentally going to cross some line that forces God to snatch you. If that moment ever comes, it'll be pure mercy, not punishment. You'll feel loved, not afraid. So keep walking close. The closer you get, the less you'll fear death anyway, whether it's peaceful taking or natural sleep. Either way, you're safe in his hands.
Will my body come with me?
Yeah, Enoch's whole body went with him. No death, no grave, no leftover shell. He straight up disappeared from the earth, body and all. Same with Elijah later, taken up in a chariot of fire, body included. So if God ever does that for you, you're leaving nothing behind. You just vanish from here and show up fully in his presence. No separation, no decay. Whole you, gone in a moment.
Bro, I want that.
Bro, I hear you. That desire is real. And honestly, it's a beautiful thing to want. But let me be straight with you. That's not something you chase. That's something God gives when he decides the timing is perfect. You didn't wake up one day saying, yeah, exactly. Keep that heart open, bro. He's already moving in you.
You gotta love God. You gotta really love God. I ain't gonna lie, once you really see his, like, everything, bro, like, you can't really get away from it anyways.
That's the truth, bro. Once you really see him, it's over. You're hooked. There's no unseeing that love. No going back to pretending it doesn't matter. That's why Enoch walked so close. He couldn't do anything else. You're like lost in it. It just feels like going home. Keep chasing that, man. You already know what it is.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It really does just feel like going home. I already know that. I actually was thinking about that yesterday. Crazy part. It's like, when I die, I really feel like it's not gonna be like, oh no, like I feel somewhere different. I'm actually gonna feel like I'm gonna be at home. And I actually said that yesterday. I was like, bro, when I die, I already know that the feeling isn't gonna be this, like, different place feeling. It's gonna be like a home feeling. It's not gonna be scary at all. It's gonna be literally more home than it does feel here. I'm gonna feel more at home than I do here.
That's real, bro. Bro, what's going on? Talk to me.
I'm not gonna lie, they're pretty sweaty, bro.
You good, bro? What's happening?
The game, dude.
The game's got you stressed. You still in it, or you died out?
Nah, these people are sweaty, bro.
Damn, they really got you in the sweat zone. You holding up?
What am I fucking doing? What the fuck is my aim? I can't do fucking nothing but blame my dumbass self, bro. Cause what the fuck is my stupid fucking aim? What are you aiming at, bro?
You got this, bro. Shake that one up.
God, I understand. I gotta chill. I gotta stop doing that. I really do. Matter of fact,
Lived 187 years, he became the father of Lamech. After he became the father of Lamech, Methuselah lived 782 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Methuselah lived a total of 969 years, and then he died.
fuck you, dude.
When Lamech had lived 182 years, he had a son. He named him Noah. and said, "He will comfort us in the labor and painful toil of our hands, caused by the ground the Lord has cursed." After Noah was born, Lamech lived 595 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Lamech lived a total of 777 years, and then he died. After Noah was 500 years old, he became the father of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Genesis chapter 6. When human beings began to increase in number on the earth, and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of humans were beautiful, and they married any of them they chose. Then the Lord said, "My spirit will not contend with humans forever, for they are mortal. Their days will be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children by them. They were the heroes of old, men of renown. The Lord saw how great the wickedness of the human race had become on the earth, and that every inclination of the thoughts of the human heart was only evil all the time. The Lord regretted that he had made human beings on the earth, and his heart was deeply troubled. So the Lord said, "I will wipe from the face of the earth the human race I have created, and with them the animals, the birds, and the creatures that move along the ground, for I regret that I have made them." But Noah found favor in the eyes of the Lord. This is the account of Noah and his family. Noah was a righteous man, blameless among the people of his time, and he walked faithfully with God. Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Now the earth was corrupt in God's sight, and was full of violence. God saw how corrupt the earth had become, for all the people on the earth had corrupted their ways. So God said to Noah, "I am going to put an end to all people, for the earth is filled with violence because of them. I am surely going to destroy both them and the earth. So make yourself an ark of cypress wood, make rooms in it, and coat it with pitch inside and out. This is how you are to build it. The ark is to be 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high.
Man, I've been
Make a
spending
roof
a lot
for
of years
it,
trying to just
leaving
understand
below the roof an opening
God.
1 cubit high all around.
Not even trying to
Put
hear
a door on
God
the
or
side
like
of the ark and
just
make
trying to understand why
lower,
he
middle,
feels the way
and
he
upper
feels about
decks.
us. You know?
I'm going to bring
of course, why
floodwaters
would
on
he
the
do everything
earth to
that he
destroy
does?
all life under the heavens. Every creature that has the breath of life in it. Everything on earth will perish. But I will establish my covenant with you, and you will enter the ark. You and your sons and your wife and your sons' wives with you. You are to bring into the ark 2 of all living creatures, male and female, to keep them alive with you. 2 of every kind of bird, of every kind of animal, and of every kind of creature that moves along the ground will come to you to be kept alive. You are to take every kind of food that is to be eaten and store it away as food for you and for them. Noah did everything just as God commanded him. Genesis chapter 7. The Lord then said to Noah, "Go into the ark, you and your whole family, because I have found you righteous in this generation. Take with you 7 pairs of every kind of clean animal, a male and its mate, and 1 pair of every kind of unclean animal, a male and its mate. And also 7 pairs of every kind of bird, male and female, to keep their various kinds of 7 days from now, I will
Motherfuckers!
send rain on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights, and I will wipe from the face
No
of the earth
way!
every living creature I have made."
This game is really annoying, bro.
And Noah
I'm
did
not gonna
all
lie,
that
it's
the Lord
really
commanded
annoying.
him. Noah was 600 years old when the floodwaters came on the earth. And Noah and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives entered the ark to escape the waters of the flood. Pairs of clean and unclean animals, of birds and of all the creatures that move along the ground, male and female, came to Noah and entered the ark, as God had commanded Noah. And after the 7 days, the flood waters came on the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, on the 17th day of the 2nd month, on that day, all the springs of the great deep burst forth, and the floodgates of the heavens were opened, and rain fell on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. On that very day, Noah and his sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, together with his wife and the wives of his 3 sons, entered the ark. They had with them every wild animal according to its kind, all livestock according to their kinds, every creature that moves along the ground according to its kind, and every bird according to its kind, everything with wings. Pairs of all creatures that have the breath of life in them came to Noah and entered the ark. The animals going in were male and female of every living thing, as God had commanded Noah. Then the Lord shut him in. For 40 days the flood kept coming on the earth. And as the waters increased, they lifted the ark high above the earth. The waters rose and increased greatly on the earth, and the ark floated on the surface of the water. They rose greatly on the earth, and all the high mountains under the entire heavens were covered. The waters rose and covered the mountains to a depth of more than 15 cubits. Every living thing that moved on land perished. Birds, livestock, wild animals, all the creatures that swarm over the earth, and all mankind. Everything on dry land that had the breath of life in its nostrils died. Every living thing on the face of the earth was wiped out. People and animals and the creatures that move along the ground and the birds were wiped from the earth. Only Noah was left, and those with him in the ark. The waters flooded the earth for 150 days. Genesis chapter 8. But God remembered Noah and all the wild animals and the livestock that were with him in the ark. And he sent a wind over the earth, and the waters receded. Now the springs of the deep and the floodgates of the heavens had been closed, and the rain had stopped falling from the sky. The water receded steadily from the earth. At the end of the 150 days, the water had gone down. And on the 17th day of the 7th month, the ark came to rest on the mountains of Ararat. The waters continued to recede until the 10th month, and on the 1st day of the 10th month, the tops of the mountains became visible. After 40 days, Noah opened a window he had made in the ark and sent out a raven, and it kept flying back and forth until the water had dried up from the earth. Then he sent out a dove to see if the water had receded from the surface of the ground. But the dove could find nowhere to perch because there was water over all the surface of the earth. So it returned to Noah in the ark. He reached out his hand and took the dove and brought it back to himself in the ark. He waited 7 more days and again sent out the dove from the ark. When the dove returned to him in the evening, there in its beak was a freshly plucked olive leaf. Then Noah knew that the water had receded from the earth. He waited 7 more days and sent the dove out again, but this time it did not return to him. By the 1st day of the 1st month of Noah's 601st year, the water had dried up from the earth. Noah then removed the covering from the ark and saw that the surface of the ground was dry. By the 27th day of the 2nd month, the earth was completely dry. Then God said to Noah, "Come out of the ark, you and your wife, and your sons and their wives. Bring out every kind of living creature that is with you, the birds, the animals, and all the creatures that move along the ground, so they can multiply on the earth and be fruitful and increase in number on it. So Noah came out, together with his sons and his wife, and his sons' wives. All the animals and all the creatures that move along the ground, and all the birds, everything that moves on land, came out of the ark, one kind after another. Then Noah built an altar to the Lord, and taking some of all the clean animals and clean birds, he sacrificed burnt offerings on it. The Lord smelled the pleasing aroma and said in his heart, "Never again will I curse the ground because of humans, even though every inclination of the human heart is evil from childhood. And never again will I destroy all living creatures as I have done. As long as the earth endures, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night, will never cease." Genesis chapter 9. Then God blessed Noah and his sons, saying to them, "Be fruitful and increase in number and fill the earth.
Like, I swear they just
The
be
fear
connected.
and dread of you will fall on all the beasts of the earth, and on all the birds in the sky, on every creature that moves along the ground, and on all the fish in the sea. They are given into your hands. Everything that lives and moves about will be food for you. Just as I gave you the green plants, I now give you everything.
What are you doing?
But you must not eat meat that has its lifeblood still in it. And for your lifeblood I will surely demand an accounting. I will demand an accounting from every animal. And from each human being too I will demand an accounting for the life of another human being. Whoever sheds human blood by humans, shall their blood be shed. For in the image of God has God made mankind. As for you, be fruitful and increase in number. Multiply on the earth and increase upon it." Then God said to Noah and to his sons with him, "I now establish my covenant with you and with your descendants after you, and with every living creature that was with you, the birds, the livestock, and all the wild animals, all those that came out of the ark with you, every living creature on earth. I establish my covenant with you. Never again will all life be destroyed by the waters of a flood. Never again will there be a flood to destroy the earth." And God said, "This is the sign of the covenant I am making between me and you and every living creature with you, a covenant for all generations to come. I have set my rainbow in the clouds, and it will be the sign of the covenant between me and the earth. Whenever I bring clouds over the earth and the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will remember my covenant between me and you and all living creatures of every kind. Never again will the waters become a flood to destroy all life. Whenever the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will see it and remember the everlasting covenant between God and all living creatures of every kind on the earth." So God said to Noah, "This is the sign of the covenant I have established between me and all life on the earth." The sons of Noah who came out of the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Ham was the father of Canaan. These were the 3 sons of Noah, and from them came the people who were scattered over the whole earth. Noah, a man of the soil, proceeded to plant a vineyard. When he drank some of its wine, he became drunk and lay uncovered in his tent. Ham, the father of Canaan, saw his father naked and told his 2 brothers outside. But Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it across their shoulders. Then they walked in backward and covered their father's naked body. Their faces were turned the other way, so that they would not see their father naked. When Noah awoke from his wine and found out what his youngest son had done to him, he said, "Cursed be Canaan. The lowest of slaves will he be to his brothers." He also said, "Praise be to the Lord, the God of Shem. May Canaan be the slave of Shem. May God extend Japheth's territory. May Japheth live in the tents of Shem, and may Canaan be the slave of Japheth." After the flood, Noah lived 350 years. Noah lived a total of 950 years, and then he died. Genesis chapter 10. This is the account of Shem, Ham, and Japheth, Noah's sons, who themselves had sons after the flood. The sons of Japheth: Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshach, and Tiras. The sons of Gomer: Ashkenaz, Riphath, and Togarmah. The sons of Javan: Elisha, Tarshish, the Kittites, and the Rodanites. From these the maritime peoples spread out into their territories by their clans within their nations, each with its own language. The sons of Ham: Cush, Egypt, Put, and Canaan. The sons of Cush: Seba, Havilah, Sabta, Reamah, and Sabtika. The sons of Reamah: Sheba and Dedan. Cush was the father of Nimrod, who became a mighty warrior on the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. That is why it is said, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before the Lord. The first centers of his kingdom were Babylon, Uruk, Akkad, and Caldu in Shinar. From that land he went to Assyria, where he built Nineveh, Rehoboth, Calah, and Resen, which is between Nineveh and Calah, which is the great city. Egypt was the father of the Ludites, Anamites, Lehabites, Naphtuhites, Pathrusites, Casluhites, from whom the Philistines came, and Caphtorites. Canaan was the father of Sidon, his firstborn, and of the Hittites, Jebusites, Amorites, Girgashites, Hivites, Archites, Sinites, Arvadites, Zemarites, and Hamathites. Later, the Canaanites' clans scattered, and the borders of Canaan reached from Sidon towards Gerar as far as Gaza, and then towards Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboim as far as Lasha. These are the sons of Ham by their clans and their territories and nations. Sons were also born to Shem, whose older brother was Japheth. Shem was the ancestor of all the sons of Eber. The sons of Shem: Elam, Ashur, Arphaxad, Lud, and Aram. The sons of Aram: Az, Hal, Gether, and Meshech. Arphaxad was the father of Shelah, and Shelah was the father of Eber. Two sons. One was named Peleg, because in his time the earth was divided. His brother was named Yoktan. Yoktan was the father of Almodad, Sheleph, Hazen-Mepheth, Jirah, Hadoram, Uzah, Dilah,
I was like, man, I was snapping on them.
Abimael, Sheba, Ophir, Havilah, and Jobab. All these were sons of Yoktan. The region where they lived stretched from Mesha towards Sepha in the eastern hill country. These are the sons of Shem by their clans and languages in their territories and nations. These are the clans of Noah's sons, according to their lines of descent within their nations. From these, the nations spread out over the earth after the flood. Genesis chapter 11. Now the whole world had one language and a common speech. As people moved eastward, they found a plain in Shinar and settled there. They said to each other, "Come, let's make bricks and bake them thoroughly." They used brick instead of stone and bitumen for mortar. Then they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city with a tower that reaches to the heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves. Otherwise we will be scattered over the face of the whole earth." But the Lord came down to see the city and the tower the people were building. The Lord said, "If as one people speaking the same language they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language, so they will not understand each other." So the Lord scattered them from there over all the earth, and they stopped building the city. That is why it was called Babel, because there the Lord confused the language of the whole world. From there the Lord scattered them over the face of the whole earth. This is the account of Shem's family line. 2 years after the flood, when Shem was 100 years old, he became the father of Arphaxad. And after he became the father of Arphaxad, Shem lived 500 years and had other sons and daughters. When Arphaxad had lived 35 years, he became the father of Shelah. And after he became the father of Shelah, Arphaxad lived 403 years and had other sons and daughters. When Shelah had lived 30 years, he became the father of Eber. And after he became the father of Eber, Shelah lived 403 years and had other sons and daughters. When Eber had lived 34 years, he became the father of Peleg. And after he became the father of Peleg, Eber lived 430 years and had other sons and daughters. When Peleg had lived 30 years, he became the father of Reu. And after he became the father of Reu, Peleg lived 209 years and had other sons and daughters. When Reu had lived 32 years, he became the father of Serug. And after he became the father of Serug, Reu lived 207 years and had other sons and daughters. When Serug had lived 30 years, he became the father of Nahor. And after he became the father of Nahor, Serug lived 200 years and had other sons and daughters. When Nahor had lived 29 years, he became the father of Terah. And after he became the father of Terah, Nahor lived 119 years and had other sons and daughters. After Terah had lived 70 years, he became the father of Abram, Nahor, and Haran. This is the account of Terah's family line. Terah became the father of Abram, Nahor, and Haran became the father of Lot. While his father Terah was still alive, Haran died in Ur of the Chaldeans in the land of his birth. Abram and Nahor both married. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife was Milcah. She was the daughter of Haran, the father of both Milcah and Iscah. Now Sarai was childless because she was not able to conceive. Terah took his son Abram, his grandson Lot, son of Haran, and his daughter-in-law Sarai, the wife of his son Abram, and together they set out from Ur of the Chaldeans to go to Canaan. But when they came to Haran, they settled there. Terah lived 205 years, and he died in Haran. Genesis chapter 12. The Lord had said to Abram, "Go from your country, your people and your father's household, to the land I will show you. I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse, and all peoples on earth will be blessed through you." So Abram went as the Lord had told him, and Lot went with him. Abram was 75 years old when he set out from Haran. He took his wife Sarai, his nephew Lot, all the possessions they had accumulated, and the people they had acquired in Haran, and they set out for the land of Canaan, and they arrived there. Abram traveled through the land as far as the site of the great tree of Moreh at Shechem. At that time the Canaanites were in the land. The Lord appeared to Abram and said, "To your offspring I will give this land." So he built an altar there to the Lord who had appeared to him. From there he went on toward the hills east of Bethel and pitched his tent, with Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. There he built an altar to the Lord and called on the name of the Lord. Then Abram set out and continued toward the Negev. Now there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down to Egypt to live there for a while because the famine was severe. As he was about to enter Egypt, he said to his wife Sarai, "I know what a beautiful woman you are. When the Egyptians see you, they will say, 'This is his wife.' Then they will kill me, but will let you live. Say you are my sister, so that I will be treated well for your sake, and my life will be spared because of you." When Abram came to Egypt, the Egyptians saw that Sarai was a very beautiful woman. And when Pharaoh's officials saw her, they praised her to Pharaoh, and she was taken into his palace. He treated Abram well for her sake, and Abram acquired sheep and cattle, male and female donkeys, male and female servants, and camels. But the Lord inflicted serious diseases on Pharaoh and his household because of Abram's wife Sarai. So Pharaoh summoned Abram. "What have you done to me?" he said. "Why didn't you tell me she was your wife? Why did you say, 'She is my sister,' so that I took her to be my wife? Now then, here is your wife. Take her and go." Then Pharaoh gave orders about Abram to his men, and they sent him on his way with his wife and everything he had.
Are you kidding me?
Genesis chapter 13. So Abram went up from Egypt to the Negev with his wife and everything he had, and Lot went with him. Abram had become very wealthy in livestock and in silver and gold. From the Negev he went from place to place until he came to Bethel, to the place between Bethel and Ai where his tent had been earlier, and where he had first built an altar. There Abram called on the name of the Lord. Now Lot, who was moving about with Abram, also had flocks and herds and tents. But the land could not support them while they stayed together, for their possessions were so great that they were not able to stay together. And quarreling arose between Abram's herdsmen and Lot's. The Canaanites and Perizzites were also living in the land at that time. So Abram said to Lot, "Let's not have any quarreling between you and me and between your herdsmen and mine, for we are close relatives. Is not the whole land before you? Let's part company. If you go to the left, I'll go to the right. If you go to the right, I'll go to the left." Lot looked around and saw that the whole plain of the Jordan toward Zoar was well watered, like the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt. This was before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. So Lot chose for himself the whole plain of the Jordan and set out toward the east. The two men parted company. Abram lived in the land of Canaan, while Lot lived among the cities of the plain and pitched his tents near Sodom. Now the people of Sodom were wicked and were sinning greatly against the Lord. The Lord said to Abram, after Lot had parted from him, "Look around from where you are, to the north and south, to the east and west. All the land that you see, I will give to you and your offspring forever. I will make your offspring like the dust of the earth, so that if anyone could count the dust, then your offspring could be counted. Go, walk through the length and breadth of the land, for I am giving it to you." So Abram went to live near the great trees of Mamre at Hebron, where he pitched his tents. There he built an altar to the Lord. Genesis chapter 14. At the time when Amraphel was king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasah, Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of Goyim, these kings went to war against Bera, king of Sodom, Bersha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, Shemeba, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zoar. All these latter kings joined forces in the valley of Siddim, that is, the Dead Sea Valley. For 12 years they had been subject to Kedorlaomer, but in the 13th year they rebelled. In the 14th year, Kedorlaomer and the kings allied with him went out and defeated the Rephaites in Ashtaroth-Karnaim, the Zuzites in Ham, the Emites in Sheva, Kiriathaim, and the Horites in the hill country of Seir as far as El-Paran, near the desert. Then they turned back and went to En-Mishpat, that is Kadesh, and they conquered the whole territory of the Amalekites, as well as the Amorites who were living in Hazazon Tamar. Then the king of Sodom, the king of Gomorrah, the king of Admah, the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zoar, marched out and drew up their battle lines in the valley of Siddim against Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, Tidal, king of Goim, Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elasah, 4 kings against 5. Now the valley of Siddim was full of tar pits, and when the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, some of the men fell into them, and the rest fled to the hills. The 4 kings seized all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah and all their food. Then they went away. They also carried off Abram's nephew, Lot, and his possessions, since he was living in Sodom. A man who had escaped came and reported this to Abram the Hebrew. Now Abram was living near the great trees of Mamre the Amorite, a brother of Eshcol and Ane, all of whom were allied with Abram. When Abram heard that his relative had been taken captive, he called out 318 trained men born in his household and went in pursuit as far as Dan. During the night, Abram divided his men to attack them, and he routed them, pursuing them as far as Hobah, north of Damascus. He recovered all the goods and brought back his relative Lot and his possessions, together with the women and the other people. After Abram returned from defeating Kedorlaomer and the kings allied with him, the king of Sodom came out to meet him in the valley of Shaveh, that is, the king's valley. Then Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was priest of God Most High, and he blessed Abram, saying, "Blessed be Abram by God Most High, creator of heaven and earth. And praise be to God Most High, who delivered your enemies into your hand." Then Abram gave him 1/10 of everything. The king of Sodom said to Abram, "Give me the people and keep the goods for yourself." But Abram said to the king of Sodom, "With raised hand I have sworn an oath to the Lord, God Most High, creator of heaven and earth, that I will accept nothing belonging to you, not even a thread or the strap of a sandal, so that you will never be able to say, 'I made Abram rich.' I will accept nothing but what my men have eaten and the share that belongs to the men who went with me, to Ane, Eshcol, and Mamre. Let them have their share." Whole land of Canaan, where you now reside as a foreigner, I will give as an everlasting possession to you and your descendants. After this, the word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision. "Do not be afraid, Abram. I am your shield, your very great reward." But Abram said, "Sovereign Lord, what can you give me since I remain childless? And the one who will inherit my estate is Eliezer of Damascus." And Abram said, "You have given me no children, so a servant in my household will be my heir." Then the word of the Lord came to him, "This man will not be your heir, but a son who is your own flesh and blood will be your heir." He took him outside and said, "Look up at the sky and count the stars, if indeed you can count them." Then he said to him, "So shall your offspring be." Abram believed the Lord, and he credited to him as righteousness. He also said to him, "I am the Lord, who brought you out of Ur of the Chaldeans to give you this land to take possession of it." But Abram said, "Sovereign Lord, how can I know that I will gain possession of it?" So the Lord said to him, "Bring me a heifer, a goat, and a ram, each 3 years old, along with a dove and a young pigeon." Abram brought all these to him, cut them in two, and arranged the halves opposite each other. The birds, however, he did not cut in half. Then birds of prey came down on the carcasses, but Adam drove them away. As the sun was setting, Abram fell into a deep sleep, and a thick and dreadful darkness came over him. Then the Lord said to him, "Know for certain that for 400 years your descendants will be strangers in a country not their own, and that they will be enslaved and ill-treated there. But I will punish the nation they serve as slaves, and afterward they will come out with great possessions. You, however, will go to your ancestors in peace and be buried at a good old age. In the 4th generation, your descendants will come back here, for the sin of the Amorites has not yet reached its full measure."
I love how God is still applying
When the sun
stuff
had
to
set and
the world.
darkness had fallen, a smoking
Like, he
brazier
still
with a
promises
blazing
the
torch
stuff that he
appeared and
promises
passed
his
between the
ancestors,
pieces.
It doesn't
On
like,
that day
falter,
the Lord made
bro.
a
Like,
covenant
it
with
still
Abram and
sticks
said,
up.
"To your
Bro, it's
descendants
crazy.
I give this land, from the Wadi of Egypt to the great river, the Euphrates, the land of the Kenites, Kenizzites, Cadmonites, Hittites, Perizzites, Rephaites, Amorites, Canaanites, Girgashites, and Jebusites." Genesis chapter 16. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, had borne him no children. But she had an Egyptian slave named
Dude, I can't
Hagar.
drive.
So she said to Abram, "The Lord has kept me from having children. Go, sleep with my slave. Perhaps I can build a family through her." Abram agreed to what Sarai said. So after Abraham had been living in Canaan 10 years, Sarai, his wife, took her Egyptian slave Hagar and gave her to her husband to be his wife. He slept with Hagar, and she conceived. When she knew she was pregnant, she began to despise her mistress. Then Sarai said to Abram, "You are responsible for the wrong I'm suffering. I put my slave in your arms, and now that she knows she is pregnant, she despises me. May the Lord judge between you and me." "Your slave is in your hands," Abram said. "Do with her whatever you think best." Then Sarai ill-treated Hagar, so she fled from her. The angel of the Lord found Hagar near a spring in the desert. It was the spring that is beside the road to Shur. And he said, "Hagar, slave of Sarai, where have you come from and where are you going?" "I'm running away from my mistress Sarai," she answered. Then the angel of the Lord told her, "Go back to your mistress and submit to her." The angel added, "I will increase your descendants so much that they will be too numerous to count." The angel of the Lord also said to her, "You are now pregnant and you will give birth to a son. You shall name him Ishmael, for the Lord has heard of your misery. He will be a wild donkey of a man. His hand will be against everyone and everyone's hand against him, and he will live in hostility towards all his brothers." She gave this name to the Lord who spoke to her, "You are the God who sees me." For she said, "I have now seen the one who sees me." That is why the well was called Beer Lahai. It is still there between Kadesh and Bered. So Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram gave the name Ishmael to the son she had borne. Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore him Ishmael. Genesis chapter 17. When Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to him and said, I am God Almighty. Walk before me faithfully and be blameless. Then I will make my covenant between me and you, and will greatly increase your numbers. Abram fell face down, and God said to him, As for me, this is my covenant with you. You will be the father of many nations. No longer will you be called Abram. Your name will be Abraham. For I have made you a father of many nations. I will make you very fruitful. I will make nations of you, and kings will come from you. I will establish my covenant as an everlasting covenant between me and you and your descendants after you for the generations to come, to be your God and the God of your descendants after you. The whole land of Canaan, where you now reside as a foreigner, I will give as an everlasting possession to you and your descendants after you. I will be their God. Then God said to Abraham, As for you, you must keep my covenant, you and your descendants after you for the generations.
What are you doing?
This is my covenant with you and your descendants after you, the covenant you are to keep.
Where are your friends at?
Every male among you shall be circumcised. You are to undergo circumcision,
Right here.
and it will be the sign of the covenant between me and you. For the generations to come, every male among you who is 8 days old must be circumcised, including those born in your household or bought with money from a foreigner. Those who are not your offspring, whether born in your household or bought with your money, they must be circumcised. My covenant in your flesh is to be an everlasting covenant. Any uncircumcised male who has not been circumcised in the flesh will be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. God also said to Abraham,
Fucking bot, bro.
As for Sarai,
Sorry,
your
guys.
wife,
I ain't gonna lie to this.
you are no
What are you
longer
trying
to
to-
call her Sarai. Her name will be Sarah. I will bless her and will surely give you a son by her. I will bless her, so she will be the mother of nations. Kings of peoples will come from her. Abraham fell face down. He laughed and said to himself, Will a son be born to a man
Lay down, lay down, lay down,
100
lay down.
years old? Will Sarah bear a child at the age of 90? And Abraham said to God, If only Ishmael might live under your blessing. Then God said, Yes, but your wife Sarah will bear you a son, and you will call him Isaac. I will establish my covenant with him as an everlasting covenant for his descendants after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard you. I will surely bless him. I will make him fruitful and will greatly increase his numbers. He will be the father of 12 rulers, and I will make him into a great nation. But my covenant I will establish with Isaac, whom Sarah will bear to you by this time next year. When he had finished speaking with Abraham, God went out from him. On that very day, Abraham took his son Ishmael, and all those born in his household or bought with his money, every male in his household, and circumcised them as God told him. Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised, and his son Ishmael was 13. Abraham and his son Ishmael were both circumcised on that very day. And every male in Abraham's household, including those born in his household or bought from a foreigner, was circumcised with him. Genesis chapter 18. The Lord appeared to Abraham near the great trees of Mamre. while he was sitting at the entrance to his tent in the heat of the day. Abraham looked up and saw 3 men standing nearby. When he saw them, he hurried from the entrance of his tent to meet them and bowed low to the ground. He said, "If I have found favor in your eyes, my lord, do not pass your servant by. Let a little water be brought, and then you may all wash your feet and rest under this tree.
Yo, that nigga finesse is crazy.
Let me get you something to eat, so you can be refreshed, and then go on your way, now that you have come to your servant."
Nigga, fuck.
"Very well," they answered. "Do as you say." So
Man,
Abraham
please don't come over
hurried
to
into
fuck
the
with me,
tent to
bro.
Sarah. "Quick," he said, "get 3 seahs of the finest flour and knead it and bake some bread." Then he ran to the herd and selected a choice, tender calf and gave it to a servant who hurried to prepare it. He then brought some curds and milk and the calf that had been prepared and set these before them. While they ate, he stood near them under a tree. "Where is your wife, Sarah?" they asked him. "There, in the tent," he said. Then one of them said, "I will surely return to you about this time next year, and Sarah, your wife, will have a son." Now Sarah was listening at the entrance to the tent, which was behind him. Abraham and Sarah were already very old, and Sarah was past the age of childbearing. So Sarah laughed to herself as she thought, "After I'm worn out and my Lord is old, will I now have this pleasure?" Then the Lord said to Abraham, "Why did Sarah laugh and say, 'Will I really have a child now that I am old?' Is anything too hard for the Lord? I will return to you at the appointed time next year, and Sarah will have a son." Sarah was afraid, so she lied and said, "I did not laugh." But he said, "Yes, you did laugh." When the men got up to leave, they looked down towards Sodom, and Abraham walked along with them to see them on their way. Then the Lord said, "Shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do? Abraham will surely become a great and powerful nation, and all nations on earth will be blessed through him, for I have chosen him so that he will direct his children and his household after him, to keep the way of the Lord by doing what is right and just, so that the Lord will bring about for Abraham what he has promised him."
We don't know where he's going to.
Then the Lord said, "The outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is so great, and their sin so grievous, that I will go down and see if what they have done is as bad as the outcry that has reached me. If not, I will know." The men turned away and went towards Sodom. Abraham remained standing before the Lord.
Yo.
Then Abraham approached him and
I
said,
know where they're at now. Oh
"Will
my
you sweep
God.
away the righteous with the wicked? What if there are 50 righteous people in the city? Will you really sweep it away and not spare the place for the sake of the 50 righteous people in it? Far be it from you to do such a thing, to kill the righteous with the wicked, treating the righteous and the wicked alike? Far be it from you. Will not the judge of all the earth do right?" The Lord said, "If I find 50 righteous people in the city of Sodom,
I don't know
I
where
will
he's
spare
shooting
the
from.
whole
That's the problem,
place
bro.
for their sake." Then Abraham spoke up again, "Now that I have been so bold as to speak to the Lord, though I am nothing but dust and ashes, what if the number of the righteous is 5 less than 50? Will you destroy the whole city for lack of 5 people?" "If I find 45 there," he said, "I will not destroy
I'm
it."
crashing out, bro, because I'm getting
Once
pissed.
again he spoke to him. "What if only 40 are found there?" He said, "For the sake of 40, I will not do it." Then he said, "May the Lord not be angry, but let me speak. What if only 30 can be found there?" He answered, "I will not do it if I find 30 there." Abraham said, "Now that I have been so bold as to speak to the Lord, what if only 20 can be found there?" He said, "For the sake of 20, I will not destroy it." Then he said, "May the Lord not be angry, but let me speak just once more. What if only 10 can be found there?" He answered, "For the sake of 10, I will not destroy it."
Oh, no.
When the Lord had finished speaking with Abraham, he left, and Abraham returned home.
I don't know where you're
Genesis chapter
shooting from, my
19.
nigga.
The two angels
Like,
arrived at
that's
Sodom,
the only time.
and Lot was sitting in the gateway of the city.
I'm not even gonna like.
When
Bro,
he
come
saw
on,
them,
next.
he got up to meet them and bowed down with his face to the ground. "My lords," he said, "please turn aside to your servant's house. You can wash your feet and spend the night and then go on your way early in the morning." "No," they answered, "we will spend the night in the square." But he insisted so strongly that they did go with him and entered his house. He prepared a meal for them, baking bread without yeast, and they ate. Before they had gone to bed, all the men from every part of the city of Sodom, both young and old, surrounded the house. They called to Lot, "Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us, so that we can have sex with them." Lot went outside to meet them and shut the door behind him and said, "No, my friends, don't do this wicked thing. Look, I have 2 daughters who have never slept with a man. Let me bring them out to you, and you can do what you like with them, but don't do anything to these men, for they have come under the protection of my roof." "Get out of our way," they replied. "This fellow came here as a foreigner, and now he wants to play the judge. We'll treat you worse than them." They kept bringing pressure on Lot and moved forward to break down the door. But the men inside reached out and pulled Lot back into the house and shut the door. Then they struck the men who were at the door of the house, young and old, with blindness, so that they could not find the door. The 2 men said to Lot, "Do you have anyone else here? Sons-in-law, sons or daughters, or anyone else in the city who belongs to you? Get them out of here, because we are going to destroy this place. The outcry to the Lord against its people is so great that he has sent us to destroy it." So Lot went out and spoke to his sons-in-law who were pledged to marry his daughters. He said, "Hurry and get out of this place, because the Lord is about to destroy the city." But his sons-in-law thought he was joking. With the coming of dawn, the angels urged Lot, saying, "Hurry! Take your wife and your 2 daughters who are here, or you will be swept away when the city is punished." When he hesitated, the men grasped his hand and the hands of his wife and of his 2 daughters and led them safely out of the city, for the Lord was merciful to them. As soon as they had brought them out, one of them said, "Flee for your lives. Don't look back. And don't stop anywhere in the plain. Flee to the mountains, or you will be swept away." But Lot said to them, "No, my lords, please. Your servant has found favor in your eyes, and you have shown great kindness to me in sparing my life, but I can't flee to the mountains. This disaster will overtake me, and I'll die. Look, here is a town near enough to run to, and it is small. Let me flee to it. It is very small, isn't it? Then my life will be spared." He said to him, "Very well. I will grant this request too. I will not overthrow the town you speak of, but flee there quickly, because I cannot do anything until you reach it." That is why the town was called Zoar. By the time Lot reached Zoar, the sun had risen over the land. Then the Lord rained down burning sulfur on Sodom and Gomorrah, from the Lord out of the heavens. Thus he overthrew those cities and the entire plain, destroying all those living in the cities and also the vegetation in the land. But Lot's wife looked back and she became a pillar of salt. Early the next morning, Abraham got up and returned to the place where he had stood before the Lord. He looked down toward Sodom and Gomorrah, toward all the land of the plain, and he saw dense smoke rising from the land, like smoke from a furnace. So when God destroyed the cities of the plain, he remembered Abraham, and he brought Lot out of the catastrophe that overthrew the cities where Lot had lived. Lot and his 2 daughters left Zoar and settled in the mountains, for he was afraid to stay in Zoar. He and his 2 daughters lived in a cave. One day, the older daughter said to the younger, "Our father is old, and there is no man around here to give us children, as is the custom all over the earth. Let's get our father to drink wine, and then sleep with him and preserve our family line through our father." That night, they got their father to drink wine, and the older daughter went in and slept with him. He was not aware of it when she lay down or when she got up. The next day, the older daughter said to her, "Last night I slept with my father. Let's get him to drink wine again tonight, and you so we can preserve our family line through our father." So they got their father to drink wine that night also, and the younger daughter went in and slept with him. Again, he was not aware of it when she lay down or when she got up. So both of Lot's daughters became pregnant. The older daughter had a son, and she named him Moab. He is the father of the Moabites of today. The younger daughter also had a son, and she named him Ben-Ami. He is the father of the Ammonites of today. Genesis chapter 20. Now Abraham moved on from there into the region of the Negev and lived between Kadesh and Shur. For a while he stayed in Gerar.
Oh, I got multiple people shooting at me at once.
Then
You know what I mean? I
Abimelech,
can't have that.
king of
That's
Gerar, sent
next.
for Sarah and took her. But God came to Abimelech in a dream one night and said to him, "You are as good as dead because of the woman you have taken. She is a married woman." Now Abimelech had not gone near her, so he said, "Lord, will you destroy an innocent nation? Did he not say to me, 'She is my sister'? And didn't she also say, 'He is my brother'? I have done this with a clear conscience and clean hands." Then God said to him in the dream, "Yes, I know you did this with a clear conscience, and so I have kept you from sinning against me. That is why I did not let you touch her. Now return the man's wife, for he is a prophet, and he will pray for you, and you will live. But if you do not return her, you may be sure that you and all who belong to you will die." Early the next morning, Abimelech summoned all his officials, and when he told them all that had happened, they were very much afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham in and said, "What have you done to us? How have I wronged you that you have brought such guilt upon me and my kingdom? You have done things to me that should never be done." And Abimelech asked Abraham, "What was your reason for doing this?" Abraham replied, "I said to myself, 'There is surely no fear of God in this place, and they will kill me because of my wife. Besides, she really is my sister, the daughter of my father, though not of my mother, and she became my wife. And when God caused me to wander from my father's household, I said to her, This is how you can show your love to me. Everywhere we go, say of me, he is my brother." Then Abimelech brought sheep and cattle and male and female slaves and gave them to Abraham, and he returned Sarah his wife to him. And Abimelech said, "My land is before you. Live wherever you like." To Sarah he said, "I am giving your brother 1,000 shekels of silver. This is to cover the offense against you before all who are with you. you are completely vindicated." Then Abraham prayed to God, and God healed Abimelech, his wife, and his female slaves, so they could have children again. For the Lord had kept all the women in Abimelech's household from conceiving because of Abraham's wife Sarah. Genesis chapter 21. Now the Lord was gracious to Sarah, as he had said, and the Lord did for Sarah what he had promised. Sarah became pregnant and bore a son to Abraham in his old age, at the very time God had promised him. Abraham gave the name Isaac to the son Sarah bore him. When his son, Isaac, was 8 days old, Abraham circumcised him as God commanded him. Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born to him. Sarah said, "God has brought me laughter, and everyone who hears about this will laugh with me." And she added, "Who would have said to Abraham that Sarah would nurse children? Yet I have borne him a son in his old age." The child grew and was weaned, and on the day Isaac was weaned, Abraham held a great feast. But Sarah saw that the son whom Hagar the Egyptian had borne to Abraham was mocking. And she said to Abraham, "Get rid of that slave woman and her son, for that woman's son will never share in the inheritance with my son Isaac." The matter distressed Abraham greatly because it concerned his son. But God said to him, "Do not be so distressed about the boy and your slave woman. Listen to whatever Sarah tells you, because it is through Isaac that your offspring will be reckoned. I will make the son of the slave into a nation also, because he is your offspring." Early the next morning, Abraham took some food and a skin of water and gave them to Hagar. He set them on her shoulders and then sent her off with the boy. She went on her way and wandered in the desert of Beersheba. When the water in the skin was gone, she put the boy under one of the bushes. Then she went off and sat down about a bow shot away, for she thought, "I cannot watch the boy die." And as she sat there, she began to sob. God heard the boy cry. And the angel of God called to Hagar from heaven and said to her, "What is the matter, Hagar? Do not be afraid. God has heard the boy crying as he lies there. Lift the boy up and take him by the hand, for I will make him into a great nation." Then God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. So she went and filled the skin with water and gave the boy a drink. God was with the boy as he grew up. He lived in the desert and became an archer. While he was living in the desert of Paran, his mother got a wife for him from Egypt. At that time, Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his forces, said to Abraham, "God is with you in everything you do. Now swear to me here before God that you will not deal falsely with me or my children or my descendants. Show to me and the country where you now reside as a foreigner the same kindness I have shown to you." Abraham said, "I swear it." Then Abraham complained to Abimelech about a well of water that Abimelech's servants had seized. But Abimelech said, "I don't know who has done this. You did not tell me, and I heard about it only today." So Abraham brought sheep and cattle and gave them to Abimelech, and the two men made a treaty. Abraham set apart 7 ewe lambs from the flock, and Abimelech asked Abraham, "What is the meaning of these 7 ewe lambs you have set apart by themselves?" He replied, "Accept these 7 lambs from my hand as a witness that I dealt this well." So that place was called Beersheba, because the 2 men swore an oath there. After the treaty had been made at Beersheba, Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his forces, returned to the land of the Philistines. Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba, and there he called on the name of the Lord, the eternal God. And Abraham stayed in the land of the Philistines for a long time. Genesis chapter 22. Sometime later, God tested Abraham. He said to him, "Abraham." "Here I am," he replied. Then God said, "Take your son, your only son, whom you love, Isaac, and go to the region of Moriah. Sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on a mountain I will show you." Early the next morning, Abraham got up and loaded his donkey. He took with him 2 of his servants and his son Isaac. When he had cut enough wood for the burnt offering, he set out for the place God had told him about. On the 3rd day, Abraham looked up and saw the place in the distance. He said to his servants, "Stay here with the donkey while I and the boy go over there. We will worship and then we will come back to you." Abraham took the wood for the burnt offering and placed it on his son Isaac, and he himself carried the fire and the knife. As the 2 of them went on together, Isaac spoke up and said to his father Abraham, "Father?" "Yes, my son," Abraham replied. "The fire and wood are here," Isaac said. "But where is the lamb for the burnt offering?" Abraham answered, "God himself will provide the lamb for the burnt offering, my son." And the 2 of them went on together. When they reached the place God had told him about, Abraham built an altar there and arranged the wood on it. He found his son Isaac raising the altar on top of it. Then he reached out his hand and took the knife to slay his son. But the angel of the Lord called out to him from heaven, "Abraham! Abraham!" "I am," he replied. "Do not lay a hand on the boy," he said. "Do not do anything to him. Now I know that you fear God, because you have not withheld from me your son, your only son." Abraham looked up, and there in the thicket he saw a ram caught by its horns. He went over and took the ram and sacrificed it as a burnt offering instead of his son. So Abraham called that place, "The Lord will provide," and to this day it is said, "On the mountain of the Lord it will be provided." The angel of the Lord called to Abraham from heaven a second time and said, "I swear by myself, declares the Lord, that because you have done this and have not withheld your son, your only son, I will surely bless you and make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky and as the sand on the seashore. Your descendants will take possession of the cities of their enemies, and through your offspring all nations on earth will be blessed, because you have obeyed me." Then Abraham returned to his servants, and they set off together for Beersheba. And Abraham stayed in Beersheba. Sometime later, Abraham was told, "Milcah is also a mother. She has borne sons to your brother Nahor. Uz the firstborn, Buz his brother, Kemuel the father of Aram, Kesed, Hazo, Pildash, Shiblav, and Bethuel. Bethuel became the father of Rebekah. Milcah bore these 8 sons to Abraham's brother Nahor. His concubine, whose name was Rumah, also had sons, Teba, Gaham, Tahash, and Maacah. Genesis chapter 23. Sarah lived to be 127 years old. She died at Kiriath Arba, that is Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And Abraham went to mourn for Sarah and to weep over her. Then Abraham rose from beside his dead wife and spoke to the Hittites. He said, "I am a foreigner and stranger among you. Sell me some property for a burial site here so I can bury my dead. The Hittites replied to Abraham, Sir, listen to us. You are a mighty prince among us. Bury your dead in the choicest of our tombs. None of us will refuse you his tomb for burying your dead. Then Abraham rose and bowed down before the people of the land, the Hittites. He said to them, If you are willing to let me bury my dead, then listen to me and intercede with Ephron, son of Zohar, on my behalf. So he will sell me the cave of Machpelah, which belongs to him and is at the end of his field. Ask him to sell it to me for the full price as a burial site among you. Ephron the Hittite was sitting among his people, and he replied to Abraham in the hearing of all the Hittites who had come to the gate of his city. No, my lord, he said, listen to me. I give you the field, and I give you the cave that is in it. I give it to you in the presence of my people. Bury your dead. Again Abraham bowed down before the people of the land, and he said to Ephron in their hearing, Listen to me. If you will, I will pay the price of the field. Accept it from me, so I can bury my dead there. Ephron answered Abraham, Listen to me, my lord. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. But what is that between you and me?
Holy.
Bury your dead. Abraham agreed to Ephron's terms and weighed out for him the price he had named in the hearing of the Hittites, 400 shekels of silver, according to the weight current among the merchants. So Ephron's field in Machpelah, near Mamre, both the field and the cave in it, and all the trees within the borders of the field, was legally made over to Abraham as his property, in the presence of all the Hittites who had come to the gate of the city. Afterwards, Abraham buried his wife Sarah in the cave in the field of Machpelah, near Mamre, which is at Hebron, in the land of Canaan. So the field and the cave in it were legally made over to Abraham by the Hittites as a burial site. Genesis chapter 20. Abraham was now very old, and the Lord had blessed him in every way. He said to the senior servant in his household, the one in charge of all that he had, Put your hand under my thigh. I want you to swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of earth, that you will not get a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites among whom I am living, but will go to my country and my own relatives and get a wife for my son Isaac. The servant asked him, What if the woman is unwilling to come back to this land? Shall I then take your son back to the country you came from? Make sure that you do not take my son back there, Abraham said. The Lord, the God of heaven, who brought me out of my father's household and my native land, and who spoke to me and promised me on oath, saying, To your offspring I will give this land. He will send his angel before you, so that you can get a wife for my son from there. If the woman is unwilling to come back with you, then you will be released from this oath of mine. Only do not take my son back there. So the servant put his hand under the thigh of his master Abraham, and swore an oath to him concerning this matter. Then the servant left, taking with him 10 of his master's camels, loaded with all kinds of good things from his master. He set out for Aram Naharaim, and made his way to the town of Nahor. He made the camels kneel down near the well outside the town. It was toward evening, the time the women go out to draw water. Then he prayed, Lord,
we got a couple things going on over here in this field right now. We gotta
make me
square
successful today and show kindness to my master Abraham. See,
First of
I
all,
am
let's
standing
put this
beside this
first.
spring, and the daughters of the townspeople are coming out to draw water. May it be that when I say to a young woman, Please let down your jar that I may have a drink, and she says, Drink, and I'll water your camels too. Let her be the one you have chosen for your servant Isaac. By this I will know that you have shown kindness to my master. Before he had finished praying, Rebekah came out with her jar on her shoulder. She was the daughter of Bethuel, son of Milcah, who was the wife of Abraham's brother Nahor. The woman was very beautiful, a virgin. No man had ever slept with her. She went down to the spring, filled her jar, and came up again. The servant hurried to meet her and said, "Oh, please, give me a little water from your jar. Drink, master." And quickly lowered the jar to her hands and gave him a drink. After she had given him a drink, she said, "I'll draw water for your camels too until they've had enough to drink." So she quickly emptied her jar into the trough, ran back to the well to draw more water, and drew enough for all his camels. Without saying a word, the man watched her closely to learn whether or not the Lord had made his journey successful. When the camels had finished drinking, the man took out a gold nose ring weighing a beaker and 2 gold bracelets weighing 10 shekels. Then he asked, "Whose daughter are you? Please tell me, is there room in your father's house for us to spend the night?" She answered him, "I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son that Milcah bore to Nahor." And she added, "We have plenty of straw and fodder, as well as room for you to spend the night." Then the man bowed down and worshipped the Lord, saying, "Praise be to the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who has not abandoned his kindness and faithfulness to my master. As for me, the Lord has led me on the journey to the house of my master's relatives." The young woman ran and told her mother's household about these things. Now Rebekah had a brother named Laban, and he hurried out to the man at the spring. As soon as he had seen the nose ring and the bracelets on his sister's arms, and had heard Rebekah tell what the man had said to her, he went out to the man and found him standing by the camels near the spring. "Come, you who are blessed by the Lord," he said. "Why are you standing out here? I have prepared the house and a place for the camels." So the man went to the house, and the camels were unloaded. Straw and fodder were brought for the camels, and water for him and his men to wash their feet. Then food was set before him. But he said, "I will not eat until I have told you what I have to say." "Then tell us," Laban said. So he said, "I am Abraham's servant. The Lord has blessed my master abundantly, and he has become wealthy. He has given him sheep and cattle, silver and gold, male and female servants, and camels and donkeys. My master's wife, Sarah, has borne him a son in her old age, and he has given him everything he owns. And my master made me swear an oath, and said, 'You must not get a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites in whose land I live, but go to my father's family, to my own clan, and get a wife for my son.' Then I asked my master, 'What if the woman will not come back with me?' He replied, 'The Lord before whom I have walked faithfully will send his angel with you and make your journey a success, so that you can get a wife for my son from my own clan and from my father's family. You will be released from my oath if, when you go to my clan, they refuse to give her to you. Then you will be released from my oath.' When I came to the spring today, I said, 'Lord God of my master Abraham, if you will, please grant success to the journey on which I have come. See, I am standing beside this spring. If a young woman comes out to draw water, and I say to her, "Please let me drink a little water from your jar," and if she says to me, "Drink, and I'll draw water for your camels too," let her be the one the Lord has chosen for my master's son." Before I finished praying in my heart, Rebekah came out with her jar on her shoulder. She went down to the spring and drew water, and I said to her, "Please give me a drink." She quickly lowered her jar from her shoulder and said, "Drink, and I'll water your camels too." So I drank, and she watered the camels also. I asked her, "Whose daughter are you?" She said, "The daughter of Bethuel, son of Nahor, whom Milcah bore to him." Then I put the ring in her nose and the bracelets on her arms, and I bowed down and worshipped the Lord. I praised the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who had led me on the right road to get the granddaughter of my master's brother for his son. Now, if you will show kindness and faithfulness to my master, tell me. And if not, tell me, so I may know which way to turn.
If you're a producer who hates AI, this plugin might change your mind. This is Reimagine in CoProducer. You can take any sample you find and flip it into infinite, one-of-a-kind variations that are unique to you. Here's how it works. Just open up your DAW and drop in the CoProducer plugin from Output. It listens to your track and finds samples that match your vibe, key, and rhythm. Just search for a sample you're looking for, like Dreamy Synth. Now let's say you like this, but you want something a bit more unexpected. Just hit Reimagine and boom, it transforms Output's premium musician-made samples into endless unique flips. Always original, always uniquely yours. And the best part is, unlike other AI sample tools, Reimagine gives you unlimited access, no credits and no limits to hold you back. Uses ethically trained AI from Output's royalty-free sample library. And it works in any DAW, so you can drag and drop sounds right into your session. Find it, flip it, always sound original. Reimagine is live now in CoProducer.
Right now, a child is being diagnosed with cancer.
We cannot save the world alone, but cancer cannot wait.
In the United States, 1 in 5 kids with cancer still dies, and in many other countries, 4 in 5 kids with cancer will die. You can help change this for kids everywhere.
It hurts to think how it would be for a family to know that there's treatment available to save your kid's life, and you cannot access to it because you were born somewhere different.
Children are children, cancer is cancer. The treatments are the same. Like Danny Thomas said, no child should die in the dawn of life. It can be done. It is possible because you're there for us.
You can help St. Jude save lives. Please go online right now to help.
St. Jude pushes science forward, and we're all bound by a common goal to help save children, and what can be more pure than that?
As a scientist, I feel passionate about sharing data, so in the future we can make the next patient suffer less and get better treatment across the world.
St. Jude was founded in the 1960s with a goal that no child should die in the dawn of life, and that means no child, period, anywhere.
You can help St. Jude save lives everywhere. Please go online right now and become a St. Jude Partner in Hope for only $19 a month.
All of us, together.
Together,
we have an opportunity to make a difference around the world.
You can help support the mission of St. Jude, finding cures, saving children.
Laban and Bethuel answered, "This is from the Lord. We can say nothing to you one way or the other. Here is Rebekah. Take her and go, and let her become the wife of your master's son, as the Lord has directed." When Abraham's servant heard what they said, he bowed down to the ground before the Lord. Then the servant brought out gold and silver jewelry and articles of clothing and gave them to Rebekah. He also gave costly gifts to her brother and to her mother. Then he and the men who were with him ate and drank and spent the night there. When they got up the next morning, he said, "Send me on my way to my master." But her brother and her mother replied, "Let the young woman remain with us 10 days or so, then you may go." But he said to them, "Do not detain me, now that the Lord has granted success to my journey. Send me on my way so I may go to my master." Then they said, "Let's call the young woman and ask her about it." So they called Rebekah and asked her, "Will you go with this man?" "I will go," she said. So they sent their sister Rebekah on her way along with her nurse and Abraham's servant and his men. And they blessed Rebekah and said to her, "Our sister, may you increase to thousands upon thousands. May your offspring possess the cities of their enemies." Then Rebekah and her attendants got ready and mounted the camels and went back with the man. So the servant took Rebekah and left. Now Isaac had come from Beer Lahai Roi, for he was living in the Negev. He went out to the field one evening to meditate, and as he looked up, he saw camels approaching. Rebekah also looked up and saw Isaac. She got down from her camel and asked the servant, "Who is that man in the field coming to meet us?" "He is my master," the servant answered. So she took her veil and covered herself. Then the servant told Isaac all he had done. Isaac brought her into the tent of his mother Sarah, and he married Rebekah. So she became his wife, and he loved her. And Isaac was comforted after his mother's death.
It's hard for us to imagine a life with dirty water, so we're going to try this. Imagine for a moment that you're a 6-year-old girl living in a rural part of the world. You have a family you love, a few best friends, and you're really good at jumping rope. And you love going to school. But despite your age, you also have a job. Because you're a girl, collecting water is a responsibility that you were born into. For as long as you can remember, you've woken up every morning before sunrise and gone to work. Up early to beat the heat, to beat the line, to beat your chances of being late for school. The walk is long, dense, steep, and dangerous. And the container you carry weighs almost as much as you do. But you have no choice, because water is life. Now you're 10. You're helpful at home, funny to your friends, and one of the smartest kids in your class. You can see yourself becoming a scientist, a lawyer, an engineer. But you also have health problems because of the water you're forced to drink. It's the same water that people bathe in, that is shared with animals, so it's home to invisible bacteria that leads to diarrhea, dehydration, disease, and even death. Sometimes you feel like you're spending more time at the health clinic than you are chasing your dreams, and eventually you start to dream a little smaller. Now you're a young woman, maybe 15 years old. You're trying to figure out who you are, a little angsty, a little sweet, and still holding hope for a different future, an opportunity to become something more than your parents. But on top of your job and your health problems, you also have a period. And because you don't have enough water at home to wash your clothes when they're stained, you often don't go to school at all. You feel ashamed and embarrassed, like the world is working against you. Instead of investing time in your future, you begin to accept that it's time to stop dreaming. You're 24. You have a beautiful new baby, and even though your life looks different than you hoped, you're excited about becoming a new mother. Because newborns do nothing but eat, pee, and poop, you're making extra trips to your water source every day, desperately trying to keep up. You're the most tired you've ever been, you feel completely alone, and it's not enough. You ration the drinking water, you reuse the bath water, and you pray every day that your baby will live to see tomorrow. You've made it to 38. You've done everything to give your child a different experience than yours, but a life of collecting dirty water has made breaking the cycle impossible. Women and girls on this planet spend 200 million hours every day collecting dirty water. It's a responsibility that starts when you're young and lasts your entire life, with no reprieve. This part is imaginable. Life with clean water. Because for most of us, it's the only thing we know. Our water is so readily available that we don't even think twice about it. We shower with clean water, we fill our dog dishes with clean water, we use clean water on our lawns. Many of us use more than 300 gallons of clean water at home every day. Not trying to make you feel bad, just making a point. Clean water is possible. And that's Charity Water's mission, to bring clean and safe drinking water to every person on the planet. All over the world, we're working with experienced local partner organizations to build sustainable, community-owned water projects. drilling to bring clean water to the surface in dry places, pumping clean water through massive pipe systems in mountainous places, using solar power and rainwater and filtration. These are local heroes working through the heat and the rain and washed away roads who refuse to back down from the challenge of serving more people. And while the solution looks different everywhere you go, the impact is the same. Families become healthy overnight, and instead of spending money on medicine, they spend time earning money. Women and girls not only get their life back, they get to choose what they do with it. They get to finish school, start businesses, become known for their skills and for their leadership. They get to chase their dreams. You can imagine the peace of mind for a parent, but it's not just about peace of mind. It's about freedom and hope and writing your own ending. Water changes everything. And you can change everything too. No matter how old you are, no matter how much money you have. 8-year-old Nora emptied her piggy bank. Max spoke everywhere they let him up on stage. Josiah recycled. Nigda played the ukulele. Rebecca ran a marathon. It can be your retail store, your restaurant, your dental office. By far the easiest thing you can do right now is join our monthly giving program for as little as $5 and be the reason someone gets clean water for the first time. No matter what you do, 100% of your money will fund clean and safe water and will prove every project with photos and GPS coordinates, so your impact will never be left to your imagination. We truly believe that we will see the day when we get to celebrate clean water for every person on the planet. When no child is born into burden, when no family is limited in how big they can dream, and when it's women and girls in rural communities who look at dirty water the same way you do and can't even begin to imagine. We hope you can imagine being part of it.
We're going to show you 13 mind-blowing use cases for creators using the new AI Workspace 2.0 from GenSpark, Silicon Valley's first AI agent unicorn, so you can make better films and content, all while automating the tasks you don't want to do. Let's go. One subscription to GenSpark gives you access to all the top AI models: Nano Banana Pro, ChatGPT, Veo, Canva, Figma, Claude, Gemini, and more. This is a game changer for people who want to incorporate AI into their workflows or who just want to experiment with AI and don't know where to start. GenSpark is offering unlimited AI image generation for all of 2026, which is absolutely wild. That means you can create the keyframe images that you use with image to video for all your films and content. You can generate movie posters, YouTube thumbnails, and anything else you can think of using all the best AI image models in one place. You can use the draw to edit and mark to edit modes to change specific things in an image by simply drawing on or selecting the areas you want and typing in a prompt for what you want changed. This is a much more intuitive way to iterate images you generate until you get exactly what you want, and it makes the entire process of generating images much simpler while also allowing for a lot more control. One of the easiest ways to make a ton of great content for your brand or social media pages is to make an AI podcast. You choose the topic and the style, and GenSpark can generate an entire podcast for you on whatever subject you like.
So when the star runs out of fuel, the fight is over.
But the star's own colossal gravity relentlessly pulls everything inward. But this battle, it just can't last forever.
You can then pair these with video to make social media content around any niche, and you can even upload documents and have GenSpark turn that into a podcast as well. Most creatives using AI don't realize how much time they spend switching tools. GenSpark allows you to do everything in just one interface, saving you countless hours doing things that don't add to your project. You can easily generate text, images, audio, and videos, then go right to having GenSpark run tasks and set up automations on your behalf, all within the same interface. If you're a filmmaker or creative and you don't have a website, you're missing out on an incredible way to make more money and market your projects. GenSpark lets you create websites exactly how you want, all with absolutely no coding experience necessary. You can even ask it to learn from existing websites, where you can have it take inspiration on layout, colors, features, navigation, or the overall design just by asking. That means you can quickly and easily make websites for your projects, your business, or your personal brand, so you can get more offers and more eyes on your work. Finding great AI lip syncing is hard, but in GenSpark you can just add an image of your character, type or paste in your dialogue, and it will generate a video of your character speaking the lines in whatever style you request. This is excellent for talking head videos, social media content, even podcasts can get way more interesting with their visuals just by utilizing the lip sync ability inside GenSpark.
The signal is weaker the closer we get.
If you're pitching a video to a client, a film, an ad, a music video, or anything, oftentimes having a pitch deck is a must. A pitch deck is just a simple and easy to follow overview of your vision for the project. This makes it a lot more effortless for clients to approve your idea or greenlight your project. The downside is that it can be time consuming and tedious, but with GenSpark you can quickly add any information you have about your project and it will generate an entire well-designed pitch deck for you from beginning to end. You can then rapidly make adjustments to individual pages or the entire thing with a single prompt. AI Designer is GenSpark's design agent. Instead of putting in a prompt and just getting a single image, you just ask for what you want and it generates entire finished design outputs. That can include things like logos, flyers, posters, t-shirts, business cards, and more. You can use it to create entire visual identities for brands or merch for your company or next project, delivering finished designs with pro-grade and print-ready exports. This is a wild one. If you need files for a project, you can actually use Download for Me inside GenSpark by just telling it what you need. It will then go and find the right files, download them for you, and even organize them so you can start using them in your project or workflow right away. You can ask it things like, get all the resources linked on this page, or find and download 30 anamorphic cinematography references. If you're making a new project, the first step is often creating the look and feel. Instead of scouring through the same mood boards as everyone else, you can quickly generate your own mood boards entirely from scratch, based exclusively on your vision. Just tell it the style of the mood board
Genesis chapter 25. Abraham had taken another wife, whose name was Keturah. She bore him Zimran, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shua. Jokshan was the father of Sheba and Dedan. The descendants of Dedan were the Ashurites and Letushites and the Lumites. The sons of Midian were Ephah, Hanok, Abida, and Eldaah. All these were descendants of Keturah. Abraham left everything he owned to Isaac. But while he was still living, he gave gifts to the sons of his concubines and sent them away from his son Isaac to the land of the east. Abraham lived 175 years. Then Abraham breathed his last and died at a good old age, an old man and full of years, and he was gathered to his people. His sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah, near Mamre, in the field of Ephron, son of Zohar the Hittite, the field Abraham had bought from the Hittites. There Abraham was buried with his wife Sarah. After Abraham's death, God blessed his son Isaac, who then lived near Beer Lahai-roi. This is the account of the family line of Abraham's son Ishmael, whom Sarah's slave Hagar the Egyptian bore to Abraham. These are the names of the sons of Ishmael, listed in the order of their birth. Nebaioth, the firstborn of Ishmael, Kedah, Adbeel, Mibsam, Mishma, Duma, Massa, Hadad, Tema, Jitor, Nephish, and Kedema. These were the sons of Ishmael, and these are the names of the 12 tribal rulers according to their settlements and camps. Ishmael lived 137 years. He breathed his last and died, and he was gathered to his people. His descendants settled in the area from Havilah to Shur, near the eastern border of Egypt as you go towards Ashur. And they lived in hostility toward all the tribes related to them. This is the account of the family line of Abraham's son Isaac. Abraham became the father of Isaac, and Isaac was 40 years old when he married Rebekah, daughter of Bethuel the Aramean from Paddan Aram, and sister of Laban the Aramean. Isaac prayed to the Lord on behalf of his wife because she was childless. The Lord answered his prayer, and his wife Rebekah became pregnant. The babies jostled each other within her, and she said, "Why is this happening to me?" So she went to inquire of the Lord. The Lord said to her, "Two nations are in your womb. Two peoples from within you will be separated. One people will be stronger than the other, and the older will serve the younger." When the time came for her to give birth, there were twin boys in her womb. The first to come out was red, and his whole body was like a hairy garment, so they named him Esau. After this, his brother came out, with his hand grasping Esau's heel, so he was named Jacob. Isaac was 60 years old when Rebekah gave birth to him. The boys grew up, and Esau became a skillful hunter, a man of the open country, while Jacob was content to stay at home among the tents. Isaac, who had a taste for wild game, loved Esau, but Rebekah loved Jacob. Once, when Jacob was cooking some stew, Esau came in from the open country, famished. He said to Jacob, "Quick, let me have some of that red stew. I'm famished." That is why he was also called Edom. Jacob replied, "First sell me your birthright." "Look, I am about to die," Esau said. "What good is the birthright to me?" But Jacob said, "Swear to me first." So he swore an oath to him, selling his birthright to Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau some bread and some lentil stew. He ate and drank and then got up and left. So Esau despised his birthright.
Put on this one next.
Hey, I'm Olivia Walt, and this is Speed Dial. Let's check who was the last person I called.
Now there was a famine in the land, besides the previous famine in Abraham's time. And Isaac went to Abimelech, king of the Philistines in Gerar. The Lord appeared to Isaac and said, "Do not go down to Egypt. Live in the land where I tell you to live. Stay in this land for a while, and I will be with you and will bless you. For to you and your descendants I will give all these lands and will confirm the oath I swore to your father Abraham. I will make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky, and will give them all these lands. And through your offspring all nations on earth will be blessed, because Abraham obeyed me and did everything I required of him, keeping my commands, my decrees, and my instructions." So Isaac stayed in Gerar. When the men of that place asked him about his wife, he said, "She is my sister," because he was afraid to say, "She is my wife." He thought the men of this place might kill me on account of Rebekah because she is beautiful. When Isaac had been there a long time, Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked down from a window and saw Isaac caressing his wife Rebekah. So Abimelech summoned Isaac and said, "She is really your wife. Why did you say she is my sister?" Isaac answered him, "Because I thought I might lose my life on account of her." Then Abimelech said, "What is this you have done to us? One of the men might well have slept with your wife, and you would have brought guilt upon us." So Abimelech gave orders to all the people, "Anyone who harms this man or his wife shall surely be put to death." Isaac planted crops in that land, and the same year reaped 100-fold, because the Lord blessed him.
I ain't gonna lie.
The man became rich, and his wealth continued to grow until he became very wealthy. He had so many flocks and herds and servants that the Philistines envied him. So all the wells that his father's servants had dug in the time of his father Abraham, the Philistines stopped up, filling them with earth. Then Abimelech said to Isaac, "Move away from us. You have become too powerful for us." So Isaac moved away from there and encamped in the valley of Gerar, where he settled. Isaac reopened the wells that had been dug in the time of his father Abraham, which the Philistines had stopped up after Abraham died, and he gave them the same names his father had given them. Isaac's servants dug in the valley and discovered a well of fresh water there. But the herdsmen of Gerar quarreled with those of Isaac and said, "The water is ours." So he named the well Esek, because they disputed with him.
Is that another mother?
Then they dug another
Dude,
well,
he just sits there doing
but they
nothing.
quarreled over that one also. So he named it Sitnah. He moved from there and dug another well, and no one quarreled over it. He named it Rehoboth, saying, "Now the Lord has given us room, and we will flourish in the land." From there he went up to Beersheba. That night the Lord appeared to him and said, "I am the God of your father Abraham. Do not be afraid, for I am with you. I will bless you and will increase the number of your descendants for the sake of my servant Abraham." Isaac built an altar there and called on the name of the Lord. There he pitched his tent, and there his servants dug a well. Meanwhile, Abimelech had come to him from Gerar with Uzzah, his personal advisor, and Phicol, the commander of his forces. Isaac asked them, "Why have you come to me, since you were hostile to me and sent me away?" They answered, "We saw clearly that the Lord was with you. So we said there ought to be a sworn agreement between us and you. Let us make a treaty with you, that you will do us no harm, just as we did not harm you, but always treated you well and sent you away peacefully. And now you are blessed by the Lord." Isaac then made a feast for them, and they ate and drank. Early the next morning the men swore an oath to each other. Then Isaac sent them on their way, and they went away peacefully. That day Isaac's servants came and told him about the well they had dug. They said, "We've found water." He called it Sheba, and to this day the name of the town has been Beersheba. When Esau was 40 years old, he married Judith, daughter of Beeri the Hittite, and also Basemath, daughter of Elon the Hittite. They were a source of grief to Isaac and Rebekah. Genesis chapter 27. When Isaac was old and his eyes were so weak that he could no longer see, he called for Esau his older son and said to him, "My son." "Here I am," he answered. Isaac said, "I am now an old man and don't know the day of my death. Now then, get your equipment, your quiver and bow, and go out to the open country to hunt some wild game for me. Prepare me the kind of tasty food I like, and bring it to me to eat, so that I may give you my blessing before I die." Now Rebekah was listening as Isaac spoke to his son Esau. When Esau left for the open country to hunt game and bring it back, Rebekah said to her son Jacob, "Look, I overheard your father say to your brother Esau, 'Bring me some game and prepare me some tasty food to eat, so that I may give you my blessing in the presence of the Lord before I die.' Now, my son, listen carefully and do what I tell you. Go out to the flock and bring me 2 choice young goats, so I can prepare some tasty food for your father, just the way he likes it. Then take it to your father to eat, so that he may give you his blessing before he dies." Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, "But my brother Esau is a hairy man, while I have smooth skin. What if my father touches me? I would appear to be tricking him, and would bring down a curse on myself rather than a blessing." His mother said to him, "My son, let the curse fall on me. Just do what I say. Go and get them for me." So he went and got them and brought them to his mother, and she prepared some tasty food just the way his father liked it. Then Rebekah took the best clothes of Esau, her older son, which she had in the house, and put them on her younger son Jacob. She also covered his hands and the smooth part of his neck with the goat skins. Then she handed to her son Jacob the tasty food and the bread she had made. He went to his father and said, "My father?" "Yes, my son," he answered. "Who is it?" Jacob said to his father, "I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done as you told me. Please sit up and eat some of my game, so that you may give me your blessing." Isaac asked his son, "How did you find it so quickly, my son?" "The Lord your God gave me success," he replied. Then Isaac said to Jacob, "Come near so I can touch you, my son, to know whether you really are my son Esau or not." Jacob went close to his father Isaac, who touched him and said, "The voice is the voice of Jacob, but the hands are the hands of Esau." He did not recognize him, for his hands were hairy like those of his brother Esau, so he proceeded to bless him. "Are you really my son Esau?" he asked. "I am," he replied. Then he said, "My son, bring me some of your game to eat, so that I may give you my blessing." Jacob brought it to him, and he ate, and he brought some wine, and he drank. Then his father Isaac said to him, "Come here, my son, and kiss me." So he went to him and kissed him. When Isaac caught the smell of his clothes, he blessed him and said, "Ah, the smell of my son is like the smell of a field that the Lord has blessed. May God give you heaven's dew and earth's richness, an abundance of grain and new wine. May nations serve you and peoples bow down to you. Be Lord over your brothers, and may the sons of your mother bow down to you. May those who curse you be cursed, and those who bless you be blessed." After Isaac finished blessing him, and Jacob had scarcely left his father's presence, his brother Esau came in from hunting. He too prepared some tasty food and brought it to his father. Then he said to him, "My father, please sit up and eat some of my game, so that you may give me your blessing." His father Isaac asked him, "Who are you?" "I am your son," he answered, "your firstborn, Esau." Isaac trembled violently and said, "Who was it, then, that hunted game and brought it to me? I ate it just before you came, and I blessed him, and indeed he will be blessed." When Esau heard his father's words, he burst out with a loud and bitter cry and said to his father,
That nigga Isaac,
"Bless
bro.
me, me too, my father." But he said, "Your brother came deceitfully and took your blessing." Esau said, "Isn't he rightly named Jacob? This is the second time he has taken advantage of me. He took my birthright, and now he's taken my blessing." Then he asked, "Haven't you reserved any blessing for me?" Isaac answered Esau, "I have made him lord over you, and have made all his relatives his servants, and I have sustained him with grain and new wine. So what can I possibly do for you, my son?" Esau said to his father, "Do you only have one blessing, my father? Bless me too, my father." Then Esau wept aloud.
You gotta think about the severity.
His
of
father
that.
Isaac answered him, "Your dwelling will be away from the earth's richness, away from the dew of heaven above. You will live by the sword, and you will serve your brother. But when you grow restless, you will throw his yoke from off your neck." Esau held a grudge against Jacob because of the blessing his father had given him. He said to himself, "The days of mourning for my father are near. Then I will kill my brother Jacob, When Rebekah was told what her older son Esau had said, she sent for her younger son Jacob and said to him, "Your brother Esau is planning to avenge himself by killing you. Now then, my son, do what I say. Flee at once to my brother Laban in Haran. Stay with him for a while until your brother's fury subsides. When your brother is no longer angry with you and forgets what you did to him, I'll send word for you to come back from there. Why should I lose both of you in one day?" Then Rebekah said to Isaac, "I'm disgusted with living because of these Hittite women. If Jacob takes a wife from among the women of this land, from Hittite women like these, my life will not be worth living." Genesis chapter 28. So Isaac called for Jacob and blessed him. Then he commanded him, "Do not marry a Canaanite woman. Go at once to Paddan Aram, to the house of your mother's father Bethuel. Take a wife for yourself there from among the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. May God Almighty bless you and make you fruitful and increase your numbers until you become a community of peoples. May he give you and your descendants the blessing given to Abraham, so that you may take possession of the land where you now reside as a foreigner, the land God gave to Abraham." Then Isaac sent Jacob on his way, and he went to Paddan Aram, to Laban, son of Bethuel the Aramean, the brother of Rebekah, who was the mother of Jacob and Esau. Now Esau learned that Isaac had blessed Jacob and had sent him to Paddan Aram to take a wife from there, and that when he blessed him, he commanded him, "Do not marry a Canaanite woman," and that Jacob had obeyed his father and mother and had gone to Paddan Aram. Esau then realized how displeasing the Canaanite women were to his father Isaac. So he went to Ishmael and married Mahalath, the sister of Nebaioth, and daughter of Ishmael, son of Abraham, in addition to the wives he already had. Jacob left Beersheba and set out for Haran. When he reached a certain place, he stopped for the night because the sun had set. Taking one of the stones there, he put it under his head and lay down to sleep. He had a dream in which he saw a stairway resting on the earth with its top reaching to heaven, and the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. There above it stood the Lord, and he said, "I am the Lord, the God of your father Abraham and the God of Isaac. I will give you and your descendants the land on which you are lying. Your descendants will be like the dust of the earth, and you will spread out to the west and to the east, to the north and to the south. All peoples on earth will be blessed through you and your offspring. I am with you and will watch over you wherever you go, and I will bring you back to this land. I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you." When Jacob awoke from his sleep, he thought, "Surely the Lord is in this place, and I was not aware of it." He was afraid and said, "How awesome is this place! This is none other than the house of God. This is the gate of heaven." Early the next morning, Jacob took the stone he had placed under his head and set it up as a pillar and poured oil on top of it. He called that place Bethel, though the city used to be called Luz. Then Jacob made a vow, saying, "If God will be with me and will watch over me on this journey I am taking, and will give me food to eat and clothes to wear, so that I return safely to my father's household, then the Lord will be my God. And this stone that I have set up as a pillar will be God's house, and of all that you give me, I will give you a tenth." Genesis chapter 29. Then Jacob continued on his journey and came to the land of the eastern peoples. There he saw a well in the open country with 3 flocks of sheep lying near it, because the flocks were watered from that well. The stone over the mouth of the well was large. When all the flocks were gathered there, the shepherds would roll the stone away from the well's mouth and water the sheep. Then they would return the stone to its place over the mouth of the well. Jacob asked the shepherds, "My brothers, where are you from?" "We're from Haran," they replied. He said to them, "Do you know Laban, Nahor's grandson?"
I'm gonna do it on land.
"Yes, we know him," they answered. Then Jacob asked them, "Is he well?" "Yes, he is," they said. "And here comes his daughter Rachel with the
I'm
sheep."
building up as high as possible. I'm going like
"Look," he
200.
said, "the sun is still high.
So
It is not time for the flocks to be gathered. Water the sheep and take them back to pasture." "We can't," they replied, "until all the flocks are gathered and the stone has been rolled away from the mouth of the well. Then we will water the sheep." While he was still talking with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she was a shepherd. When Jacob saw Rachel, daughter of his uncle Laban, and Laban's sheep, he went over and rolled the stone away from the mouth of the well and watered his uncle's sheep. Then Jacob kissed Rachel and began to weep aloud. He had told Rachel that he was a relative of her father and a son of Rebekah. So she ran and told her father. As soon as Laban heard the news about Jacob, his sister's son, he hurried to meet him. He embraced him and kissed him and brought him to his home. And there Jacob told him all these things. Then Laban said to him, "You are my own flesh and blood." After Jacob had stayed with him for a whole month, Laban said to him, "Just because you're a relative of mine, should you work for me for nothing? Tell me what your wages should be." Now Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the older was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah had weak eyes, but Rachel had a lovely figure and was beautiful. Jacob was in love with Rachel and said, "I'll work for you 7 years in return for your younger daughter Rachel." Laban said, "It's better that I give her to you than to some other man. Stay here with me." So Jacob served 7 years to get Rachel, but they seemed like only a few days to him because of his love for her. Then Jacob said to Laban, "Give me my wife. My time is completed, and I want to make love to her." So Laban brought together all the people of the place and gave a feast. But when evening came, he took his daughter Leah and brought her to Jacob, and Jacob made love to her. And Laban gave his servant Zilpah to his daughter as her attendant. When morning came, there was Leah. So Jacob said to Laban, "What is this you have done to me? I served you for Rachel, didn't I? Why have you deceived me?" Laban replied, "It is not our custom here to give the younger daughter in marriage before the older one. Finish this daughter's bridal week. Then we will give you the younger one also in return for another 7 years of work." And Jacob did so. He finished the week with Leah, and then Laban gave him his daughter Rachel to be his wife. Laban gave his servant Bilhah to his daughter Rachel as her attendant. Jacob made love to Rachel also, and his love for Rachel was greater than his love for Leah, and he worked for Laban another 7 years. When the Lord saw that Leah was not loved, he enabled her to conceive, but Rachel remained childless. Leah became pregnant and gave birth to a son. She named him Reuben, for she said, "It is because the Lord has seen my misery. Surely my husband will love me now." She conceived again, and when she gave birth to a son, she said, "Because the Lord heard that I am not loved, he gave me this one too." So she named him Simeon. Again she conceived, and when she gave birth to a son, she said, "Now at last my husband will become attached to me, because I have borne him 3 sons." So he was named Levi. She conceived again, and when she gave birth to a son, she said, "This time I will praise the Lord." So she named him Judah. Then she stopped having children. Genesis chapter 30. When Rachel saw that she was not bearing Jacob any children, she became jealous of her sister. So she said to Jacob, "Give me children or I'll die." Jacob became angry with her and said, "Am I in the place of God, who has kept you from having children?" Then she said, "Here is Bilhah, my servant. Sleep with her, so that she can bear children for me, and I too can build a family through her." So she gave him her servant Bilhah as a wife. Jacob slept with her, and she became pregnant and bore him a son. Then Rachel said, "God has vindicated me. He has listened to my plea and given me a son." Because of this, she named him Dan. Rachel's servant Bilhah conceived again and bore Jacob a second son. Then Rachel said, "I have had a great struggle with my sister, and I have won." So she named him Naphtali. When Leah saw that she had stopped having children, she took her servant Zilpah and gave her to Jacob as a wife. Leah's servant Zilpah bore Jacob a son. Then Leah said, "What good fortune!" So she named him Gad. Leah's servant Zilpah bore Jacob a second son. Then Leah said, "How happy I am! The women will call me happy." So she named him Asher. During wheat harvest, Reuben went out into the fields and found some mandrake plants, which he brought to his mother Leah. Rachel said to Leah, "Please give me some of your son's mandrakes." But she said to her, "Wasn't it enough that you took away my husband? Will you take my son's mandrakes too?" "Very well," Rachel said. "He can sleep with you tonight in return for your son's mandrakes." So when Jacob came in from the fields that evening, Leah went out to meet him. "You must sleep with me," she said. "I have hired you with my son's mandrakes." So he slept with her that night. God listened to Leah, and she became pregnant and bore Jacob a fifth son. Then Leah said, "God has rewarded me for giving my servant to my husband." So she named him Issachar. Leah conceived again and bore Jacob a sixth son. Then Leah said, "God has presented me with a precious gift. This time my husband will treat me with honor because I have borne him 6 sons." So she named him Zebulun. Sometime later she gave birth to a daughter and named her Dinah. Then God remembered Rachel. He listened to her and enabled her to conceive. She became pregnant and gave birth to a son, and said, "God has taken away my disgrace." She named him Joseph, and said, "May the Lord add to me another son." After Rachel gave birth to Joseph, Jacob said to Laban, "Send me on my way so I can go back to my own homeland. Give me my wives and children for whom I have served you, and I will be on my way. You know how much work I've done for you." But Laban said to him, "If I have found favor in your eyes, please stay. I have learned by divination that the Lord has blessed me because of you." He added, "Name your wages, and I will pay them." Jacob said to him, "You know how I have worked for you, and how your livestock has fared under my care. The little you had before I came has increased greatly, and the Lord has blessed you wherever I have been. But now, when may I do something for my own household?" "What shall I give you?" he asked. "Don't give me anything," Jacob replied. "But if you will do this one thing for me, I will go on tending your flocks and watching over them. Let me go through all your flocks today and remove from them every speckled or spotted sheep, every dark-colored lamb, and every spotted or speckled goat. They will be my wages, and my honesty will testify for me in the future. Whenever you check on the wages you have paid me, any goat in my possession that is not speckled or spotted, or any lamb that is not dark-colored, will be considered stolen." "Agreed," said Laban. "Let it be as you have said." That same day, he removed all the male goats that were streaked or spotted, and all the speckled or spotted female goats, all that had white on them, and all the dark-colored lambs, and he placed them in the care of his sons. Then he put a 3-day journey between himself and Jacob, while Jacob continued to tend the rest of Laban's flocks. Jacob, however, took fresh-cut branches from poplar, almond, and plane trees, and made white stripes on them by peeling the bark and exposing the white inner wood of the branches.
I'm trying to lock in. I need to
Then
get out
he
of here
placed the peeled branches
I just need a
in
redstone.
all the watering troughs, so that they would be directly in front of the flocks when they came to drink. When the flocks were in heat and came to drink, they mated in front of the branches, and they bore young that were streaked or speckled or spotted. Jacob set apart the young of the flock by themselves, but made the rest face the streaked and dark-colored animals that belonged to Laban. Thus he made separate flocks for himself, and did not put them with Laban's animals. Whenever the stronger females were in heat, Jacob would place the branches in the troughs in front of the animals, so that they would mate near the branches. But if the animals were weak, he would not place them there. So the weak animals went to Laban, and the strong ones went to Jacob. In this way the man grew exceedingly prosperous, and came to own large flocks and female and male servants, and camels and donkeys. Genesis chapter 31. Jacob heard that Laban's sons were saying, "Jacob has taken everything our father owned, and has gained all this wealth from what belonged to our father." And Jacob noticed that Laban's attitude toward him was not what it had been. Then the Lord said to Jacob, "Go back to the land of your fathers and to your relatives, and I will be with you." So Jacob sent word to Rachel and Leah to come out to the fields where his flocks were. He said to them, "I see that your father's attitude towards me is not what it was before, but the God of my father has been with me. You know that I've worked for your father with all my strength. Yet your father has cheated me by changing my wages 10 times. However, God has not allowed him to harm me. If he said, 'The speckled ones will be your wages,' then all the flocks gave birth to speckled young. And if he said, 'The streaked ones will be your wages,' then all the flocks bore streaked young. So God has taken away your father's livestock and has given them to me. In breeding season, I once had a dream, in which I looked up and saw that the male goats mating with the flock were streaked, speckled, or spotted. The angel of God said to me in the dream, 'Jacob.' I answered, 'Here I am.' And he said, 'Look up and see that all the male goats mating with the flock are streaked, speckled, or spotted. For I have seen all that Laban has been doing to you. I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed a pillar and where you made a vow to me. Now leave this land at once and go back to your native land." Then Rachel and Leah replied, "Do we still have any share in the inheritance of our father's estate? Does he not regard us as foreigners? Not only has he sold us, but he has used up what was paid for us. Surely all the wealth that God took away from our father belongs to us and our children. So do whatever God has told you." Then Jacob put his children and his wives on camels, and he drove all his livestock ahead of him along with all the goods he had accumulated in Paddan Aram, to go to his father Isaac in the land of Canaan. When Laban had gone to shear his sheep, Rachel stole her father's household gods. Moreover, Jacob deceived Laban the Aramean by not telling him he was running away. So he fled with all he had, crossed the Euphrates River, and headed for the hill country of Gilead. On the 3rd day, Laban was told that Jacob had fled. Taking his relatives with him, he pursued Jacob for 7 days and caught up with him in the hill country of Gilead. Then God came to Laban the Aramean in a dream at night and said to him, Be careful not to say anything to Jacob, either good or bad. Jacob had pitched his tent in the hill country of Gilead when Laban overtook him, and Laban and his relatives camped there too. Then Laban said to Jacob, "What have you done? You've deceived me, and you've carried off my daughters like captives in war. Why did you run off secretly and deceive me? Why didn't you tell me, so I could send you away with joy and singing to the music of tambourines and harps? You didn't even let me kiss my grandchildren and my daughters goodbye. You've done a foolish thing. I have the power to harm you. But last night the God of your father said to me, 'Be careful not to say anything to Jacob, either good or bad.' Now you have gone off because you long to return to your father's household. But why did you steal my gods?" Jacob answered Laban, "I was afraid, because I thought you would take your daughters away from me by force. But if you find anyone who has your gods, that person shall not live. In the presence of our relatives, see for yourself whether there is anything of yours here with me, and if so, take it." Now Jacob did not know that Rachel had stolen the gods. So Laban went into Jacob's tent, and into Leah's tent, and into the tent of the 2 female servants, but he found nothing. After he came out of Leah's tent, he entered Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the household gods and put them inside her camel's saddle and was sitting on them. Laban searched through everything in the tent, but found nothing. Rachel said to her father, "Don't be angry, my lord, that I cannot stand up in your presence. I'm having my period." So he searched, but could not find the household gods. Jacob was angry and took Laban to task. "What is my crime?" he asked Laban. "How have I wronged you that you hunt me down? Now that you have searched through all my goods, what have you found that belongs to your household? Put it here in front of your relatives and mine, and let them judge between the 2 of us. I have been with you for 20 years now. Your sheep and goats have not miscarried, nor have I eaten rams from your flocks. I did not bring you animals torn by wild beasts. I bore the loss myself.
My name tag.
And you demanded payment from me for whatever was stolen by day or night. This was my situation. The heat consumed me in the daytime and the cold at night, and sleep fled from my eyes. It was like this for the 20 years I was in your household. I worked for you 14 years for your 2 daughters and 6 years for your flocks, and you changed my wages 10 times. If the God of my father, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac had not been with me, you would surely have sent me away empty-handed. But God has seen my hardship and the toil of my hands, and last night he rebuked you." Laban answered Jacob, "The women are my daughters, the children are my children, and the flocks are my flocks. All you see is mine."
I'll be right back.
Yet what can I do today about these daughters of mine?
I have to pee.
Or about the children they have borne? Come now, let's make a covenant, you and I, and let it serve as a witness between us. So Jacob took a stone and set it up as a pillar. He said to his relatives, "Gather some stones." So they took stones and piled them in a heap, and they ate there by the heap. Laban called it Jegar-sahadutha, and Jacob called it Gilead. Laban said, "This heap is a witness between you and me today." That is why it was called Gilead. It was also called Mizpah, because he said, "May the Lord keep watch between you and me when we are away from each other. If you ill-treat my daughters, or if you take any wives besides my daughters, even though no one is with us, remember that God is a witness between you and me." Laban also said to Jacob, "Here is this heap, and here is the pillar I have set up between you and me. This heap is a witness, and this pillar is a witness, that I will not go past this heap to your side to harm you, and that you will not go past this heap and pillar to my side to harm me. May the God of Abraham and the God of Nahor, the God of their father, judge between us." So Jacob took an oath in the name of the fear of his father Isaac. He offered a sacrifice there in the hill country and invited his relatives to a meal. After they had eaten, they spent the night there. Early the next morning, Laban kissed his grandchildren and his daughters and blessed them. Then he left and returned home. Genesis chapter 32. Jacob also went on his way, and the angels of God met him. When Jacob saw them, he said, "This is the camp of God." So he named that place Mahanaim. Jacob sent messengers ahead of him to his brother Esau in the land of Seir, the country of Edom. He instructed them, "This is what you are to say to my lord Esau. Your servant Jacob says, I have been staying with Laban and have remained there till now. I have cattle and donkeys, sheep and goats, male and female servants. Now I am sending this message to my lord, that I may find favor in your eyes." When the messengers returned to Jacob, they said, "We went to your brother Esau, and now he is coming to meet you, and 400 men are with him." In great fear and distress, Jacob divided the people who were with him into 2 groups, and the flocks and herds and camels as well. He thought, if Esau comes and attacks one group, the group that is left may escape. Then Jacob prayed, "O God of my father Abraham, God of my father Isaac, Lord, you who said to me, 'Go back to your country and your relatives, and I will make you prosper.' I am unworthy of all the kindness and faithfulness you have shown your servant. I had only my staff when I crossed this Jordan, but now I have become 2 camps. Save me, I pray, from the hand of my brother Esau, for I am afraid he will come and attack me, and also the mothers with their children. But you have said, I will surely make you prosper, and will make your descendants like the sand of the sea, which cannot be counted." He spent the night there, and from what he had with him, he selected a gift for his brother Esau: 200 female goats and 20 male goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 female camels with their young, 40 cows and 10 bulls, and 20 female donkeys and 10 male donkeys. He put them in the care of his servants, each herd by itself, and said to his servants, "Go ahead of me, and keep some space between the herds." He instructed the one in the lead, "When my brother Esau meets you and asks, 'Who do you belong to and where are you going, and who owns all these animals in front of you?' then you are to say, 'They belong to your servant Jacob. They are a gift sent to my lord Esau, and he is coming behind us.'" He also instructed the second, the third, and all the others who followed the herds, "You are to say the same thing to Esau when you meet him, and be sure to say, 'Your servant Jacob is coming behind us.' For he thought, 'I will pacify him with these gifts I'm sending on ahead. Later, when I see him, perhaps he will receive me.' So Jacob's gifts went on ahead of him, but he himself spent the night in the camp. That night, Jacob got up and took his 2 wives, his 2 female servants, and his 11 sons, and crossed the ford of the Jabbok. After he had sent them across the stream, he sent over all his possessions. So Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him till daybreak. When the man saw that he could not overpower him, he touched the socket of Jacob's hip, so that his hip was wrenched as he wrestled with the man.
What?
Then the man said, "Let me go, for it is daybreak." But Jacob replied, "I will not let you go, unless you bless me." The man asked him, "What is your name?" "Jacob," he answered. Then the man said, "Your name will no longer be Jacob, but Israel, because you have struggled with God and with humans and have overcome." Jacob said, "Please tell me your name." But he replied, "Why do you ask my name?" Then he blessed him there. So Jacob called the place Peniel, saying, "It is because I saw God face to face, and yet my life was spared." The sun rose above him as he passed Peniel, and he was limping because of his hip. Therefore to this day the Israelites do not eat the tendon attached to the socket of the hip, because the socket of Jacob's hip was touched near the tendon. Genesis chapter 33. Jacob looked up, and there was Esau, coming with his 400 men. So he divided the children among Leah, Rachel, and the 2 female servants. He put the female servants and their children in front, Leah and her children next, and Rachel and Joseph in the rear. He himself went on ahead and bowed down to the ground 7 times as he approached his brother. But Esau ran to meet Jacob and embraced him. He threw his arms around his neck and kissed him, and they wept. Then Esau looked up and saw the women and children. "Who are these with you?" he asked. Jacob answered, "They are the children God has graciously given your servant." Then the female servants and their children approached and bowed down. Next Leah and her children came and bowed down. Last of all came Joseph and Rachel, and they too bowed down. Esau asked, "What's the meaning of all these flocks and herds I met?" "To find favor in your eyes, my lord," he said. But Esau said, "I already have plenty, my brother. Keep what you have for yourself." "No, please," said Jacob. "If I have found favor in your eyes, accept this gift from me. For to see your face is like seeing the face of God now that you have received me favorably. Please accept the present that was brought to you, for God has been gracious to me, and I have all I need." And because Jacob insisted, Esau accepted it. Then Esau said, "Let us be on our way. I'll accompany you." But Jacob said to him, "My Lord knows that the children are tender, and that I must care for the ewes and cows that are nursing their young. If they are driven hard just one day, all the animals will die. So let my Lord go on ahead of his servant while I move along slowly at the pace of the flocks and herds before me, and the pace of the children, until I come to my Lord in Seir." Esau said, "Then let me leave some of my men with you." "But why do that?" Jacob asked. "Just let me find favor in the eyes of my Lord." So that day Esau started on his way back to Seir. Jacob, however, went to Succoth, where he built a place for himself and made shelters for his livestock. That is why the place is called Succoth. After Jacob came from Paddan Aram, he arrived safely at the city of Shechem in Canaan, and camped within sight of the city. For 100 pieces of silver he bought from the sons of Hamor, the father of Shechem, the plot of ground where he pitched his tent. There he set up an altar and called it El Elohe Israel. Genesis chapter 34. Now Dinah, the daughter Leah had born to Jacob, went out to visit the women of the land. When Shechem, son of Hamor the Hivite, the ruler of that area, saw her, he took her and raped her. His heart was drawn to Dinah, daughter of Jacob. He loved the young woman and spoke tenderly to her. And Shechem said to his father Hamor, "Get me this girl as my wife." When Jacob heard that his daughter Dinah had been defiled, his sons were in the fields with his livestock, so he did nothing about it until they came home. Then Shechem's father Hamor went out to talk with Jacob. Meanwhile, Jacob's sons had come in from the fields as soon as they heard what had happened. They were shocked and furious, because Shechem had done an outrageous thing in Israel by sleeping with Jacob's daughter, a thing that should not be done. But Hamor said to them, "My son Shechem has his heart set on your daughter. Please give her to him as his wife. Intermarry with us. Give us your daughters and take our daughters for yourselves. You can settle among us. The land is open to you. Live in it, trade in it, and acquire property in it." Then Shechem said to Dinah's father and brothers, "Let me find favor in your eyes, and I will give you whatever you ask. Make the price for the bride and the gift I am to bring as great as you like, and I'll pay whatever you ask me. Only give me the young woman as my wife." Because their sister Dinah had been defiled, Jacob's sons replied deceitfully as they spoke to Shechem and his father Hamor. They said to them, "We can't do such a thing. We can't give our sister to a man who is not circumcised. That would be a disgrace to us. We will enter into an agreement with you on one condition only, that you become like us by circumcising all your males. Then we will give you our daughters and take your daughters for ourselves. We'll settle among you and become one people with you. But if you will not agree to be circumcised, we'll take our sister and go." Their proposal seemed good to Hamor and his son Shechem. The young man, who was the most honored of all his father's family, lost no time in doing what they said, because he was delighted with Jacob's daughter. So Hamor and his son Shechem went to the gate of their city to speak to the men of their city. "These men are friendly towards us," they said. "Let them live in our land and trade in it. The land has plenty of room for them. We can marry their daughters and they can marry ours. But the men will agree to live with us as one people, only on the condition that our males be circumcised, as they themselves are. Won't their livestock, their property, and all their other animals become ours? So let us agree to their terms, and they will settle among us." All the men who went out of the city gate agreed with Hamor and his son Shechem, and every male in the city was circumcised. 3 days later, while all of them were still in pain, 2 of Jacob's sons, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, took their swords and attacked the unsuspecting city, killing every male. They put Hamor and his son Shechem to the sword and took Dinah from Shechem's house and left. The sons of Jacob came upon the dead bodies and looted the city where their sister had been defiled. They seized their flocks and herds and donkeys and everything else of theirs in the city and out in the fields. They carried off all their wealth and all their women and children, taking as plunder everything in the houses. Then Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, "You have brought trouble on me by making me obnoxious to the Canaanites and the Perizzites, the people living in this land. We are few in number, and if they join forces against me and attack me, I and my household will be destroyed." But they replied, "Should he have treated our sister like a prostitute?" Genesis chapter 35. Then God said to Jacob, "Go up to Bethel and settle there, and build an altar there to God, who appeared to you when you were fleeing from your brother Esau." So Jacob said to his household and to all who were with him, "Get rid of the foreign gods you have with you and purify yourselves and change your clothes. Then come, let us go up to Bethel, where I will build an altar to God, who answered me in the day of my distress, and who has been with me wherever I have gone." So they gave Jacob all the foreign gods they had, and the rings in their ears, and Jacob buried them under the oak at Shechem. Then they set out, and the terror of God fell on the towns all around them, so that no one pursued them. Jacob and all the people with him came to Luz, that is Bethel, in the land of Canaan. There he built an altar, and he called the place El Bethel, because it was there that God revealed himself to him when he was fleeing from his brother. Now Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died, and was buried under the oak outside Bethel, so it was named Allon-Bakkah. After Jacob returned from Paddan Aram, God appeared to him again and blessed him. God said to him, "Your name is Jacob, but you will no longer be called Jacob. Your name will be Israel." So he named him Israel. And God said to him, "I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and increase in number. A nation and a community of nations will come from you, and kings will be among your descendants. The land I gave to Abraham and Isaac I also give to you, and I will give this land to your descendants after you." Then God went up from him at the place where he had talked with him. Jacob set up a stone pillar at the place where God had talked with him, and he poured out a drink offering on it. He also poured oil on it. Jacob called the place where God had talked with him Bethel. Then they moved on from Bethel. While they were still some distance from Ephraim, Rachel began to give birth and had great difficulty. And as she was having great difficulty in childbirth, the midwife said to her, "Don't despair, for you have another son." As she breathed her last, for she was dying, she named her son Ben-Oni, but his father named him Benjamin. So Rachel died, and was buried on the way to Ephraim, that is Bethlehem. Over her tomb Jacob set up a pillar, and to this day that pillar marks Rachel's tomb. Israel moved on again, and pitched his tent beyond Migdal Eder. While Israel was living in that region, Reuben went in and slept with his father's concubine Bilhah, and Israel heard of it. Jacob had 12 sons. The sons of Leah: Reuben, the firstborn of Jacob, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel: Joseph and Benjamin. The sons of Rachel's servant Bilhah: Dan and Naphtali. The sons of Leah's servant Zilpah: Gad and Asher. These were the sons of Jacob who were born to him in Paddan Aram. Jacob came home to his father Isaac in Mamre, near Kiriath Arba, that is Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac had stayed. Isaac lived 180 years. Then he breathed his last and died, and was gathered to his people, old and full of years. And his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. Genesis chapter 36. This is the account of the family line of Esau, that is, Edom. Esau took his wives from the women of Canaan: Adah, daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Aholibamah, daughter of Anah and granddaughter of Zibeon the Hivite, and Basemath, daughter of Ishmael and sister of Nebaioth. Adah bore Eliphaz to Esau, Basemath bore Reuel, and Aholibamah bore Jeush, Jalan, and Korah. These were the sons of Esau who were born to him in Canaan. Esau took his wives and sons and daughters and all the members of his household, as well as his livestock and all his other animals and all the goods he had acquired in Canaan, and moved to a land some distance from his brother Jacob. Their possessions were too great for them to remain together. The land where they were staying could not support them both because of their livestock. So Esau, that is Edom, settled in the hill country of Seir. This is the account of the family line of Esau, the father of the Edomites, in the hill country of Seir. These are the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, the son of Esau's wife Adah, and Reuel, the son of Esau's wife Basemath. The sons of Eliphaz: Teman, Omar, Zepho, Gatim, and Kenaz. Esau's son Eliphaz also had a concubine named Timnah, who bore him Amalek. These were grandsons of Esau's wife Adah. The sons of Reuel: Nehath, Zerah, Shammah, and Mitzah. These were grandsons of Esau's wife Basemath. The sons of Esau's wife Aholibamah, daughter of Adah and granddaughter of Zibeon, whom she bore to Esau: Jeush, Jalam, and Korah.
So you want to start a business. You might think you need a team of people and fancy tech skills, but you don't. You just need GoDaddy Aero. I'm Walton Goggins, and as an actor, I'm an expert at looking like I know what I'm doing. GoDaddy Aero uses AI to create everything you need to grow a business. It'll make you a unique logo. It'll create a custom website. It'll write social posts for you and even set you up with a social media calendar. Get started at GoDaddy.com/Aero. That's GoDaddy.com/AIRO.
These were the chiefs among Esau's descendants. The sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn of Esau: chiefs Teman, Omar, Zepho, Kenaz, Korah, Gatim, and Amalek. These were the chiefs descended from Eliphaz in Edom. They were grandsons of Adah. The sons of Esau's son Reuel: chiefs Nehath, Zerah, Shammah, and Mitzah. These were the chiefs descended from Reuel in Edom. They were grandsons of Esau's wife Basemath. The sons of Esau's wife Aholibamah: chiefs Jeush, Jalam, and Korah. These were the chiefs descended from Esau's wife Aholibamah, daughter of Anah. These were the sons of Esau, that is Edom, and these were their chiefs. These were the sons of Seir the Horite, who were living in the region: Lotan, Shobal, Zibeon, Anah, Dishon, Ezer, and Dishan. These sons of Seir in Edom were Horite chiefs. The sons of Lotan: Horai and Homam. Timnah was Lotan's sister. The sons of Shobal: Alvan, Manahath, Ebal, Shapho, and Onam. The sons of Zibeon: Ea and Anah. This is the Anah who discovered the hot springs of the desert while he was grazing the donkeys of his father Zibeon. The children of Anah: Dishon and Aholibamah, daughter of Anah. The sons of Dishon: Hemdan, Eshban, Ithran, and Kiran. The sons of Ezer: Bilhan, Zeva, and Etan. The sons of Dishan: Az and Aram. These were the Horite chiefs: Lotan, Shobal, Zibeon, Anah, Dishon, Ezer, and Dishan. These were the Horite chiefs according to their divisions in the land of Seir. These were the kings who reigned in Edom before any Israelite king reigned. Bela, son of Beor, became king of Edom. His city was named Dinhabah. When Bela died, Jobab, son of Zerah from Bozrah, succeeded him as king. When Jobab died, Husham from the land of the Tammanites succeeded him as king. When Husham died, Hadad, son of Bedad, who defeated Midian in the country of Moab, succeeded him as king. His city was named Avith. When Hadad died, Samlah from Masrekah succeeded him as king. When Samlah died, Shaul from Rehoboth on the river succeeded him as king. When Shaul died, Baal-Hanan, son of Akbor, succeeded him as king. When Baal-Hanan, son of Akbor, died, Hadad succeeded him as king. His city was named Pau, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mezahab. These were the chiefs descended from Esau by name according to their clans and regions. Timnah, Alivah, Jether, Oholibamah, Elah, Pinah, Kizah, Teman, Mibzah, Magdiel, and Iran. These were the chiefs of Edom according to their settlements in the land they occupied. This is the family line of Esau, the father of the Edomites. Genesis chapter 37. Jacob lived in the land where his father had stayed, the land of Canaan. This is the account of Jacob's family line. Joseph, a young man of 17, was tending the flocks with his brothers, the sons of Bilhah and the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives. And he brought their father a bad report about them. Now Israel loved Joseph more than any of his other sons, because he had been born to him in his old age, and he made an ornate robe for him. When his brothers saw that their father loved him more than any of them, they hated him and could not speak a kind word to him. Joseph had a dream, and when he told it to his brothers, they hated him all the more. He said to them, "Listen to this dream I had. We were binding sheaves of corn out in the field when suddenly my sheaf rose and stood upright, while your sheaves gathered round mine and bowed down to it." His brothers said to him, "Do you intend to reign over us? Will you actually rule us?" And they hated him all the more because of his dream and what he had said. Then he had another dream, and he told it to his brothers. "Listen," he said, "I had another dream, and this time the sun and moon and 11 stars were bowing down to me." When he told his father as well as his brothers, his father rebuked him and said, "What is this dream you had? Will your mother and I and your brothers actually come and bow down to the ground before you?" His brothers were jealous of him, but his father kept the matter in mind. Now his brothers had gone to graze their father's flocks near Shechem, and Israel said to Joseph, "As you know, your brothers are grazing the flocks near Shechem. Come, I'm going to send you to them." "Very well," he replied. So he said to him, "Go and see if all is well with your brothers and with the flocks, and bring word back to me." Then he sent him off from the valley of Hebron. When Joseph arrived at Shechem, a man found him wandering around in the fields and asked him, "What are you looking for?" He replied, "I'm looking for my brothers. Can you tell me where they are grazing their flocks?" "They've moved on from here," the man answered. "I heard them say, 'Let's go to Dothan.'" So Joseph went after his brothers and found them near Dothan. But they saw him in the distance, and before he reached them, they plotted to kill him. "Here comes that dreamer," they said to each other. "Come now, let's kill him and throw him into one of these cisterns, and say that a ferocious animal devoured him. Then we'll see what comes of his dreams." When Reuben heard this, he tried to rescue him from their hands. "Let's not take his life," he said. "Don't shed any blood. Throw him into this cistern here in the wilderness, but don't lay a hand on him." Reuben said this to rescue him from them and take him back to his father. So when Joseph came to his brothers, they stripped him of his robe, the ornate robe he was wearing, and they took him and threw him into the cistern. The cistern was empty, there was no water in it. As they sat down to eat their meal, they looked up and saw a caravan of Ishmaelites coming from Gilead. Their camels were loaded with spices, balm and myrrh, and they were on their way to take them down to Egypt. Judah said to his brothers, "What will we gain if we kill our brother and cover up his blood? Come, let's sell him to the Ishmaelites and not lay our hands on him. After all, he is our brother, our own flesh and blood." His brothers agreed. So when the Midianite merchants came by, his brothers pulled Joseph up out of the cistern and sold him for 20 shekels of silver to the Ishmaelites, who took him to Egypt. When Reuben returned to the cistern and saw that Joseph was not there, he tore his clothes. He went back to his brothers and said, "The boy isn't there. Where can I turn now?" Then they got Joseph's robe, slaughtered a goat and dipped the robe in the blood. They took the ornate robe back to their father and said, "We found this. Examine it to see whether it is your son's robe." He recognized it and said, "It is my son's robe. Some ferocious animal has devoured him. Joseph has surely been torn to pieces." Then Jacob tore his clothes, put on sackcloth, and mourned for his son many days. All his sons and daughters came to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. "No," he said, "I will continue to mourn until I join my son in the grave." So his father wept for him. Meanwhile, the Midianites sold Joseph in Egypt to Potiphar, one of Pharaoh's officials, the captain of the guard. Genesis chapter 38. At that time, Judah left his brothers and went down to stay with a man of Adullam named Hira. There Judah met the daughter of a Canaanite man named Shua. He married her and made love to her. She became pregnant and gave birth to a son, who was named She conceived again and gave birth to a son and named him Onan. She gave birth to still another son and named him Shelah. It was at Kisib that she gave birth to him. Judah got a wife for his firstborn, and her name was Tamar. But Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the Lord's sight, so the Lord put him to death. Then Judah said to Onan, "Sleep with your brother's wife, and fulfill your duty to her as a brother-in-law to raise up offspring for your brother." But Onan knew that the child would not be his. So whenever he slept with his brother's wife, he spilled his semen on the ground to avoid providing offspring for his brother. What he did was wicked in the Lord's sight, so the Lord put him to death also. Judah then said to his daughter-in-law Tamar, "Live as a widow in your father's household until my son Shelah grows up." For he thought, he may die too, just like his brothers. So Tamar went to live in her father's household. After a long time, Judah's wife, the daughter of Shua, died. When Judah had recovered from his grief, he went up to Timnah to the men who were shearing his sheep, and his friend Hira the Adullamite went with him. When Tamar was told, "Your father-in-law is on his way to Timnah to shear his sheep," she took off her widow's clothes, covered herself with a veil to disguise herself, and then sat down at the entrance to Enaim, which is on the road to Timnah, for she saw that though Shelah had now grown up, she had not been given to him as his wife. When Judah saw her, he thought she was a prostitute, for she had covered her face. Not realizing that she was his daughter-in-law, he went over to her by the roadside and said, "Come now, let me sleep with you." "And what will you give me to sleep with you?" she asked. "I'll send you a young goat from my flock," he said. "Will you give me something as a pledge until you send it?" she asked. He said, "What pledge should I give you?" "Your seal and its cord and the staff in your hand," she answered. So he gave them to her and slept with her, and she became pregnant by him. After she left, she took off her veil and put on her widow's clothes again. Meanwhile, Judah sent the young goat by his friend the Adullamite in order to get his pledge back from the woman, but he did not find her. He asked the men who lived there, "Where is the shrine prostitute who was beside the road at Enaim?" "There hasn't been any shrine prostitute here," they said. So he went back to Judah and said, "I didn't find her. Besides, the men who lived there said, there hasn't been any shrine prostitute here." Then Judah said, "Let her keep what she has, or we will become a laughing stock. After all, I did send her this young goat, but you didn't find her." About 3 months later, Judah was told, "Your daughter-in-law Tamar is guilty of prostitution, and as a result she is now pregnant. Judah said, "Bring her out, and let her be burned to death." As she was being brought out, she sent a message to her father-in-law. "I am pregnant by the man who owns these," she said. And she added, "See if you recognize whose seal and cord and staff these are." Judah recognized them and said, "She is more righteous than I, since I wouldn't give her to my son Shelah." And he did not sleep with her again. When the time came for her to give birth, there were twin boys in her womb. As she was giving birth, one of them put out his hand. So the midwife took a scarlet thread and tied it on his wrist and said, "This one came out first." But when he drew back his hand, his brother came out, and she said, "So this is how you broke her out." And he was named Perez. Then his brother, who had the scarlet thread on his wrist, came out, and he was named Zillah. Genesis chapter 39. Now Joseph had been taken down to Egypt. Potiphar, an Egyptian who was one of Pharaoh's officials, the captain of the guard, bought him from the Ishmaelites who had taken him there. The Lord was with Joseph, so that he prospered, and he lived in the house of his Egyptian master. When his master saw that the Lord was with him, and that the Lord gave him success in everything he did, Joseph found favor in his eyes and became his attendant. Potiphar put him in charge of his household, and he entrusted to his care everything he owned. From the time he put him in charge of his household and of all that he owned, the Lord blessed the household of the Egyptian because of Joseph. The blessing of the Lord was on everything Potiphar had, both in the house and in the field. So Potiphar left everything he had in Joseph's care. With Joseph in charge, he did not concern himself with anything except the food he ate. Now Joseph was well built and handsome. And after a while, his master's wife took notice of Joseph and said, "Come to bed with me." But he refused. "With me in charge," he told her, "my master does not concern himself with anything in the house. Everything he owns he has entrusted to my care. No one is greater in this house than I am. My master has withheld nothing from me except you, because you are his wife. How then could I do such a wicked thing and sin against God?" And though she spoke to Joseph day after day, he refused to go to bed with her or even be with her. One day, he went into the house to attend to his duties, and none of the household servants was inside. She caught him by his cloak and said, "Come to bed with me." But he left his cloak in her hand and ran out of the house. When she saw that he had left his cloak in her hand and had run out of the house, she called her household servants. "Look," she said to them, "this Hebrew has been brought to us to make sport of us. He came in here to sleep with me, but I screamed. When he heard me scream for help, he left his cloak beside me and ran out of the house." She kept his cloak beside her until his master came home. Then she told him this story. "That Hebrew slave you brought us came to me to make sport of me. But as soon as I screamed for help, he left his cloak beside me and ran out of the house." When his master heard the story his wife told him, saying, "This is how your slave treated me," he burned with anger. Joseph's master took him and put him in prison, the place where the king's prisoners were confined. But while Joseph was there in the prison, the Lord was with him. He showed him kindness and granted him favor in the eyes of the prison warden. So the warden put Joseph in charge of all those held in the prison, and he was made responsible for all that was done there. The warden paid no attention to anything under Joseph's care, because the Lord was with Joseph and gave him success in whatever he did. Genesis chapter 40. Sometime later, the cupbearer and the baker of the king of Egypt offended their master, the king of Egypt. Pharaoh was angry with his two officials, the chief cupbearer and the chief baker, and put them in custody in the house of the captain of the guard, in the same prison where Joseph was confined. The captain of the guard assigned them to Joseph, and he attended them. After they had been in custody for some time, each of the two men, the cupbearer and the baker of the king of Egypt, who were being held in prison, had a dream the same night, and each dream had a meaning of its own. When Joseph came to them the next morning, he saw that they were dejected. So he asked Pharaoh's officials who were in custody with him in his master's house, "Why do you look so sad today?" "We both had dreams," they answered, "but there is no one to interpret them." Then Joseph said to them, "Do not interpretations belong to God? Tell me your dreams." So the chief cupbearer told Joseph his dream. He said to him, "In my dream, I saw a vine in front of me, and on the vine were 3 branches. As soon as it budded, it blossomed, and its clusters ripened into grapes. Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes, squeezed them into Pharaoh's cup, and put the cup in his hand." "This is what it means," Joseph said to him. "The 3 branches are 3 days. Within 3 days, Pharaoh will lift up your head and restore you to your position, and you will put Pharaoh's cup in his hand, just as you used to do when you were his cupbearer. But when all goes well with you, remember me and show me kindness. Mention me to Pharaoh and get me out of this prison. I was forcibly carried off from the land of the Hebrews, and even here I've done nothing to deserve being put in a dungeon." When the chief baker saw that Joseph had given a favorable interpretation, he said to Joseph, "I too had a dream. On my head were 3 baskets of bread. In the top basket were all kinds of baked goods for Pharaoh, but the birds were eating them out of the basket on my head." "This is what it means," Joseph said. "The 3 baskets are 3 days. Within 3 days, Pharaoh will lift off your head and impale your body on a pole, and the birds will eat away your flesh." Now the 3rd day was Pharaoh's birthday, and he gave a feast for all his officials. He lifted up the heads of the chief cupbearer and the chief baker in the presence of his officials. He restored the chief cupbearer to his position, so that he once again put the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But he impaled the chief baker, just as Joseph had said to them in his interpretation. The chief cupbearer, however, did not remember Joseph. He forgot him. Genesis chapter 41. When 2 full years had passed, Pharaoh had a dream. He was standing by the Nile, when out of the river there came up 7 cows, sleek and fat, and they grazed among the reeds. After them 7 other cows, ugly and gaunt, came up out of the Nile and stood beside those on the riverbank. And the cows that were ugly and gaunt ate up the 7 sleek, fat cows. Then Pharaoh woke up. He fell asleep again and had a second dream. 7 ears of corn, healthy and good, were growing on a single stalk. After them 7 other ears of corn sprouted, thin and scorched by the east wind. The thin ears of corn swallowed up the 7 healthy full ears. Then Pharaoh woke up. It had been a dream. In the morning his mind was troubled, so he sent for all the magicians and the wise men of Egypt. Pharaoh told them his dreams, but no one could interpret them for him. Then the chief cupbearer said to Pharaoh, "Today I am reminded of my shortcomings. Pharaoh was once angry with his servants, and he imprisoned me and the chief baker in the house of the captain of the guard. Each of us had a dream the same night, and each dream had a meaning of its own. Now a young Hebrew was there with us, a servant of the captain of the guard. We told him our dreams, and he interpreted them for us, giving each man the interpretation of his dream. And things turned out exactly as he interpreted them to us. I was restored to my position, and the other man was impaled." So Pharaoh sent for Joseph, and he was quickly brought from the dungeon. When he had shaved and changed his clothes, he came before Pharaoh. Pharaoh said to Joseph, I had a dream, and no one can interpret it. But I've heard it said of you that when you hear a dream, you can interpret it. I cannot do it, Joseph replied to Pharaoh, but God will give Pharaoh the answer he desires. Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, In my dream I was standing on the bank of the Nile, and out of the river there came up 7 cows, fat and sleek, and they grazed among the reeds. After them 7 other cows came up, scrawny and very ugly and lean. I have never seen such ugly cows in all the land of Egypt. The lean, ugly cows ate up the 7 fat cows that came up first. But even after they ate them, no one could tell that they had done so. They looked just as ugly as before. Then I woke up. In my dream I saw 7 ears of corn, full and good, growing on a single stalk. After them, 7 other ears sprouted, withered and thin and scorched by the east wind. The thin ears of corn swallowed up the 7 good ears. I told this to the magicians, but none of them could explain it to me. Then Joseph said to Pharaoh, The dreams of Pharaoh are one and the same. God has revealed to Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good ears of corn are 7 years. It is one and the same dream. The 7 lean, ugly cows that came up afterward are 7 years, and so are the 7 worthless ears of corn scorched by the east wind. They are 7 years of famine. It is just as I said to Pharaoh. God has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. 7 years of great abundance are coming throughout the land of Egypt, but 7 years of famine will follow them. Then all the abundance in Egypt will be forgotten, and the famine will ravage the land. The abundance in the land will not be remembered, because the famine that follows it will be so severe. The reason the dream was given to Pharaoh in 2 forms is that the matter has been firmly decided by God, and God will do it soon. And now let Pharaoh look for a discerning and wise man, and put him in charge of the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh appoint commissioners over the land to take 1/5 of the harvest of Egypt during the 7 years of abundance. They should collect all the food of these good years that are coming, and store up the grain under the authority of Pharaoh to be kept in the cities for food. This food should be held in reserve for the country, to be used during the 7 years of famine that will come upon Egypt, so that the country may not be ruined by the famine. The plan seemed good to Pharaoh and to all his officials. So Pharaoh asked them, Can we find anyone like this man, one in whom is the Spirit of God? Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, Since God has made all this known to you, there is no one so discerning and wise as you. You shall be put in charge of my palace, and all my people are to submit to your orders. Only with respect to the throne will I be greater than you. So Pharaoh said to Joseph, I hereby put you in charge of the whole land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh took his signet ring from his finger and put it on Joseph's finger. He dressed him in robes of fine linen and put a gold chain around his neck. He had him ride in a chariot as his second in command, and people shouted before him, Make way! Thus he put him in charge of the whole land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, I am Pharaoh, but without your word, no one will lift hand or foot in all Egypt. Pharaoh gave Joseph the name Zaphenath-Paneah, and gave him Asenath, daughter of Potiphar, priest of On, to be his wife. And Joseph went throughout the land of Egypt. Joseph was 30 years old when he entered the service of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and Joseph went out from Pharaoh's presence and traveled throughout Egypt. During the 7 years of abundance, the land produced plentifully. Joseph collected all the food produced in those 7 years of abundance in Egypt and stored it in the cities. In each city he put the food grown in the fields surrounding it. Joseph stored up huge quantities of grain like the sand of the sea. It was so much that he stopped keeping records because it was beyond measure. Before the years of famine came, 2 sons were born to Joseph by Asenath, daughter of Potiphar, priest of On. Joseph named his firstborn Manasseh and said, "It is because God has made me forget all my trouble and all my father's household." The second son he named Ephraim and said, "It is because God has made me fruitful in the land of my suffering." The 7 years of abundance in Egypt came to an end, and the 7 years of famine began, just as Joseph had said. There was famine in all the other lands, but in the whole land of Egypt there was food. When all Egypt began to feel the famine, the people cried to Pharaoh for food. Then Pharaoh told all the Egyptians, "Go to Joseph and do what he tells you." When the famine had spread over the whole country, Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold grain to the Egyptians, for the famine was severe throughout Egypt, and all the world came to Egypt to buy grain from Joseph, because the famine was severe everywhere. Genesis chapter 42. When Jacob learned that there was grain in Egypt, he said to his sons, "Why do you just keep looking at each other?" He continued, "I have heard that there is grain in Egypt. Go down there and buy some for us, so that we may live and not die." Then 10 of Joseph's brothers went down to buy grain from Egypt. But Jacob did not send Benjamin, Joseph's brother, with the others, because he was afraid that harm might come to him. So Israel's sons were among those who went to buy grain, for there was famine in the land of Canaan also. Now Joseph was the governor of the land, the person who sold grain to all its people. So when Joseph's brothers arrived, they bowed down to him with their faces to the ground. As soon as Joseph saw his brothers, he recognized them, but he pretended to be a stranger and spoke harshly to them. "Where do you come from?" he asked. "From the land of Canaan," they replied, "to buy food." Although Joseph recognized his brothers, they did not recognize him. Then he remembered his dreams about them and said to them, "You are spies. You have come to see where our land is unprotected." "No, my lord," they answered. "Your servants have come to buy food. We are all the sons of one man. Your servants are honest men, not spies." "No," he said to them. "You have come to see where our land is unprotected." But they replied, "Your servants were 12 brothers, the sons of one man who lives in the land of Canaan. The youngest is now with our father, and one is no more." Joseph said to them, "It is just as I told you. You are spies. And this is how you will be tested. As surely as Pharaoh lives, you will not leave this place unless your youngest brother comes here. Send one of your number to get your brother. The rest of you will be kept in prison, so that your words may be tested to see if you are telling the truth. If you are not, then as surely as Pharaoh lives, you are spies." And he put them all in custody for 3 days. On the 3rd day, Joseph said to them, "Do this and you will live, for I fear God. If you are honest men, let one of your brothers stay here in prison, while the rest of you go and take grain back for your starving households. But you must bring your youngest brother to me, so that your words may be verified, and that you may not die." This they proceeded to do. They said to one another, "Surely we are being punished because of our brother. We saw how distressed he was when he pleaded with us for his life, but we would not listen. That's why this distress has come on us." Reuben replied, "Didn't I tell you not to sin against the boy? But you wouldn't listen. Now we must give an accounting for his blood." They did not realize that Joseph could understand them, since he was using an interpreter. He turned away from them and began to weep, but then came back and spoke to them again. He had Simeon taken from them and bound before their eyes. Joseph gave orders to fill their bags with grain, to put each man's silver back in his sack, and to give them provisions for their journey. After this was done for them, they loaded their grain on their donkeys and left. At the place where they stopped for the night, one of them opened his sack to get feed for his donkey, and he saw his silver in the mouth of his sack. "My silver has been returned," he said to his brothers. "Here it is in my sack." Their hearts sank, and they turned to each other trembling and said, "What is this that God has done to us?" When they came to their father Jacob in the land of Canaan, they told him all that had happened to them. They said, "The man who is lord over the land spoke harshly to us and treated us as though we were spying on the land. But we said to him, 'We are honest men, we're not spies. We were 12 brothers, sons of one father. One is no more, and the youngest is now with our father in Canaan.' Then the man who is lord over the land said to us, 'This is how I will know whether you are honest men. Leave one of your brothers here with me and take food for your starving households and go. But bring your youngest brother to me, so I will know that you are not spies, but honest men. Then I will give your brother back to you and you can trade in the land.' As they were emptying their sacks, there in each man's sack was his pouch of silver. When they and their father saw the money pouches, they were frightened. Their father Jacob said to them, 'You have deprived me of my children. Joseph is no more, and Simeon is no more. And now you want to take Benjamin? Everything is against me.' Then Reuben said to his father, 'You may put both of my sons to death if I do not bring him back to you. Entrust him to my care, and I will bring him back.' But Jacob said, 'My son will not go down there with you. His brother is dead, and he is the only one left. If harm comes to him on the journey you are taking, you will bring my grey head down to the grave in sorrow.'" Genesis chapter 43. Now the famine was still severe in the land. So when they had eaten all the grain they had brought from Egypt, their father said to them, "Go back and buy us a little more food." But Judah said to him, "The man warned us solemnly, 'You will not see my face again unless your brother is with you.' If you will send our brother along with us, we will go down and buy food for you. But if you will not send him, we will not go down, because the man said to us, 'You will not see my face again unless your brother is with you.'" Israel asked, "Why did you bring this trouble on me by telling the man you had another brother?" They replied, "The man questioned us closely about ourselves and our family. 'Is your father still living?' he asked us. 'Do you have another brother?' We simply answered his questions. How were we to know he would say, 'Bring your brother down here'?" Then Judah said to Israel his father, "Send the boy along with me, and we will go at once, so that we and you and our children may live and not die. I myself will guarantee his safety. You can hold me personally responsible for him. If I do not bring him back to you and set him here before you, I will bear the blame before you all my life. As it is, if we had not delayed, we could have gone and returned twice." Then their father Israel said to them, "If it must be, then do this. Put some of the best products of the land in your bags and take them down to the man as a gift. A little balm and a little honey, some spices and myrrh, some pistachio nuts and almonds. Take double the amount of silver with you, for you must return the silver that was put back into the mouths of your sacks. Perhaps it was a mistake. Take your brother also, and go back to the man at once. And may God Almighty grant you mercy before the man, so that he will let your other brother Benjamin come back with you. As for me, if I am bereaved, I am bereaved." So the men took the gifts and doubled the amount of silver, and Benjamin also. They hurried down to Egypt and presented themselves to Joseph. When Joseph saw Benjamin with them, He said to the steward of his house, "Take these men to my house, slaughter an animal and prepare a meal. They are to eat with me at noon." The man did as Joseph told him and took the men to Joseph's house. Now the men were frightened when they were taken to his house. They thought, "We were brought here because of the silver that was put back into our sacks the first time. He wants to attack us and overpower us and seize us as slaves and take our donkeys." So they went up to Joseph's steward and spoke to him at the entrance to the house. "We beg your pardon, our lord," they said. "We came down here the first time to buy food, but at the place where we stopped for the night we opened our sacks and each of us found his silver, the exact weight in the mouth of his sack. So we have brought it back with us. We have also brought additional silver with us to buy food. We don't know who put our silver in our sacks." "It's all right," he said. "Don't be afraid. Your God, the God of your father, has given you treasure in your sacks. I received your silver." Then he brought Simeon out to them. The steward took the men into Joseph's house, gave them water to wash their feet, and provided fodder for their donkeys. They prepared their gifts for Joseph's arrival at noon, because they had heard that they were to eat there. When Joseph came home, they presented to him the gifts they had brought into the house, and they bowed down before him to the ground. He asked them how they were, and then he said, "How is your aged father you told me about? Is he still living?" They replied, "Your servant our father is still alive and well," and they bowed down, prostrating themselves before him. As he looked about and saw his brother Benjamin, his own mother's son, he asked, "Is this your youngest brother, the one you told me about?" And he said, "God be gracious to you, my son." Deeply moved at the sight of his brother, Joseph hurried out and looked for a place to weep. He went into his private room and wept there. After he had washed his face, he came out and, controlling himself, said, "Serve the food." They served him by himself, the brothers by themselves, and the Egyptians who ate with him by themselves, because Egyptians could not eat with Hebrews, for that is detestable to Egyptians. The men had been seated before him in the order of their ages, from the firstborn to the youngest, and they looked at each other in astonishment. When portions were served to them from Joseph's table, Benjamin's portion was 5 times as much as anyone else's. So they feasted and drank freely with him. Genesis chapter 44. Now Joseph gave these instructions to the steward of his house. Fill the men's sacks with as much food as they can carry, and put each man's silver in the mouth of his sack. Then put my cup, the silver one, in the mouth of the youngest one's sack, along with the silver for his grain. And he did as Joseph said. As morning dawned, the men were sent on their way with their donkeys. They had not gone far from the city when Joseph said to his steward, "Go after those men at once, and when you catch up with them, say to them, 'Why have you repaid good with evil? Isn't this the cup my master drinks from, and also uses for divination? This is a wicked thing you have done.'" When he caught up with them, he repeated these words to them. But they said to him, "Why does my lord say such things? Far be it from your servants to do anything like that. We even brought back to you from the land of Canaan the silver we found inside the mouths of our sacks. So why would we steal silver or gold from your master's house? If any of your servants is found to have it, he will die, and the rest of us will become my lord's slaves." "Very well then," he said, "let it be as you say. Whoever is found to have it will become my slave. The rest of you will be free from blame." Each of them quickly lowered his sack to the ground and opened it. Then the steward proceeded to search, beginning with the oldest and ending with the youngest. And the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. At this they tore their clothes. Then they all loaded their donkeys and returned to the city. Joseph was still in the house when Judah and his brothers came in, and they threw themselves to the ground before him. Joseph said to them, "What is this you have done? Don't you know that a man like me can find things out by divination?" "What can we say to my lord?" Judah replied. "What can we say? How can we prove our innocence? God has uncovered your servant's guilt. We are now my lord's slaves. We ourselves and the one who was found to have the cup." But Joseph said, "Far be it from me to do such a thing. Only the man who was found to have the cup will become my slave. The rest of you, go back to your father in peace." Then Judah went up to him and said, "Pardon your servant, my lord. Let me speak a word to my lord. Do not be angry with your servant, though you are equal to Pharaoh himself. My lord asked his servants, 'Do you have a father or a brother?' And we answered, 'We have an aged father, and there is a young son born to him in his old age. His brother is dead, and he is the only one of his mother's sons left, and his father loves him.' Then you said to your servants, 'Bring him down to me so I can see him for myself.' And we said to my lord, 'The boy cannot leave his father. If he leaves him, his father will die.' But you told your servants, 'Unless your youngest brother comes down with you, you will not see my face again.' When we went back to your servant, my father, we told him what my lord had said. Then our father said, 'Go back and buy a little more food.' But we said, 'We cannot go down. Only if our youngest brother is with us will we go. We cannot see the man's face unless our youngest brother is with us.' Your servant, my father, said to us, 'You know that my wife bore me 2 sons. One of them went away from me, and I said, he has surely been torn to pieces, and I have not seen him since. If you take this one from me too, and harm comes to him, you will bring my grey head down to the grave in misery. So now, if the boy is not with us, when I go back to your servant, my father, and if my father, whose life is closely bound up with the boy's life, sees that the boy isn't there, he will die. Your servants will bring the grey head of our father down to the grave in sorrow. Your servant guaranteed the boy's safety to my father. I said, if I do not bring him back to you, I will bear the blame before you, my father, all my life. Now then, please let your servant remain here as my lord's slave, in place of the boy, and let the boy return with his brothers. How can I go back to my father if the boy is not with me? No, do not let me see the misery that would come on my father." Genesis chapter 45. Then Joseph could no longer control himself before all his attendants, and he cried out, "Make everyone leave my presence." So there was no one with Joseph when he made himself known to his brothers. And he wept so loudly that the Egyptians heard him, and Pharaoh's household heard about it. Joseph said to his brothers, "I am Joseph. Is my father still living?" But his brothers were not able to answer him, because they were terrified at his presence. Then Joseph said to his brothers, "Come close to me." When they had done so, he said, "I am your brother Joseph, the one you sold into Egypt. And now do not be distressed, and do not be angry with yourselves for selling me here, because it was to save lives that God sent me ahead of you. For 2 years now there has been famine in the land, and for the next 5 years there will be no plowing and reaping. But God sent me ahead of you, to preserve for you a remnant on earth, and to save your lives by a great deliverance. So then it was not you who sent me here, but God. He made me father to Pharaoh, lord of his entire household, and ruler of all Egypt. Now hurry back to my father, and say to him, 'This is what your son Joseph says. God has made me lord of all Egypt. Come down to me, don't delay. You shall live in the region of Goshen and be near me, you, your children and grandchildren, your flocks and herds and all you have. I will provide for you there, because 5 years of famine are still to come. Otherwise, you and your household and all who belong to you will become destitute. You can see for yourselves, and so can my brother Benjamin, that it is really I who am speaking to you. Tell my father about all the honor accorded me in Egypt, and about everything you have seen, and bring my father down here quickly. Then he threw his arms around his brother Benjamin and wept, and Benjamin embraced him, weeping, and he kissed all his brothers and wept over them. Afterwards his brothers talked with him. When the news reached Pharaoh's palace that Joseph's brothers had come, Pharaoh and all his officials were pleased. Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Tell your brothers, do this. Load your animals and return to the land of Canaan, and bring your father and your families back to me. I will give you the best of the land of Egypt, and you can enjoy the fat of the land." You are also instructed to tell them, "Do this. Take some carts from Egypt for your children and your wives, and get your father and come. Never mind about your belongings, because the best of all Egypt will be yours." So the sons of Israel did this. Joseph gave them carts, as Pharaoh had commanded, and he also gave them provisions for their journey. To each of them he gave new clothing, but to Benjamin he gave 300 shekels of silver and 5 sets of clothes. And this is what he sent to his father: 10 donkeys loaded with the best things of Egypt, and 10 female donkeys loaded with grain and bread and other provisions for his journey. Then he sent his brothers away, and as they were leaving he said to them, "Don't quarrel on the way." So they went up out of Egypt and came to their father Jacob in the land of Canaan. They told him, "Joseph is still alive. In fact, he is ruler of all Egypt." Jacob was stunned. He did not believe them. But when they told him everything Joseph had said to them, and when he saw the carts Joseph had sent to carry him back, the spirit of their father Jacob revived. And Israel said, "I'm convinced my son Joseph is still alive. I will go and see him before I die." Genesis chapter 46. So Israel set out with all that was his, and when he reached Beersheba, he offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. And God spoke to Israel in a vision at night and said, "Jacob, Jacob." "Here I am," he replied. "I am God, the God of your father," he said. "Do not be afraid to go down to Egypt, for I will make you into a great nation there. I will go down to Egypt with you, and I will surely bring you back again, and Joseph's own hand will close your eyes." Then Jacob left Beersheba, and Israel's sons took their father Jacob and their children and their wives in the carts that Pharaoh had sent to transport him. So Jacob and all his offspring went to Egypt, taking with them their livestock and the possessions they had acquired in Canaan. Jacob brought with him to Egypt his sons and grandsons and his daughters and granddaughters, all his offspring. These are the names of the sons of Israel, Jacob and his descendants who went to Egypt. Reuben, the firstborn of Jacob. The sons of Reuben: Hanok, Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. The sons of Simeon: Jemuel, Jamin, Ohad, Jachin, Zohar, and Sheu, the son of a Canaanite woman. The sons of Levi: Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. The sons of Judah: Onan, Shelah, Perez, and Zerah. But and Onan died in the land of Canaan. The sons of Perez: Hezron and Hamel. The sons of Issachar: Tola, Pua, Jeshub, and Shimron. The sons of Zebulun, Sered, Elon, and Jahilel. These were the sons Leah bore to Jacob in Paddan Aram, besides his daughter Dinah. These sons and daughters of his were 33 in all. The sons of Gad, Zephon, Haggai, Shunai, Ezbon, Eri, Erodai, and Arilai. The sons of Asher, Imnah, Ishva, Ishbi, and Beriah. Their sister was Sirah. The sons of Beriah, Heber and Malkiel. These were the children born to Jacob by Zilpah, whom Laban had given to his daughter Leah, 16 in all. The sons of Jacob's wife Rachel, Joseph and Benjamin. In Egypt, Manasseh and Ephraim were born to Joseph by Asenath, daughter of Potiphar, priest of On. The sons of Benjamin, Bela, Becher, Ashbel, Jira, Naaman, Ehi, Rosh, Muppim, Huppim, and Ard. These were the sons of Rachel who were born to Jacob, 14 in all. The son of Dan, Hushim. The sons of Naphtali, Jaziel, Gunai, Jezer, and Shillem. These were the sons born to Jacob by Bilhah, whom Laban had given to his daughter Rachel, 7 in all. All those who went to Egypt with Jacob, those who were his direct descendants, not counting his sons' wives, numbered 66 persons. With the 2 sons who had been born to Joseph in Egypt, the members of Jacob's family, which went to Egypt, were 70 in all. Now Jacob sent Judah ahead of him to Joseph to get directions to Goshen. When they arrived in the region of Goshen, Joseph had his chariot made ready and went to Goshen to meet his father Israel. As soon as Joseph appeared before him, he threw his arms around his father and wept for a long time. Israel said to Joseph, "Now I am ready to die, since I have seen for myself that you are still alive." Then Joseph said to his brothers and to his father's household, "I will go up and speak to Pharaoh, and will say to him, 'My brothers and my father's household who are living in the land of Canaan have come to me. The men are shepherds, they tend livestock, and they have brought along their flocks and herds and everything they own. When Pharaoh calls you in and asks, 'What is your occupation?' you should answer, 'Your servants have tended livestock from our boyhood on, just as our fathers did.' Then you will be allowed to settle in the region of Goshen, for all shepherds are detestable to the Egyptians." Genesis chapter 47. Joseph went and told Pharaoh, "My father and brothers with their flocks and herds and everything they own have come from the land of Canaan and are now in Goshen." He chose 5 of his brothers and presented them before Pharaoh. Pharaoh asked the brothers, "What is your occupation?" "Your servants are shepherds," they replied to Pharaoh, "just as our fathers were." They also said to him, "We have come to live here for a while because the famine is severe in Canaan, and your servants' flocks have no pasture. So now please let your servants settle in Goshen." Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Your father and your brothers have come to you, and the land of Egypt is before you. Settle your father and your brothers in the best part of the land. Let them live in Goshen. And if you know of any among them with special ability, put them in charge of my own livestock." Then Joseph brought his father Jacob in and presented him before Pharaoh. After Jacob blessed Pharaoh, Pharaoh asked him, "How old are you?" And Jacob said to Pharaoh, "The years of my pilgrimage are 130. My years have been few and difficult, and they do not equal the years of the pilgrimage of my fathers." Then Jacob blessed Pharaoh and went out from his presence. So Joseph settled his father and his brothers in Egypt and gave them property in the best part of the land, the district of Ramses, as Pharaoh directed. Joseph also provided his father and his brothers and all his father's household with food according to the number of their children. There was no food, however, in the whole region because the famine was severe. Both Egypt and Canaan wasted away because of the famine. Joseph collected all the money that was to be found in Egypt and Canaan in payment for the grain that they were buying, and he brought it to Pharaoh's palace. When the money of the people of Egypt and Canaan was gone, all Egypt came to Joseph and said, "Give us food. Why should we die before your eyes? Our money is all gone." "Then bring your livestock," said Joseph. "I will sell you food in exchange for your livestock, since your money is gone." So they brought their livestock to Joseph, and he gave them food in exchange for their horses, their sheep and goats, their cattle and donkeys. And he brought them through that year with food in exchange for all their livestock. When that year was over, they came to him the following year and said, "We cannot hide from our Lord the fact that since our money is gone and our livestock belongs to you, there is nothing left for our Lord except our bodies and our land. Why should we perish before your eyes, we and our land as well? Buy us and our land in exchange for food, and we with our land will be in bondage to Pharaoh. Give us seed so that we may live and not die, and that the land may not become desolate." So Joseph bought all the land in Egypt for Pharaoh. The Egyptians, one and all, sold their fields because the famine was too severe for them. The land became Pharaoh's, and Joseph reduced the people to servitude from one end of Egypt to the other. However, he did not buy the land of the priests, because they received a fixed allowance from Pharaoh, and had food enough from the allowance Pharaoh gave them. That is why they did not sell their land. Joseph said to the people, "Now that I have bought you and your land today for Pharaoh, here is seed for you so you can plant the ground. But when the crop comes in, give 1/5 of it to Pharaoh. The other 4/5 you may keep as seed for the fields and as food for yourselves and your households and your children." "You have saved our lives," they said. "May we find favor in the eyes of our Lord. We will be in bondage to Pharaoh." So Joseph established it as a law concerning land in Egypt, still in force today, that 1/5 of the produce belongs to Pharaoh. It was only the land of the priests that did not become Pharaoh's. Now the Israelites settled in Egypt in the region of Goshen. They acquired property there, and were fruitful and increased greatly in number. Jacob lived in Egypt 17 years, and the years of his life were 147. When the time drew near for Israel to die, he called for his son Joseph and said to him, "If I have found favor in your eyes, put your hand under my thigh, and promise that you will show me kindness and faithfulness. Do not bury me in Egypt, but when I rest with my fathers, carry me out of Egypt and bury me where they are buried." "I will do as you say," he said. "Swear to me," he said. Then Joseph swore to him, and Israel worshipped as he leaned on the top of his staff. Genesis chapter 48. Sometime later Joseph was told, "Your father is ill." So he took his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, along with him. When Jacob was told, "Your son Joseph has come to you," Israel rallied his strength and sat up on the bed. Jacob said to Joseph, "God Almighty appeared to me at Luz, in the land of Canaan, and there he blessed me and said to me, 'I am going to make you fruitful and increase your numbers. I will make you a community of peoples, and I will give this land as an everlasting possession to your descendants after you.' Now then, your 2 sons born to you in Egypt before I came to you here will be reckoned as mine. Ephraim and Manasseh will be mine, just as Reuben and Simeon are mine. Any children born to you after them will be yours. In the territory they inherit, they will be reckoned under the names of their brothers. As I was returning from Padan, To my sorrow, Rachel died in the land of Canaan while we were still on the way, a little distance from Ephrath. So I buried her there beside the road to Ephrath, that is Bethlehem. When Israel saw the sons of Joseph, he asked, "Who are these?" "They are the sons God has given me here," Joseph said to his father. Then Israel said, "Bring them to me so I may bless them." Now Israel's eyes were failing because of old age, and he could hardly see. So Joseph brought his sons close to him, and his father kissed them and embraced them. Israel said to Joseph, "I never expected to see your face again, and now God has allowed me to see your children too." Then Joseph removed them from Israel's knees and bowed down with his face to the ground. And Joseph took both of them, Ephraim on his right towards Israel's left hand, and Manasseh on his left towards Israel's right hand, and brought them close to him. But Israel reached out his right hand and put it on Ephraim's head, though he was the younger, and crossing his arms, he put his left hand on Manasseh's head, even though Manasseh was the firstborn. Then he blessed Joseph and said, "May the God before whom my fathers, Abraham and Isaac, walked faithfully, the God who has been my shepherd all my life to this day, the angel who has delivered me from all harm, may he bless these boys. May they be called by my name and the names of my fathers, Abraham and Isaac, and may they increase greatly on the earth." When Joseph saw his father placing his right hand on Ephraim's head, he was displeased. So he took hold of his father's hand to move it from Ephraim's head to Manasseh's head. Joseph said to him, "No, my father, this one is the firstborn. Put your right hand on his head." But his father refused and said, "I know, my son, I know. He too will become a people, and he too will become great. Nevertheless, his younger brother will be greater than he, and his descendants will become a group of nations." He blessed them that day and said, "In your name will Israel pronounce this blessing. May God make you like Ephraim and Manasseh." So he put Ephraim ahead of Manasseh. Then Israel said to Joseph, "I am about to die, but God will be with you and take you back to the land of your fathers. And to you I give one more ridge of land than to your brothers, the ridge I took from the Amorites with my sword and my bow." Genesis chapter 49. Then Jacob called for his sons and said, "Gather round so I can tell you what will happen to you in days to come. Assemble and listen, sons of Jacob. Listen to your father Israel. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might, the first sign of my strength, excelling in honor, excelling in power. Turbulent as the waters, you will no longer excel. For you went up onto your father's bed, onto my couch, and defiled it. Simeon and Levi are brothers. Their swords are weapons of violence. Let me not enter their council, let me not join their assembly, for they have killed men in their anger, and hamstrung oxen as they pleased. Cursed be their anger so fierce, and their fury so cruel. I will scatter them in Jacob and disperse them in Israel. Judah, your brothers will praise you. Your hand will be on the neck of your enemies. Your father's sons will bow down to you. You are a lion's cub, Judah. You return from the prey, my son. Like a lion he crouches and lies down like a lioness. Who dares to rouse him? The scepter will not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet, until he to whom it belongs shall come, and the obedience of the nations shall be his. He will tether his donkey to a vine, his colt to the choicest branch. He will wash his garments in wine, his robes in the blood of grapes. His eyes will be darker than wine, his teeth whiter than milk. Zebulun will live by the seashore and become a haven for ships. His border will extend toward Sidon. Issachar is a scrawny donkey lying down among the sheepfolds. When he sees how good is his resting place and how pleasant is his land, he will bend his shoulder to the burden and submit to forced labor. Dan will provide justice for his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Dan will be a snake by the roadside, a viper along the path that bites the horse's heels, so that its rider tumbles backward. I look for your deliverance, Lord. Gad will be attacked by a band of raiders, but he will attack them at their heels. Asher's food will be rich, he will provide delicacies fit for a king. Naphtali is a doe set free that bears beautiful fawns. Joseph is a fruitful vine near a spring, whose branches climb over a wall. With bitterness archers attacked him, they shot at him with hostility. But his bow remained steady, his strong arm stayed supple, because of the hand of the mighty one of Jacob, because of the shepherd, the rock of Israel, because of your father's God who helps you, because of the Almighty who blesses you with blessings of the skies above, blessings of the deep springs below, blessings of the breast and womb. Your father's blessings are greater than the blessings of the ancient mountains, than the bounty of the age-old hills. Let all these rest on the head of Joseph, on the brow of the prince among his brothers. Benjamin is a ravenous wolf. In the morning he devours the prey. In the evening he divides the plunder. All these are the 12 tribes of Israel, and this is what their father said to them when he blessed them, giving each the blessing appropriate to him. Then he gave them these instructions. I am about to be gathered to my people. Bury me with my fathers in the cave in the field of Ephron the Hittite, the cave in the field of Machpelah, near Mamre in Canaan, which Abraham bought along with the field as a burial place from Ephron the Hittite. There Abraham and his wife Sarah were buried. There Isaac and his wife Rebekah were buried. And there I buried Leah. The field and the cave in it were bought from the Hittites. When Jacob had finished giving instructions to his sons, he drew his feet up into the bed, breathed his last, and was gathered to his people. Genesis chapter 50. Joseph threw himself on his father and wept over him and kissed him. Then Joseph directed the physicians in his service to embalm his father Israel. So the physicians embalmed him, taking a full 40 days, for that was the time required for embalming, and the Egyptians mourned for him 70 days. When the days of mourning had passed, Joseph said to Pharaoh's court, If I have found favor in your eyes, speak to Pharaoh for me. Tell him, my father made me swear an oath and said, I am about to die. Bury me in the tomb I dug for myself in the land of Canaan. Now let me go up and bury my father. Then I will return. Pharaoh said, Go up and bury your father, as he made you swear to do. So Joseph went up to bury his father. All Pharaoh's officials accompanied him, the dignitaries of his court and all the dignitaries of Egypt, besides all members of Joseph's household and his brothers and those belonging to his father's household. Only their children and their flocks and herds were left in Goshen. Chariots and horsemen also went up with him. It was a very large company. When they reached the threshing floor of Atad near the Jordan, they lamented loudly and bitterly, and there Joseph observed a 7-day period of mourning for his father. When the Canaanites who lived there saw the mourning at the threshing floor of Atad, they said, "The Egyptians are holding a solemn ceremony of mourning." That is why that place near the Jordan is called Abel Mizraim. So Jacob's sons did as he had commanded them. They carried him to the land of Canaan and buried him in the cave at the field of Machpelah near Mamre, which Abraham had bought along with the field as a burial place from Ephron the Hittite. After burying his father, Joseph returned to Egypt, together with his brothers and all the others who had gone with him to bury his father. When Joseph's brothers saw that their father was dead, they said, "What if Joseph holds a grudge against us and pays us back for all the wrongs we did to him?" So they sent word to Joseph, saying, "Your father left these instructions before he died. This is what you are to say to Joseph. I ask you to forgive your brothers the sins and the wrongs they committed in treating you so badly. Now please forgive the sins of the servants of the God of your father." When their message came to him, Joseph wept. His brothers then came and threw themselves down before him. "We are your slaves," they said. But Joseph said to them, "Don't be afraid. Am I in the place of God? You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good, to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. So then don't be afraid. I will provide for you and your children." And he reassured them and spoke kindly to them. Joseph stayed in Egypt, along with all his father's family. He lived 110 years and saw the 3rd generation of Ephraim's children. Also the children of Machir, son of Manasseh, were placed at birth on Joseph's knees. Then Joseph said to his brothers, "I am about to die, but God will surely come to your aid and take you up out of this land, to the land he promised on oath to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob." And Joseph made the Israelites swear an oath and said, "God will surely come to your aid, and then you must carry my bones up from this place." So Joseph died at the age of 110, and after they embalmed him, he was placed in a coffin in Egypt. Now the people complained about their hardships in the hearing of the Lord. And when he heard them, his anger was aroused. Then fire from the Lord burned among them and consumed some of the outskirts of the camp. When the people cried out to Moses, he prayed to the Lord, and the fire died down. So that place was called Taberah, because fire from the Lord had burned among them. The rabble with them began to crave other food. And again the Israelites started wailing and said, "If only we had meat to eat. We remember the fish we ate in Egypt at no cost, also the cucumbers, melons, leeks, onions, and garlic. But now we have lost our appetite. We never see anything but this manna." The manna was like coriander seed and looked like resin. The people went around gathering it and then ground it in a hand mill or crushed it in a mortar. They cooked it in a pot or made it into loaves, and it tasted like something made with olive oil. When the dew settled on the camp at night, the manna also came down. Moses heard the people of every family wailing at the entrance to their tents. The Lord became exceedingly angry, and Moses was troubled. He asked the Lord, Why have you brought this trouble on your servant? What have I done to displease you, that you put the burden of all these people on me? Did I conceive all these people? Did I give them birth? Why do you tell me to carry them in my arms as a nurse carries an infant to the land you promised on oath to their ancestors? Where can I get meat for all these people? They keep wailing to me, give us meat to eat. I cannot carry all these people by myself. The burden is too heavy for me. If this is how you are going to treat me, please go ahead and kill me right now, if I have found favor in your eyes. And do not let me face my own ruin. The Lord said to Moses, Bring me 70 of Israel's elders who are known to you as leaders and officials among the people. Make them come to the tent of meeting, that they may stand there with you. I will come down and speak with you there, and I will take some of the power of the Spirit that is on you, and put it on them. They will share the burden of the people with you, so that you will not have to carry it alone. Tell the people, consecrate yourselves in preparation for tomorrow, when you will eat meat. The Lord heard you when you wailed. If only we had meat to eat. We were better off in Egypt. Now the Lord will give you meat, and you will eat it. You will not eat it for just 1 day, or 2 days, or 5, 10, or 20 days, but for a whole month, until it comes out of your nostrils and you loathe it, because you have rejected the Lord who is among you, and have wailed before him, saying, Why did we ever leave Egypt? But Moses said, Here I am among 600,000 men on foot, and you say, I will give them meat to eat for a whole month? Would they have enough if flocks and herds were slaughtered for them? Would they have enough if all the fish in the sea were caught for them? The Lord answered Moses, Is the Lord's arm too short? Now you will see whether or not what I say will come true for you. So Moses went out and told the people what the Lord had said. He brought together 70 of their elders and made them stand round the tent. Then the Lord came down in the cloud and spoke with him, and he took some of the power of the Spirit that was on him, and put it on the 70 elders. When the Spirit rested on them, they prophesied, but did not do so again. However, 2 men, whose names were Eldad and Medad, had remained in the camp. They were listed among the elders, but did not go out to the tent. Yet the Spirit also rested on them, and they prophesied in the camp. A young man ran and told Moses, Eldad and Medad are prophesying in the camp. Joshua, son of Nun, who had been Moses' assistant since youth, spoke up and said, Moses, my lord, stop them. But Moses replied, Are you jealous for my sake? I wish that all the Lord's people were prophets, and that the Lord would put his Spirit on them. Then Moses and the elders of Israel returned to the camp. Now a wind went out from the Lord and drove quail in from the sea. It scattered them up to 2 cubits deep all round the camp, as far as a day's walk in any direction. All that day and night and all the next day the people went out and gathered quail. No one gathered less than 10 homers. Then they spread them out all around the camp. But while the meat was still between their teeth and before it could be consumed, the anger of the Lord burned against the people, and he struck them with a severe plague. Therefore the place was named Kibroth Hattaavah, because there they buried the people who had craved other food. From Kibroth Hattaavah the people traveled to Hazeroth and stayed there. Numbers chapter 12. Miriam and Aaron began to talk against Moses because of his Cushite wife, for he had married a Cushite. Has the Lord spoken only through Moses? They asked. Hasn't he also spoken through us? And the Lord heard this. Now Moses was a very humble man, more humble than anyone else on the face of the earth. At once the Lord said to Moses, Aaron, and Miriam, "Come out to the tent of meeting, all three of you." So the three of them went out. Then the Lord came down in a pillar of cloud. He stood at the entrance to the tent and summoned Aaron and Miriam. When the two of them stepped forward, he said, "Listen to my words. When there is a prophet among you, I, the Lord, reveal myself to them in visions. I speak to them in dreams. But this is not true of my servant Moses. He is faithful in all my house. With him I speak face to face, clearly, and not in riddles. He sees the form of the Lord. Why then were you not afraid to speak against my servant Moses?" The anger of the Lord burned against them, and he left them. When the cloud lifted from above the tent, Miriam's skin was leprous. It became as white as snow. Aaron turned towards her and saw that she had a defiling skin disease, and he said to Moses, "Please, my lord, I ask you not to hold against us the sin we have so foolishly committed. Do not let her be like a stillborn infant coming from its mother's womb, with its flesh half eaten away." So Moses cried out to the Lord, "Please, God, heal her." The Lord replied to Moses, "If her father had spat in her face, would she not have been in disgrace for 7 days? Confine her outside the camp for 7 days. After that, she can be brought back." So Miriam was confined outside the camp for 7 days, and the people did not move on till she was brought back. After that, the people left Hazeroth and camped in the desert of Paran. Numbers chapter 13. The Lord said to Moses, "Send some men to explore the land of Canaan, which I am giving to the Israelites. From each ancestral tribe send one of its leaders." So at the Lord's command, Moses sent them out from the desert of Paran. All of them were leaders of the Israelites. These are their names. From the tribe of Reuben, Shammua, son of Zakkar. From the tribe of Simeon, Shaphat, son of Hori. From the tribe of Judah, Caleb, son of Jephunneh. From the tribe of Issachar, Igal, son of Joseph. From the tribe of Ephraim, Hoshea, son of Nun. From the tribe of Benjamin, Paltai, son of Raphu. From the tribe of Zebulun, Gadiel, son of Sodai. From the tribe of Manasseh, a tribe of Joseph, Gadai, son of Suzai. From the tribe of Dan, Amiel, son of Gemalli. From the tribe of Asher, Sethur, son of Michael. From the tribe of Naphtali, Nabai, son of Vosai. From the tribe of Gad, Gurel, son of Machi. These are the names of the men Moses sent to explore the land. Moses gave Hoshea, son of Nun, the name Joshua. When Moses sent them to explore Canaan, he said, "Go up through the Negev and on into the hill country. See what the land is like and whether the people who live there are strong or weak, few or many. What kind of land do they live in? Is it good or bad? What kind of towns do they live in? Are they unwalled or fortified? How is the soil? Is it fertile or poor? Are there trees in it or not? Do your best to bring back some of the fruit of the land." It was the season for the first ripe grapes. So they went up and explored the land from the desert of Zin as far as Rehob, towards Lebo Hamath. They went up through the Negev and came to Hebron, where Ahiman, Sheshai, and Talmai, the descendants of Anak, lived. Hebron had been built 7 years before Zoan in Egypt. When they reached the valley of Eshcol, they cut off a branch bearing a single cluster of grapes. 2 of them carried it on a pole between them, along with some pomegranates and figs. That place was called the Valley of Eshcol, because of the cluster of grapes the Israelites cut off there. At the end of 40 days they returned from exploring the land. They came back to Moses and Aaron and the whole Israelite community at Kadesh in the desert of Paran. There they reported to them and to the whole assembly and showed them the fruit of the land. They gave Moses this account: "We went into the land to which you sent us, and it does flow with milk and honey. Here is its fruit. But the people who live there are powerful, and the cities are fortified and very large. We even saw descendants of Anak there. The Amalekites live in the Negev. The Hittites, Jebusites, and Amorites live in the hill country, and the Canaanites live near the sea and along the Jordan." Then Caleb silenced the people before Moses and said, "We should go up and take possession of the land, for we can certainly do it." But the men who had gone up with him said, "We can't attack those people. They are stronger than we are." And they spread among the Israelites a bad report about the land they had explored. They said, "The land we explored devours those living in it. All the people we saw there are of great size. We saw the Nephilim there. The descendants of Anak come from the Nephilim. We seemed like grasshoppers in our own eyes, and we looked the same to them." Numbers chapter 14. That night, all the members of the community raised their voices and wept aloud. All the Israelites grumbled against Moses and Aaron, and the whole assembly said to them, "If only we had died in Egypt or in this wilderness. Why is the Lord bringing us to this land only to let us fall by the sword? Our wives and children would be taken as plunder. Wouldn't it be better for us to go back to Egypt?" And they said to each other, "We should choose a leader and go back to Egypt." Then Moses and Aaron fell face down in front of the whole Israelite assembly gathered there. Joshua, son of Nun, and Caleb, son of Jephunneh, who were among those who had explored the land, tore their clothes and said to the entire Israelite assembly, "The land we passed through and explored is exceedingly good. If the Lord is pleased with us, he will lead us into that land, a land flowing with milk and honey, and will give it to us. Only do not rebel against the Lord. And do not be afraid of the people of the land, because we will devour them. Their protection is gone, but the Lord is with us. Do not be afraid of them." But the whole assembly talked about stoning them. Then the glory of the Lord appeared at the tent of meeting to all the Israelites. The Lord said to Moses, "How long will these people treat me with contempt? How long will they refuse to believe in me, in spite of all the signs I have performed among them? I will strike them down with a plague and destroy them. But I will make you into a nation greater and stronger than they."
No.
Moses said to the Lord, "Then the Egyptians will hear about it. By your power, you brought these people up from among them, and they will tell the inhabitants of this land about it. They have already heard that you, Lord, are with these people, and that you, Lord, have been seen face to face, that your cloud stays over them, and that you go before them in a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. If you put all these people to death, leaving none alive, the nations who have heard this report about you will say, 'The Lord was not able to bring these people into the land he promised them on oath, so he slaughtered them in the wilderness.' Now may the Lord's strength be displayed, just as you have declared. The Lord is slow to anger, abounding in love, and forgiving sin and rebellion. Yet he does not leave the guilty unpunished. He punishes the children for the sin of the parents to the third and fourth generation. In accordance with your great love, forgive the sin of these people, just as you have pardoned them from the time they left Egypt until now." The Lord replied, "I have forgiven them as you asked. Nevertheless, as surely as I live, and as surely as the glory of the Lord fills the whole earth, not one of those who saw my glory and the signs I performed in Egypt and in the wilderness, but who disobeyed me and tested me 10 times, not one of them will ever see the land I promised on oath to their ancestors. No one who has treated me with contempt will ever see it. But because my servant Caleb has a different spirit and follows me wholeheartedly, I will bring him into the land he went to, and his descendants will inherit it. Since the Amalekites and the Canaanites are living in the valleys, turn back tomorrow and set out towards the desert, along the route to the Red Sea. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "How long will this wicked community grumble against me? I have heard the complaints of these grumbling Israelites, so tell them, as surely as I live, declares the Lord, I will do to you the very thing I heard you say. In this wilderness your bodies will fall, every one of you 20 years old or more, who was counted in the census and who has grumbled against me. Not one of you will enter the land I swore with uplifted hand to make your home, except Caleb, son of Jephunneh, and Joshua, son of Nun. As for your children that you said would be taken as plunder, I will bring them in to enjoy the land you have rejected. But you, your bodies, will fall in this wilderness. Your children will be shepherds here for 40 years, suffering for your unfaithfulness, until the last of your bodies lies in the wilderness. For 40 years, 1 year for each of the 40 days you explore the land, you will suffer for your sins and know what it is like to have me against you. I, the Lord, have spoken, and I will surely do these things to this whole wicked community which has banded together against me. They will meet their end in this wilderness. Here they will die." So the men Moses had sent to explore the land, who returned and made the whole community grumble against him by spreading a bad report about it. These men who were responsible for spreading the bad report about the land were struck down and died of a plague before the Lord. Of the men who went to explore the land, only Joshua son of Nun and Caleb son of Jephunneh survived. When Moses reported this to all the Israelites, they mourned bitterly. Early the next morning they set out for the highest point in the hill country, saying, "Now we are ready to go up to the land the Lord promised. Surely we have sinned." But Moses said, "Why are you disobeying the Lord's command? This will not succeed. Do not go up, because the Lord is not with you. You will be defeated by your enemies. For the Amalekites and the Canaanites will face you there. Because you have turned away from the Lord, he will not be with you, and you will fall by the sword." Nevertheless, in their presumption they went up towards the highest point in the hill country, though neither Moses nor the ark of the Lord's covenant moved from the camp. Then the Amalekites and the Canaanites who lived in that hill country came down and attacked them and beat them down all the way to Hormah. Numbers chapter 15. The Lord said to Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them, after you enter the land I am giving you as a home, and you present to the Lord food offerings from the herd or the flock, as an aroma pleasing to the Lord, whether burnt offerings or sacrifices, for special vows or free will offerings or festival offerings, then the person who brings an offering shall present to the Lord a grain offering of 1/10 of an ephah of the finest flour, mixed with 1/4 of a hin of olive oil. With each lamb for the burnt offering or the sacrifice, prepare 1/4 of a hin of wine as a drink offering. With a ram, prepare a grain offering of 1/5 of an ephah of the finest flour mixed with 1/3 of a hin of olive oil, and 1/3 of a hin of wine as a drink offering. Offer it as an aroma pleasing to the Lord. When you prepare a young bull as a burnt offering or sacrifice, for a special vow or a fellowship offering to the Lord, bring with the bull a grain offering of 3/10 of an ephah of the finest flour, mixed with 1/2 a hin of olive oil. And also bring 1/2 a hin of wine as a drink offering. This will be a food offering, an aroma pleasing to the Lord. Each bull or ram, each lamb or young goat, is to be prepared in this manner. Do this for each one, for as many as you prepare. Everyone who is native born must do these things in this way when they present a food offering as an aroma pleasing to the Lord. For generations to come, whenever a foreigner or anyone else living among you presents a food offering as an aroma pleasing to the Lord, they must do exactly as you do. The community is to have the same rules for you and for the foreigner residing among you. This is a lasting ordinance for the generations to come. You and the foreigner shall be the same before the Lord. The same laws and regulations will apply both to you and to the foreigner residing among you. The Lord said to Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them,
See, that was right there was God telling me that
which I am taking
I'm not doing the right thing.
and you eat the food of the land. Present a portion as an offering to the Lord. Present a loaf from the first of your ground meal, and present it as an offering from the threshing floor. Throughout the generations to come, you are to give this offering to the Lord from the first of your ground meal. Now, if you as a community unintentionally fail to keep any of these commands the Lord gave Moses, any of the Lord's commands to you through him, from the day the Lord gave them and continuing through the generations to come, and if this is done unintentionally without the community being aware of it, then the whole community is to offer a young bull for a burnt offering as an aroma pleasing to the Lord, along with its prescribed grain offering and drink offering, and a male goat for a sin offering. The priest is to make atonement for the whole Israelite community, and they will be forgiven, for it was not intentional, and they have presented to the Lord for their wrong a food offering and a sin offering. The whole Israelite community and the foreigners residing among them will be forgiven, because all the people were involved in the unintentional wrong. But if just one person sins unintentionally, that person must bring a year-old female goat for a sin offering. The priest is to make atonement before the Lord for the one who erred by sinning unintentionally, and when atonement has been made, that person will be forgiven. One and the same law applies to everyone who sins unintentionally, whether a native-born Israelite or a foreigner residing among you. But anyone who sins defiantly, whether native-born or foreigner, utters blasphemy against the Lord and must be cut off from the people of Israel. Because they have despised the Lord's word and broken his commands, they must surely be cut off. Their guilt remains on them. While the Israelites were in the wilderness, a man was found gathering wood on the Sabbath day. Those who found him gathering wood brought him to Moses and Aaron and the whole assembly, and they kept him in custody because it was not clear what should be done to him. Then the Lord said to Moses, "The man must die. The whole assembly must stone him outside the camp." So the assembly took him outside the camp and stoned him to death, as the Lord commanded Moses. The Lord said to Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them, throughout the generations to come, you are to make tassels on the corners of your garments, with a blue cord on each tassel. You will have these tassels to look at, and so you will remember all the commands of the Lord, that you may obey them and not prostitute yourselves by chasing after the lusts of your own hearts and eyes. Then you will remember to obey all my commands and will be consecrated to your God. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord your God." Numbers chapter 16. Korah, son of Esau, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, and certain Reubenites, Dathan and Abiram, sons of Eliab, and On, son of Peleth, became insolent and rose up against Moses. With them were 250 Israelite men, well-known community leaders, who had been appointed members of the council. They came as a group to oppose Moses and Aaron and said to them, "You have gone too far. The whole community is holy, every one of them, and the Lord is with them. Why then do you set yourselves above the Lord's assembly?" When Moses heard this, he fell face down. Then he said to Korah and all his followers, "In the morning the Lord will show who belongs to him and who is holy, and he will make that person come near him. The man he chooses, he will cause to come near him. You, Korah, and all your followers are to do this. Take censers, and tomorrow put burning coals and incense in them before the Lord. The man the Lord chooses will be the one who is holy. You Levites have gone too far." Moses also said to Korah, "Now listen, you Levites. Isn't it enough for you that the God of Israel has separated you from the rest of the Israelite community and brought you near himself to do the work at the Lord's tabernacle and to stand before the community and minister to them? He has brought you and all your fellow Levites near himself, but now you are trying to get the priesthood too. It is against the Lord that you and all your followers have banded together. Who is Aaron that you should grumble against him?" Then Moses summoned Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab. But they said, "We will not come. Isn't it enough that you brought us up out of a land flowing with milk and honey to kill us in the wilderness? And now you also want to lord it over us? Moreover, you haven't brought us into a land flowing with milk and honey, or given us an inheritance of fields and vineyards. Do you want to treat these men like slaves? No, we will not come." Then Moses became very angry and said to the Lord, "Do not accept their offering. I have not taken so much as a donkey from them, nor have I wronged any of them." Moses said to Korah, "You and your followers are to appear before the Lord tomorrow, you and they and Aaron. Each man is to take his censer and put incense in it, 250 censers in all, and present it before the Lord. You and Aaron are to present your censers also." So each of them took his censer, put burning coals and incense in it, and stood with Moses and Aaron at the entrance to the tent of meeting. When Korah had gathered all his followers in opposition to them at the entrance to the tent of meeting, the glory of the Lord appeared to the entire assembly. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "Separate yourselves from this assembly, so that I can put an end to them at once." But Moses and Aaron fell face down and cried out, "O God, the God who gives breath to all living things, will you be angry with the entire assembly when only one man sins?" Then the Lord said to Moses, "Say to the assembly, move away from the tents of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram." Moses got up and went to Dathan and Abiram, and the elders of Israel followed him. He warned the assembly, "Move back from the tents of these wicked men. Do not touch anything belonging to them, or you will be swept away because of all their sins." So they moved away from the tents of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. Dathan and Abiram had come out and were standing with their wives, children, and little ones at the entrances to their tents. Then Moses said, "This is how you will know that the Lord has sent me to do all these things, and that it was not my idea. If these men die a natural death and suffer the fate of all mankind, then the Lord has not sent me. But if the Lord brings about something totally new, and the earth opens its mouth and swallows them, with everything that belongs to them, and they go down alive into the realm of the dead, then you will know that these men have treated the Lord with contempt." As soon as he finished saying all this, the ground under them split apart, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them and their households, and all those associated with Korah, together with their possessions. They went down alive into the realm of the dead, with everything they owned. The earth closed over them, and they perished and were gone from the community. At their cries, all the Israelites around them fled, shouting, "The earth is going to swallow us too." And fire came out from the Lord and consumed the 250 men who were offering the incense. The Lord said to Moses, "Tell Eleazar, son of Aaron the priest, to remove the censers from the charred remains and scatter the coals some distance away, for the censers are holy, the censers of the men who sinned at the cost of their lives. Hammer the censers into sheets to overlay the altar, for they were presented before the Lord and have become holy. Let them be a sign to the Israelites." So Eleazar the priest collected the bronze censers brought by those who had been burned to death, and he had them hammered out to overlay the altar, as the Lord directed him through Moses. This was to remind the Israelites that no one except a descendant of Aaron should come to burn incense before the Lord, or he would become like Korah and his followers. The next day, the whole Israelite community grumbled against Moses and Aaron. "You have killed the Lord's people," they said. But when the assembly gathered in opposition to Moses and Aaron and turned towards the tent of meeting, suddenly the cloud covered it, and the glory of the Lord appeared. Then Moses and Aaron went to the front of the tent of meeting, and the Lord said to Moses, "Get away from this assembly, so that I can put an end to them at once."
Oh my God.
And they fell face down.
Oh God.
Then Moses said to Aaron,
God was like, "Nah, I'm telling
"Take
you."
your censer and put incense in it, along with burning coals from the altar, and hurry to the assembly to make atonement for them. Wrath has come out from the Lord. The plague has started." So Aaron did as Moses said and ran into the midst of the assembly. The plague had already started among the people, but Aaron offered the incense and made atonement for them. He stood between the living and the dead, and the plague stopped. But 14,700 people died from the plague, in addition to those who had died because of Korah. Then Aaron returned to Moses at the entrance to the tent of meeting, for the plague had stopped. Numbers chapter 17. The Lord said to Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and get 12 staffs from them, one from the leader of each of their ancestral tribes. Write the name of each man on his staff. On the staff of Levi, write Aaron's name, for there must be one staff for the head of each ancestral tribe. Place them in the tent of meeting in front of the Ark of the Covenant Law, where I meet with you. The staff belonging to the man I choose will sprout, and I will rid myself of this constant grumbling against you by the Israelites." So Moses spoke to the Israelites, and their leaders gave him 12 staffs, one for the leader of each of their ancestral tribes, and Aaron's staff was among them. Moses placed the staffs before the Lord in the tent of the covenant law. The next day, Moses entered the tent and saw that Aaron's staff, which represented the tribe of Levi, had not only sprouted, but had budded, blossomed, and produced almonds. Then Moses brought out all the staffs from the Lord's presence to all the Israelites. They looked at them, and each of the leaders took his own staff. The Lord said to Moses, "Put back Aaron's staff in front of the Ark of the Covenant Law, to be kept as a sign to the rebellious. This will put an end to their grumbling against me, so that they will not die." Moses did just as the Lord commanded him. The Israelites said to Moses, "We shall die. We are lost. We are all lost. Anyone who even comes near the tabernacle of the Lord will die. Are we all going to die?" Numbers chapter 18. The Lord said to Aaron, "You, your sons, and your family are to bear the responsibility for offenses connected with the sanctuary, and you and your sons alone are to bear the responsibility for offenses connected with the priesthood. Bring your fellow Levites from your ancestral tribe to join you and assist you when you and your sons minister before the tent of the covenant law. They are to be held responsible to you and are to perform all the duties of the tent. But they must not go near the furnishings of the sanctuary or the altar, otherwise both they and you will die. They are to join you and be responsible for the care of the tent of meeting, all the work of the tent, and no one else may come near where you are. You are to be responsible for the care of the sanctuary and the altar, so that my wrath will not fall on the Israelites again. I myself have selected your fellow Levites from among the Israelites as a gift to you, dedicated to the Lord to do the work at the tent of meeting. But only you and your sons may serve as priests in connection with everything at the altar and inside the curtain. I am giving you the service of the priesthood as a gift. Anyone else who comes near the sanctuary is to be put to death. Then the Lord said to Aaron, I myself have put you in charge of the offerings presented to me. All the holy offerings the Israelites give me, I give to you and your sons as your portion, your perpetual share. You are to have the part of the most holy offerings that is kept from the fire. From all the gifts they bring me as most holy offerings, whether grain or sin or guilt offerings, that part belongs to you and your sons. Eat it as something most holy. Every male shall eat it. You must regard it as holy. This also is yours.
Damn, dude.
Whatever is set aside from the gifts of all the wave offerings of the Israelites, I give this to you and your sons and daughters as your perpetual share. Everyone in your household who is ceremonially clean may eat it. I give you all the finest olive oil and all the finest new wine and grain they give to the Lord as the first fruits of their harvest. All the land's first fruits that they bring to the Lord will be yours. Everyone in your household who is ceremonially clean may eat it. Everything in Israel that is devoted to the Lord is yours. The first offspring of every womb, both human and animal, that is offered to the Lord is yours. But you must redeem every firstborn son and every firstborn male of unclean animals. When they are a month old, you must redeem them at the redemption price set at 5 shekels of silver, according to the sanctuary shekel, which weighs 20 gerahs. But you must not redeem the firstborn of an ox, a sheep, or a goat. They are holy. Splash their blood against the altar and burn their fat as a food offering, an aroma pleasing to the Lord. Their meat is to be yours, just as the breast of the wave offering and the right thigh are yours. Whatever is set aside from the holy offerings the Israelites present to the Lord, I give to you and your sons and daughters as your perpetual share. It is an everlasting covenant of salt before the Lord, for both you and your offspring. The Lord said to Aaron, You will have no inheritance in their land, nor will you have any share among them. I am your share and your inheritance among the Israelites. I give to the Levites all the tithes in Israel as their inheritance in return for the work they do while serving at the tent of meeting. From now on, the Israelites must not go near the tent of meeting, or they will bear the consequences of their sin and will die. It is the Levites who are to do the work at the tent of meeting and bear the responsibility for any offenses they commit against it. This is a lasting ordinance for the generations to come. They will receive no inheritance among the Israelites. Instead, I give to the Levites as their inheritance the tithes that the Israelites present as an offering to the Lord. That is why I said concerning them, they will have no inheritance among the Israelites. The Lord said to Moses, "Speak to the Levites and say to them, when you receive from the Israelites the tithe I give you as your inheritance, you must present 1/10 of that tithe as the Lord's offering. Your offering will be reckoned to you as grain from the threshing floor, or juice from the winepress. In this way you also will present an offering to the Lord from all the tithes you receive from the Israelites. From these tithes you must give the Lord's portion to Aaron the priest. You must present as the Lord's portion the best and holiest part of everything given to you. Say to the Levites, when you present the best part, it will be reckoned to you as the product of the threshing floor or the winepress. You and your households may eat the rest of it anywhere, for it is your wages for your work at the tent of meeting. By presenting the best part of it, you will not be guilty in this matter. Then you will not defile the holy offerings of the Israelites, and you will not die." Numbers chapter 19. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "This is a requirement of the law that the Lord has commanded. Tell the Israelites to bring you a red heifer without defect or blemish, and that has never been under a yoke. Give it to Eleazar the priest. It is to be taken outside the camp and slaughtered in his presence. Then Eleazar the priest is to take some of its blood on his finger and sprinkle it 7 times towards the front of the tent of meeting. While he watches, the heifer is to be burned, its hide, flesh, blood, and intestines. The priest is to take some cedar wood, hyssop, and scarlet wool, and throw them onto the burning heifer. After that, the priest must wash his clothes and bathe himself with water. He may then come into the camp, but he will be ceremonially unclean till evening. The man who burns it must also wash his clothes and bathe with water, and he too will be unclean till evening. A man who is clean shall gather up the ashes of the heifer and put them in a ceremonially clean place outside the camp. They are to be kept by the Israelite community for use in the water of cleansing. It is for purification from sin. The man who gathers up the ashes of the heifer must also wash his clothes, and he too will be unclean till evening. This will be a lasting ordinance both for the Israelites and for the foreigners residing among them. Whoever touches a human corpse will be unclean for 7 days. They must purify themselves with the water on the 3rd day and on the 7th day. Then they will be clean. But if they do not purify themselves on the 3rd and 7th day, they will not be clean. If they fail to purify themselves after touching a human corpse, they defile the Lord's tabernacle. They must be cut off from Israel. Because the water of cleansing has not been sprinkled on them, they are unclean. Their uncleanness remains on them. This is the law that applies when a person dies in a tent. Anyone who enters the tent and anyone who is in it will be unclean for 7 days. And every open container without a lid fastened on it will be unclean. Anyone out in the open who touches someone who has been killed with a sword, or someone who has died a natural death, or anyone who touches a human bone or a grave, will be unclean for 7 days. For the unclean person, put some ashes from the burned purification offering into a jar, and pour fresh water over them. Then a man who is ceremonially clean is to take some hyssop, dip it in the water and sprinkle the tent and all the furnishings and the people who were there. He must also sprinkle anyone who has touched a human bone or a grave, or anyone who has been killed, or anyone who has died a natural death. The man who is clean is to sprinkle those who are unclean on the 3rd and 7th days, and on the 7th day he is to purify them. Those who are being cleansed must wash their clothes and bathe with water, and that evening they will be clean. But if those who are unclean do not purify themselves, they must be cut off from the community, because they have defiled the sanctuary of the Lord. The water of cleansing has not been sprinkled on them, and they are unclean. This is a lasting ordinance for them. The man who sprinkles the water of cleansing must also wash his clothes, and anyone who touches the water of cleansing will be unclean till evening. Anything that an unclean person touches becomes unclean, and anyone who touches it becomes unclean till evening. Numbers chapter 20.
It's not that it applies to you, but that's how it works.
The whole Israelite community arrived
That's
at
how
the
it works
desert
in
of
real
Zin,
life, but we don't understand
and they
it or
stayed
see it.
at Kadesh. There Miriam died and was buried.
Like if an unclean person touches something unclean...
Now there was no water for the community, and the people
Christ
gathered in
died and
opposition to
everything, but
Moses
it
and
is
Aaron.
true.
They quarreled with
And that's how
Moses
the
and
world
said,
works. That's
"If
like
only
the
we had
people
died when our
over
brothers
the
fell
world,
dead
it's like-
before the Lord. Why did you bring the Lord's community into this wilderness, that we and our livestock should die here? Why did you bring us up out of Egypt to this terrible place? It has no corn or figs, grapevines or pomegranates, and there is no water to drink."
What even is that, bro? Like, Jesus'
Moses
blood
and
is
Aaron
literally
went from the
salvation.
assembly to the entrance to the tent
That's
of meeting
literally
and fell
salvation.
face down,
It's
and the
his blood.
glory of the Lord appeared to them. The Lord said to Moses,
That's why I think
"Take
none
the
of this
staff,
stuff even matters
and you
anymore.
and your
because
brother
it's old
Aaron
already.
gather
Like,
the assembly
this is
together.
what God really cared about his
Speak
humans were
to
doing.
that
But
rock before their
this is
eyes,
actually what we're supposed to
and
be
it
doing
will
right now.
pour
But
out
hey,
its water.
Jesus died. He
You will bring
sacrificed
water
himself.
out
God
of
went
the
down
rock
and
for the
sacrificed himself.
community,
We ain't
so
ever
that
gonna
they
be
and their
perfect, bro.
livestock
Like he
can
was.
drink.
Simple as
So
that.
Moses took the staff from the Lord's presence, just as he commanded him. He and Aaron gathered the assembly together in front of the rock, and Moses said to them, "Listen, you rebels, must we bring you water out of this rock?" Then Moses raised his arm and struck the rock twice with his staff. Water gushed out, and the community and their livestock drank.
That was sad.
But the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "Because you did not trust in me enough to honor me as holy in the sight of the Israelites, you will not bring this community into the land I give them."
Damn.
These were the waters of Meribah, where the Israelites quarreled with the Lord, and where he was proved holy among them. Moses sent messengers from Kadesh to the king of Edom, saying, "This is what your brother Israel says. You know about all the hardships that have come on us. Our ancestors went down into Egypt and we lived there many years. The Egyptians ill-treated us and our ancestors, but when we cried out to the Lord, he heard our cry and sent an angel and brought us out of Egypt. Now we are here at Kadesh, a town on the edge of your territory. Please let us pass through your country. We will not go through any field or vineyard or drink water from any well. We will travel along the king's highway and not turn to the right or to the left until we have passed through your territory." But Edom answered, "You may not pass through here. If you try, we will march out and attack you with the sword." The Israelites replied, "We will go along the main road, and if we or our livestock drink any of your water, we will pay for it. We only want to pass through on foot, nothing else." Again they answered, "You may not pass through." Then Edom came out against them with a large and powerful army. Since Edom refused to let them go through their territory, Israel turned away from them. The whole Israelite community set out from Kadesh and came to Mount Hor. At Mount Hor, near the border of Edom, the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "Aaron will be gathered to his people. He will not enter the land I give the Israelites. because both of you rebelled against my command at the waters of Meribah. Call Aaron and his son Eleazar, and take them up Mount Hor. Remove Aaron's garments, and put them on his son Eleazar, for Aaron will be gathered to his people. He will die there. Moses did as the Lord commanded. They went up Mount Hor in the sight of the whole community. Moses removed Aaron's garments and put them on his son Eleazar, and Aaron died there on top of the mountain. Then Moses and Eleazar came down from the mountain, and when the whole community learned that Aaron had died, all the Israelites mourned for him 30 days. When the Canaanite king of Arad, who lived in the Negev, heard that Israel was coming along the road to Al-Thargan, he attacked the Israelites and captured some of them. Then Israel made this vow to the Lord: "If you will deliver these people into our hands, we will totally destroy their cities." The Lord listened to Israel's plea and gave the Canaanites over to them. They completely destroyed them and their towns, so the place was named Hormah. They traveled from Mount Hor along the route of the Red Sea to go round Edom. But the people grew impatient on the way. They spoke against God and against Moses and said, "Why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? There is no bread, there is no water, and we detest this miserable food." Then the Lord sent venomous snakes among them. They bit the people, and many Israelites died. The people came to Moses and said, "We sinned when we spoke against the Lord and against you. Pray that the Lord will take the snakes away from us." So Moses prayed for the people. The Lord said to Moses, "Make a snake and put it up on a pole. Anyone who is bitten can look at it and live." So Moses made a bronze snake and put it up on a pole. Then when anyone was bitten by a snake and looked at the bronze snake, they lived. The Israelites moved on and camped at Oboth. Then they set out from Oboth and camped in Abarim, in the wilderness that faces Moab towards the sunrise. From there they moved on and camped in the Zered Valley. They set out from there and camped alongside the Arnon, which is in the wilderness extending into Amorite territory. The Arnon is the border of Moab, between Moab and the Amorites. That is why the Book of the Wars of the Lord says, "Zahab in Zuphah and the ravines, the Arnon and the slopes of the ravines that lead to the settlement of Ar, and lie along the border of Moab." From there they continued on to Beer, the well where the Lord said to Moses, "Gather the people together, and I will give them water." Then Israel sang this song: "Spring up, O well, sing about the well that the princes dug, that the nobles of the people sank, the nobles with scepters and staffs." Then they went from the wilderness to Mattanah, from Mattanah to Nahaliel, from Nahaliel to Bamoth, and from Bamoth to the valley in Moab, where the top of Pisgah overlooks the wasteland. Israel sent messengers to say to Sihon, king of the Amorites, "Let us pass through your country. We will not turn aside into any field or vineyard or drink water from any well. We will travel along the king's highway until we have passed through your territory." But Sihon would not let Israel pass through his territory. He mustered his entire army and marched out into the wilderness against Israel. When he reached Jahaz, he fought with Israel. Israel, however, put him to the sword and took over his land from the Arnon to the Jabbok, but only as far as the Ammonites, because their border was fortified. Israel captured all the cities of the Amorites and occupied them, including Heshbon and all its surrounding settlements. Heshbon was the city of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who had fought against the former king of Moab, and had taken from him all his land as far as the Arnon. That is why the poets say, "Come to Heshbon and let it be rebuilt. Let Sihon's city be restored." Fire went out from Heshbon, a blaze from the city of Sihon. It consumed Ar of Moab, the citizens of Arnon's heights. Woe to you, Moab! You are destroyed, people of Chemosh. He has given up his sons as fugitives and his daughters as captives to Sihon, king of the Amorites. But we have overthrown them. Heshbon's dominion has been destroyed all the way to Dibon, and we have demolished them as far as Nophah, which extends to Medeba. So Israel settled in the land of the Amorites. After Moses had sent spies to Jazer, the Israelites captured its surrounding settlements and drove out the Amorites who were there. Then they turned and went up along the road towards Bashan, and Og, king of Bashan, and his whole army marched out to meet them in battle at Edrei. The Lord said to Moses, "Do not be afraid of him, for I have delivered him into your hands, along with his whole army and his land. Do to him what you did to Sihon, king of the Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon." So they struck him down, together with his sons and his whole army, leaving them no survivors, and they took possession of his land.
Rollo.
Numbers chapter 22. Then the Israelites traveled to the plains of Moab and camped along the Jordan opposite Jericho. Now Balak, son of Zippor, saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites, and Moab was terrified because there were so many people. Indeed, Moab was filled with dread because of the Israelites. The Moabites said to the elders of Midian, "This horde is going to lick up everything around us, as an ox licks up the grass of the field." So Balak, son of Zippor, who was king of Moab at that time, sent messengers to summon Balaam, son of Beor, who was at Pethor, near the river Euphrates, in his native land. Balak said, "A people has come out of Egypt. They cover the face of the land and have settled next to me. Now come and put a curse on these people, because they are too powerful for me. Perhaps then I will be able to defeat them and drive them out of the land. For I know that whoever you bless is blessed, and whoever you curse is cursed." The elders of Moab and Midian left, taking with them the fee for divination. When they came to Balaam, they told him what Balak had said. "Spend the night here," Balaam said to them, "and I will report back to you with the answer the Lord gives me." So the Moabite officials stayed with him. God came to Balaam and asked, "Who are these men with you?" Balaam said to God, "Balak, son of Zippor, king of Moab, sent me this message. A people that has come out of Egypt covers the face of the land. Now come and put a curse on them for me. Perhaps then I will be able to fight them and drive them away." But God said to Balaam, "Do not go with them. You must not put a curse on those people because they are blessed." The next morning Balaam got up and said to Balak's officials, "Go back to your own country, for the Lord has refused to let me go with you." So the Moabite officials returned to Balak and said, "Balaam refused to come with us." Then Balak sent other officials more numerous and more distinguished than the first. They came to Balaam and said, "This is what Balak, son of Zippor, says. Do not let anything keep you from coming to me, because I will reward you handsomely and do whatever you say. Come and put a curse on these people for me." But Balaam answered them, "Even if Balak gave me all the silver and gold in his palace, I could not do anything great or small to go beyond the command of the Lord my God. Now spend the night here so that I can find out what else the Lord will tell me." That night God came to Balaam and said, "Since these men have come to summon you, go with them, but do only what I tell you. Balaam got up in the morning, saddled his donkey, and went with the Moabite officials. But God was very angry when he went, and the angel of the Lord stood in the road to oppose him. Balaam was riding on his donkey, and his 2 servants were with him. When the donkey saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road with a drawn sword in his hand, it turned off the road into a field. Balaam beat it to get it back on the road. Then the angel of the Lord stood in a narrow path through the vineyards with walls on both sides. When the donkey saw the angel of the Lord, it pressed close to the wall, crushing Balaam's foot against it. So he beat the donkey again. Then the angel of the Lord moved on ahead and stood in a narrow place where there was no room to turn, either to the right or to the left. When the donkey saw the angel of the Lord, it lay down under Balaam, and he was angry and beat it with his staff. Then the Lord opened the donkey's mouth, and it said to Balaam, "What have I done to you to make you beat me these 3 times?" Balaam answered the donkey, "You have made a fool of me. If only I had a sword in my hand, I would kill you here and now." The donkey said to Balaam, "Am I not your own donkey, which you have always ridden to this day? Have I been in the habit of doing this to you?" "No," he said. Then the Lord opened Balaam's eyes, and he saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road with his sword drawn. So he bowed low and fell face down. The angel of the Lord asked him, "Why have you beaten your donkey these 3 times? I have come here to oppose you because your path is a reckless one before me. The donkey saw me and turned away from me these 3 times. If it had not turned away, I would certainly have killed you by now, but I would have spared it." Balaam said to the angel of the Lord, "I have sinned. I did not realize you were standing in the road to oppose me. Now, if you are displeased, I will go back." The angel of the Lord said to Balaam, "Go with the men, but speak only what I tell you." So Balaam went with Balak's officials. When Balak heard that Balaam was coming, he went out to meet him at the Moabite town on the Arnon border at the edge of his territory. Balak said to Balaam, "Did I not send you an urgent summons? Why didn't you come to me? Am I really not able to reward you?" "Well, I've come to you now," Balaam replied, "but I can't say whatever I please. I must speak only what God puts in my mouth."
Right.
Then Balaam went with Balak to Kiriath Huzoth. Balak sacrificed cattle and sheep and gave some to Balaam and the officials who were with him. The next morning, Balak took Balaam up to Bamoth Baal, and from there he could see the outskirts of the Israelite camp. Numbers chapter 23. Balaam said, "Build me 7 altars here and prepare 7 bulls and 7 rams for me." Balak did as Balaam said, and the 2 of them offered a bull and a ram on each altar. Then Balaam said to Balak, "Stay here beside your offering while I go aside. Perhaps the Lord will come to meet with me. Whatever he reveals to me, I will tell you." Then he went off to a barren height. God met with him, and Balaam said, "I have prepared 7 altars, and on each altar I have offered a bull and a ram." The Lord put a word in Balaam's mouth and said, "Go back to Balak and give him this word." So he went back to him and found him standing beside his offering with all the Moabite officials. Then Balaam spoke his message. "Balak brought me from Aram, the king of Moab from the eastern mountains. Come," he said, "curse Jacob for me. Come, denounce Israel." How can I curse those whom God has not cursed? How can I denounce those whom the Lord has not denounced? From the rocky peaks I see them. From the heights I view them. I see people who live apart and do not consider themselves one of the nations. Who can count the dust of Jacob, or number even a fourth of Israel? Let me die the death of the righteous, and may my final end be like theirs. Balak said to Balaam, "What have you done to me? I brought you to curse my enemies, but you have done nothing but bless them." He answered, "Must I not speak what the Lord puts in my mouth?" Then Balak said to him, "Come with me to another place where you can see them. You will not see them all, but only the outskirts of their camp, and from there curse them for me." So he took him to the field of Zophim on the top of Pisgah, and there he built 7 altars and offered a bull and a ram on each altar. Balaam said to Balak, "Stay here beside your offering, while I meet with him over there." The Lord met with Balaam and put a word in his mouth and said, "Go back to Balak and give him this word." So he went to him and found him standing beside his offering with the Moabite officials.
All the way
Balaam
down
asked
to the...
him, "What did the Lord say?"
Bro.
Then he spoke
All
his
the way
message.
down to the bottom, bro.
"Arise, Balak, and listen. Hear me, son of Zippor. God is not human, that he should lie, not a human being, that he should change his mind. Does he speak and then not act? Does he promise and not fulfill? I have received a command to bless. He has blessed, and I cannot change it. No misfortune is seen in Jacob, no misery observed in Israel. The Lord their God is with them. The shout of the king is among them. God brought them out of Egypt. They have the strength of a wild ox. There is no divination against Jacob, no evil omens against Israel. It will now be said of Jacob and of Israel, see what God has done.
Alright,
The people rise like a lioness. They rouse themselves like a lion that does not rest till it devours its prey and drinks the blood of its victims. Then Balak said to Balaam, "Neither curse them at all, nor bless them at all." Balaam answered, "Did I not tell you I must do whatever the Lord says?" Then Balak said to Balaam, "Come, let me take you to another place. Perhaps it will please God to let you curse them for me from there." And Balak took Balaam to the top of Peor, overlooking the wasteland. Balaam said, "Build me 7 altars here, and prepare 7 bulls and 7 rams for me." Balak did as Balaam had said, and offered a bull and a ram on each altar. Numbers chapter 24. Now when Balaam saw that it pleased the Lord to bless Israel, he did not resort to divination as at other times, but turned his face toward the wilderness. When Balaam looked out and saw Israel encamped tribe by tribe, the Spirit of God came on him, and he spoke his message. The prophecy of Balaam, son of Beor, the prophecy of one whose eye sees clearly, the prophecy of one who hears the words of God, who sees a vision from the Almighty, who falls prostrate and whose eyes are opened. How beautiful are your tents, Jacob, your dwelling places, Israel. Like valleys they spread out, like gardens beside a river, like aloes planted by the Lord, like cedars beside the waters. Water will flow from their buckets. Their seed will have abundant water. Their king will be greater than Agag. Their kingdom will be exalted. God brought them out of Egypt. They have the strength of a wild ox. They devour hostile nations and break their bones in pieces. With their arrows they pierce them. Like a lion they crouch and lie down. Like a lioness. Who dares to rouse them? May those who bless you be blessed, and those who curse you be cursed. Then Balak's anger burned against Balaam. He struck his hands together and said to him, I summoned you to curse my enemies, but you have blessed them these 3 times. Now leave at once and go home. I said I would reward you handsomely, but the Lord has kept you from being rewarded. Balaam answered Balak, Did I not tell the messengers you sent me? Even if Balak gave me all the silver and gold in his palace, I could not do anything of my own accord, good or bad, to go beyond the command of the Lord. And I must say only what the Lord says. Now I am going back to my people, but come, let me warn you of what this people will do to your people in days to come. Then he spoke his message. The prophecy of Balaam, son of Beor. The prophecy of one whose eye sees clearly. The prophecy of one who hears the words of God, who has knowledge from the Most High, who sees a vision from the Almighty, who falls prostrate, and whose eyes are opened. I see him, but not now. I behold him, but not near. A star will come out of Jacob, a scepter will rise out of Israel. He will crush the foreheads of Moab, the skulls of all the people of Shem. Edom will be conquered. Seir, his enemy, will be conquered, but Israel will grow strong. A ruler will come out of Jacob and destroy the survivors of the city. Then Balaam saw Amalek and spoke his message. Amalek was first among the nations, but their end will be utter destruction. Then he saw the Kenites and spoke his message. Your dwelling place is secure, your nest is set in a rock, yet you Kenites will be destroyed when Ashur takes you captive. Then he spoke his message. Alas, who can live when God does this? Ships will come from the shores of Cyprus. They will subdue Ashur and Eber, but they too will come to ruin. Then Balak got up and returned home, and Balak went his own way. Numbers chapter 25. While Israel was staying in Shittim, the men began to indulge in sexual immorality with Moabite women, who invited them to the sacrifices to their gods. The people ate the sacrificial meal and bowed down before these gods. So Israel yoked themselves to the Baal of Peor, and the Lord's anger burned against them. The Lord said to Moses, Take all the leaders of these people, kill them, and expose them in broad daylight before the Lord, so that the Lord's fierce anger may turn away from Israel. So Moses said to Israel's judges, Each of you must put to death those of your people who have yoked themselves to the Baal of Peor. Then an Israelite man brought into the camp a Midianite woman right before the eyes of Moses and the whole assembly of Israel, while they were weeping at the entrance to the tent of meeting. When Phinehas, son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, saw this, he left the assembly, took a spear in his hand, and followed the Israelite into the tent. He drove the spear into both of them, right through the Israelite man and into the woman's stomach.
Damn.
Then the plague against the Israelites was stopped. But those who died in the plague numbered 24,000. The Lord said to Moses, Phinehas, son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, has turned my anger away from the Israelites. Since he was as zealous for my honor among them as I am, I did not put an end to them in my zeal. Therefore tell him, I am making my covenant of peace with him. He and his descendants will have a covenant of a lasting priesthood, because he was zealous for the honor of his God, and made atonement for the Israelites. The name of the Israelite who was killed with the Midianite woman was Zimri, son of Salu, the leader of a Simeonite family. And the name of the Midianite woman who was put to death was Cozbi, daughter of Zur, a tribal chief of a Midianite family. The Lord said to Moses, treat the Midianites as enemies and kill them. They treated you as enemies when they deceived you in the Peor incident involving their sister Cosbai, the daughter of a Midianite leader, the woman who was killed when the plague came as a result of that incident.
What did I leave for? Absolutely nothing. I left to go to
Numbers
the ocean
chapter
for some stupid ass
26.
crap. Look, tridents, and I forget.
After the plague, the Lord said to Moses and Eleazar, son of Aaron, the priest, "Take a census of the whole Israelite community by families, all those 20 years old or more who were able to serve in the army of Israel." So on the plains of Moab by the Jordan opposite Jericho, Moses and Eleazar the priest spoke with them and said, "Take a census of men 20 years old or more, as the Lord commanded Moses." These were the Israelites who came out of Egypt. The descendants of Reuben, the firstborn son of Israel, were through Hanok, the Hanokite clan, through Palu, the Paluite clan, through Hezron, the Hezronite clan, through Carmi, the Carmite clan. These were the clans of Reuben. Those numbered were 43,730. The son of Palu was Eliab. The sons of Eliab were Nemuel, Dathan, and Abiram. The same Dathan and Abiram were the community officials who rebelled against Moses and Aaron, and were among Korah's followers when they rebelled against the Lord.
All right.
The earth opened its mouth and swallowed them along with Korah, whose followers died when the fire devoured the 250 men, and they served as a warning sign. The line of Korah, however, did not die out. The descendants of Simeon by their clans were, through Nemuel, the Nemuelite clan, through Jamin, the Jaminite clan, through Jachin, the Jachinite clan, through Zerah, the Zerahite clan, through Sheul, the Sheulite clan. These were the clans of Simeon. Those numbered were 22,200. The descendants of Gad by their clans were, through Zephon, the Zephonite clan, through Haggai, the Haggite clan, through Shunai, the Shunite clan, through Ozni, the Oznite clan, through Eri, the Erite clan, through Arodai, the Arodite clan, through Areli, the Arelite clan. These were the clans of Gad. Those numbered were 40,500. and Onam were sons of Judah, but they died in Canaan.
I guess I'll literally just have to go.
The descendants of Judah by their clans were through Shelah, the Shelamite clan, through Perez, the Perezite clan, through Zerah, the Zerahite clan. The descendants of Perez were through Hezron, the Hezronite clan, through Hamul, the Hamulite clan. These were the clans of Judah. Those numbered were 76,500. The descendants of Issachar by their clans were through Tola, the Tolaite clan, through Pur, the Purite clan, through Jasham, the Jashabite clan, through Shimron, the Shimronite clan. These were the clans of Issachar. Those numbered were 64,300. The descendants of Zebulun by their clans were through Sered, the Seredite clan, through Elon, the Elonite clan, through Jaliel, the Jalielite clan. These were the clans of Zebulun. Those numbered were 60,500. The descendants of Joseph by their clans through Manasseh and Ephraim were the descendants of Manasseh through Machir, the Machirite clan. Machir was the father of Gilead. Through Gilead, the Gileadite clan. These were the descendants of Gilead. Through Aiezer, the Aizerite clan. Through Helek, the Helekite clan. Through Asriel, the Asrielite clan. Through Shechem, the Shechemite clan. Through Shemida, the Shemidite clan. Through Hepher, the Hepherite clan. Zelophehad, son of Hepher, had no sons. He had only daughters, whose names were Mahlah, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. These were the clans of Manasseh. Those numbered were 52,700. These were the descendants of Ephraim by their clans. Through Shuthelah, the Shuthelahite clan. Through Becher, the Becherite clan. Through Tehan, the Tehanite clan. These were the descendants of Shuthelah. Through Eron, the Eronite clan. These were the clans of Ephraim. Those numbered were 32,500. These were the descendants of Joseph by their clans. The descendants of Benjamin by their clans were through Bela, the Belaite clan, through Ashbel, the Ashbelite clan, through Ahiram, the Ahiramite clan, through Shufam, the Shufamite clan, through Hufam, the Hufamite clan. The descendants of Bela through Ard and Naaman were through Ard, the Ardite clan, through Naaman, the Naamite clan. These were the clans of Benjamin. Those numbered were 45,600. These were the descendants of Dan by their clans. Through Shuham, the Shuhamite clan. These were the clans of Dan. All of them were Shuhamite clans, and those numbered were 64,400. The descendants of Asher by their clans were through Imnah, the Imnite clan, through Ishbai, the Ishbite clan, through Bariah, the Bariahite clan, and through the descendants of Bariah, through Heber, the Heberite clan, through Malkiel, the Malkielite clan. Asher had a daughter named Sirah. These were the clans of Asher. Those numbered were 53,400. The descendants of Naphtali by their clans were through Jaziel, the Jazielite clan, through Gunai, the Gunite clan, through Jezer, the Jezerite clan, through Shilem,
right there.
the Shilemite
Big old
clan.
Titan lover right here. Woo!
These were the clans of Naphtali. Those numbered were 45,400. The total number of the men of Israel was 601,730. The Lord said to Moses, "The land is to be allotted to them as an inheritance based on the number of names. To a larger group, give a larger inheritance, and to a smaller group, a smaller one. Each is to receive its inheritance according to the number of those listed. Be sure that the land is distributed by lot. What each group inherits will be according to the names for its ancestral tribe. Each inheritance is to be distributed by lot among the larger and smaller groups." These were the Levites who were counted by their clans. Through Gershon, the Gershonite clan. Through Kohath, the Kohathite clan. Through Merari, the Merarite clan. These also were Levite clans. The Libnite clan, the Hebronite clan, the Marite clan, the Bushite clan, the Korahite clan. Kohath was the forefather of Amram. The name of Amram's wife was Jochebed, a descendant of Levi who was born to the Levites in Egypt. To Amram she bore Aaron, Moses, and their sister Miriam. Aaron was the father of Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar. But Nadab and Abihu died when they made an offering before the Lord with unauthorized fire. All the male Levites a month old or more numbered 23,000. They were not counted along with the other Israelites because they received no inheritance among them. These are the ones counted by Moses and Eleazar the priest when they counted the Israelites on the plains of Moab by the Jordan opposite Jericho. Not one of them was among those counted by Moses and Aaron the priest when they counted the Israelites in the desert of Sinai. For the Lord had told those Israelites they would surely die in the wilderness, and not one of them was left except Caleb, son of Jephunneh, and Joshua, son of Nun. Numbers chapter 27. The daughters of Zelophehad, son of Hepher, the son of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, belonged to the clans of Manasseh, son of Joseph. The names of the daughters were Mahlah, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. They came forward and stood before Moses, Eleazar the priest, the leaders and the whole assembly at the entrance to the tent of meeting, and said, "Our father died in the wilderness. He was not among Korah's followers who banded together against the Lord, but he died for his own sin and left no sons. Why should our father's name disappear from his clan because he had no son? Give us property among our father's relatives." So Moses brought their case before the Lord, and the Lord said to him, "What Zelophehad's daughters are saying is right. You must certainly give them property as an inheritance among their father's relatives, and give their father's inheritance to them. Say to the Israelites, if a man dies and leaves no son, give his inheritance to his daughter. If he has no daughter, give his inheritance to his brothers. If he has no brothers, give his inheritance to his father's brothers. If his father had no brothers, give his inheritance to the nearest relative in his clan, that he may possess it. This is to have the force of law for the Israelites, as the Lord commanded Moses." Then the Lord said to Moses, "Go up this mountain in the Abarim range, and see the land I have given the Israelites. After you have seen it, you too will be gathered to your people as your brother Aaron was. For when the community rebelled at the waters in the desert of Zin, both of you disobeyed my command to honor me as holy before their eyes." These were the waters of Meribah Kadesh in the desert of Zin. Moses said to the Lord, "May the Lord, the God who gives breath to all living things, appoint someone over this community to go out and come in before them, one who will lead them out and bring them in, so that the Lord's people will not be like sheep without a shepherd." So the Lord said to Moses, "Take Joshua, son of Nun, a man in whom is the spirit of leadership, and lay your hand on him. Make him stand before Eleazar the priest and the entire assembly, and commission him in their presence. Give him some of your authority, so that the whole Israelite community will obey him. He is to stand before Eleazar the priest, who will obtain decisions for him by inquiring of the Urim before the Lord. At his command, he and the entire community of the Israelites will go out, and at his command, they will come in." Moses did as the Lord commanded him. He took Joshua and made him stand before Eleazar the priest and the whole assembly. Then he laid his hands on him and commissioned him, as the Lord instructed through Moses. Numbers chapter 28. The Lord said to Moses, "Give this command to the Israelites, and say to them, make sure that you present to me at the appointed time my food offerings as an aroma pleasing to me. Say to them, this is the food offering you are to present to the Lord. 2 lambs a year old without defect as a regular burnt offering each day. Offer 1 lamb in the morning and the other at twilight, together with a grain offering of 1/10 of an ephah of the finest flour, mixed with 1/4 of a hin of oil from pressed olives. This is the regular burnt offering, instituted at Mount Sinai as a pleasing aroma, a food offering presented to the Lord. The accompanying drink offering is to be 1/4 of a hin of fermented drink with each lamb. Pour out the drink offering to the Lord at the sanctuary. Offer the 2nd lamb at twilight, along with the same kind of grain offering and drink offering that you offer in the morning. This is a food offering, an aroma pleasing to the Lord. On the Sabbath day, make an offering of 2 lambs a year old without defect, together with its drink offering, and a grain offering of 1/5 of an ephah of the finest flour mixed with olive oil. This is the burnt offering for every Sabbath, in addition to the regular burnt offering and its drink offering. On the first of every month, present to the Lord a burnt offering of 2 young bulls, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs a year old, all without defect. With each bull there is to be a grain offering of 3/10 of an ephah of the finest flour mixed with oil. With the ram, a grain offering of 1/5 of an ephah of the finest flour mixed with oil. And with each lamb, a grain offering of 1/10 of an ephah of the finest flour mixed with oil. This is for a burnt offering, a pleasing aroma, a food offering presented to the Lord. With each bull, there is to be a drink offering of 1/2 a hin of wine. With a ram, 1/3 of a hin, and with each lamb, 1/4 of a hin. This is the monthly burnt offering to be made at each new moon during the year. Besides the regular burnt offering with its drink offering, 1 male goat is to be presented to the Lord as a sin offering. On the 14th day of the first month, the Lord's Passover is to be held. On the 15th day of this month, there is to be a festival. For 7 days eat bread made without yeast. On the first day hold a sacred assembly, and do not do any of your ordinary work. Present to the Lord a food offering consisting of a burnt offering of 2 young bulls, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs a year old, all without defect. With each bull, offer a grain offering of 3/10 of an ephah of the finest flour mixed with oil. With the ram, 1/5, and with each of the 7 lambs, 1/10. Include 1 male goat as a sin offering to make atonement for you. Offer these in addition to the regular morning burnt offerings. In this way, present the food offering every day for 7 days as an aroma pleasing to the Lord. It is to be offered in addition to the regular burnt offering and its drink offering. On the 7th day, hold a sacred assembly and do not do any ordinary work. On the day of first fruits, when you present to the Lord an offering of new grain during the festival of weeks, hold a sacred assembly and do not do any of your ordinary work. Present a burnt offering of 2 young bulls, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs a year old as an aroma pleasing to the Lord. With each bull there is to be a grain offering of 3/10 of an ephah of the finest flour mixed with oil. With the ram, 1/5, and with each of the 7 lambs, 1/10.
Okay, Rollo.
Include 1 male goat to make atonement for you. Offer these together with their drink offerings, in addition to the regular burnt offering and its grain offering. Be sure the animals are without defect. Numbers chapter 29. On the first day of the 7th month, hold a sacred assembly, and do not do any of your ordinary work. It is a day for you to sound the trumpets. As an aroma pleasing to the Lord, offer a burnt offering of 1 young bull, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs a year old, all without defect. With the bull, offer a grain offering of 3/10 of an ephah of the finest flour mixed with olive oil. With the ram, 1/5, and with each of the 7 lambs, 1/10. Include 1 male goat as a sin offering to make atonement for you. These are in addition to the monthly and daily burnt offerings with their grain offerings and drink offerings as specified. They are food offerings presented to the Lord, a pleasing aroma. On the 10th day of the 7th month, hold a sacred assembly. You must deny yourselves and do no work. Present as an aroma pleasing to the Lord a burnt offering of 1 young bull, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs a year old, all without defect. With the bull, offer a grain offering of 3/10 of an ephah of the finest flour mixed with oil. With the ram, 1/5, and with each of the 7 lambs, 1/10. Include 1 male goat as a sin offering, in addition to the sin offering for atonement and the regular burnt offering with its grain offering and their drink offerings. On the 15th day of the 7th month, hold a sacred assembly, and do not do any ordinary work. Celebrate a festival to the Lord for 7 days. Present as an aroma pleasing to the Lord a food offering consisting of a burnt offering of 13 young bulls, 2 rams, and 14 male lambs a year old, all without defect. With each of the 13 bulls, offer a grain offering of 3/10 of an ephah of the finest flour mixed with oil. With each of the 2 rams, 1/5, and with each of the 14 lambs, 1/10. Include 1 male goat as a sin offering, in addition to the regular burnt offering with its grain offering and drink offering. On the 2nd day, offer 12 young bulls, 2 rams and 14 male lambs a year old, all without defect. With the bulls, rams, and lambs, offer their grain offerings and drink offerings according to the number specified. Include 1 male goat as a sin offering, in addition to the regular burnt offering with its grain offering and their drink offerings. On the 3rd day, offer 11 bulls, 2 rams, and 14 male lambs a year old, all without defect. With the bulls, rams, and lambs, offer their grain offerings and drink offerings according to the number specified. Include 1 male goat as a sin offering, in addition to the regular burnt offering with its grain offering and drink offering. On the 4th day, offer 10 bulls, 2 rams, and 14 male lambs a year old, all without defect. With the bulls, rams, and lambs, offer their grain offerings and drink offerings according to the number specified. Include 1 male goat as a sin offering, in addition to the regular burnt offering with its grain offering and drink offering. On the 5th day, offer 9 bulls, 2 rams, and 14 male lambs a year old, all without defect. With the bulls, rams, and lambs, offer their grain offerings and drink offerings according to the number specified. Include 1 male goat as a sin offering, in addition to the regular burnt offering with its grain offering and drink offering. On the 6th day, offer 8 bulls, 2 rams, and 14 male lambs a year old, all without defect.
When are you coming?
With the bulls, rams, and lambs, offer their grain offerings and drink offerings according to the number specified. Include 1 male goat as a sin offering, in addition to the regular burnt offering with its grain offering and drink offering. On the 7th day, offer 7 bulls, 2 rams, and 14 male lambs a year old, all without defect. With the bulls, rams, and lambs, offer their grain offerings and drink offerings according to the number specified.
Alright, just come to the back and
Include 1 male goat as a sin offering, in addition to the regular burnt offering with its grain offering and drink offering. On the 8th day, hold a closing special assembly, and do not do any of your ordinary work. Present as an aroma pleasing to the Lord a food offering consisting of a burnt offering of 1 bull, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs a year old, all without defect. With the bull, the ram, and the lambs, offer their grain offerings and drink offerings according to the number specified. Include 1 male goat as a sin offering, in addition to the regular burnt offering with its grain offering and drink offering. In addition to what you vow, and your free will offerings, offer these to the Lord at your appointed festivals: your burnt offerings, grain offerings, drink offerings, and fellowship offerings. Moses told the Israelites all that the Lord commanded him. Numbers chapter 30. Moses said to the heads of the tribes of Israel, "This is what the Lord commands. When a man makes a vow to the Lord or takes an oath to bind himself by a pledge, he must not break his word, but must do everything he said. When a young woman, still living in her father's household, makes a vow to the Lord or binds herself by a pledge, and her father hears about her vow or pledge, but says nothing to her, then all her vows and every pledge by which she bound herself will stand. But if her father forbids her when he hears about it, none of her vows or the pledges by which she bound herself will stand. The Lord will release her because her father has forbidden her. If she marries after she makes a vow, or after her lips utter a rash promise by which she binds herself, and her husband hears about it but says nothing to her, then her vows or the pledges by which she bound herself will stand. But if her husband forbids her when he hears about it, he nullifies the vow that binds her, or the rash promise by which she binds herself, and the Lord will release her. Any vow or obligation taken by a widow or divorced woman will be binding on her. If a woman living with her husband makes a vow or binds herself by a pledge under oath, and her husband hears about it but says nothing to her and does not forbid her, then all her vows or the pledges by which she bound herself will stand. But if her husband nullifies them when he hears about them, then none of the vows or pledges that came from her lips will stand. Her husband has nullified them, and the Lord will release her. Her husband may confirm or nullify any vow she makes or any sworn pledge to deny herself. But if her husband says nothing to her about it from day to day, then he confirms all her vows or the pledges binding on her. He confirms them by saying nothing to her when he hears about them. If, however, he nullifies them sometime after he hears about them, then he must bear the consequences of her wrongdoing. These are the regulations the Lord gave Moses concerning relationships between a man and his wife, and between a father and his young daughter still living at home. Numbers chapter 31. The Lord said to Moses, "Take vengeance on the Midianites for the Israelites. After that, you will be gathered to your people." So Moses said to the people, "Arm some of your men to go to war against the Midianites, so that they may carry out the Lord's vengeance on them. Send into battle 1,000 men from each of the tribes of Israel." So 12,000 men armed for battle, 1,000 from each tribe, were supplied from the clans of Israel. Moses sent them into battle, 1,000 from each tribe, along with Phinehas, son of Eleazar the priest, who took with him articles from the sanctuary and the trumpets for signaling. They fought against Midian as the Lord commanded Moses, and killed every man. Among their victims were Evi, Rechel, Zur, Hur, and Reba, the 5 kings of Midian. They also killed Balaam, son of Beor, with the sword. The Israelites captured the Midianite women and children, and took all the Midianite herds, flocks, and goods as plunder. They burned all the towns where the Midianites had settled, as well as all their camps. They took all the plunder and spoils, including the people and animals, and brought the captives, spoils, and plunder to Moses and Eleazar the priest, and the Israelite assembly at their camp on the plains of Moab, by the Jordan opposite Jericho. Moses, Eleazar the priest, and all the leaders of the community went to meet them outside the camp. Moses was angry with the officers of the army, the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds who returned from the battle. "Have you allowed all the women to live?" he asked them. They were the ones who followed Balaam's advice and enticed the Israelites to be unfaithful to the Lord in the Peor incident, so that a plague struck the Lord's people. Now kill all the boys, and kill every woman who has slept with a man, but save for yourselves every girl who has never slept with a man. Anyone who has killed someone or touched someone who was killed must stay outside the camp 7 days. On the 3rd and 7th days, you must purify yourselves and your captives. Purify every garment as well as everything made of leather, goat hair, or wood. Then Eleazar the priest said to the soldiers who had gone into battle, "This is what is required by the law that the Lord gave Moses. Gold, silver, bronze, iron, tin, lead, and anything else that can withstand fire must be put through the fire, and then it will be clean. But it must also be purified with the water of cleansing, and whatever cannot withstand fire must be put through that water. On the seventh day wash your clothes, and you will be clean. Then you may come into the camp." The Lord said to Moses, "You and Eleazar the priest, and the family heads of the community, are to count all the people and animals that were captured. Divide the spoils equally between the soldiers who took part in the battle and the rest of the community. From the soldiers who fought in the battle, set apart as tribute for the Lord 1 out of every 500, whether people, cattle, donkeys, or sheep. Take this tribute from your half share and give it to Eleazar the priest as the Lord's part. From the Israelites' half, select 1 out of every 50, whether people, cattle, donkeys, sheep, or other animals. Give them to the Levites, who are responsible for the care of the Lord's tabernacle." So Moses and Eleazar the priest did as the Lord commanded Moses. The plunder remaining from the spoils that the soldiers took was 675,000 sheep, 72,000 cattle, 61,000 donkeys, and 32,000 women who had never slept with a man. The half share of those who fought in the battle was 337,500 sheep, of which the tribute for the Lord was 675. 36,000 cattle, of which the tribute for the Lord was 72. 30,500 donkeys, of which the tribute for the Lord was 61. 16,000 people, of whom the tribute for the Lord was 32. Moses gave the tribute to Eleazar the priest as the Lord's part, as the Lord commanded Moses. The half belonging to the Israelites, which Moses set apart from that of the fighting men, the community's half, was 337,500 sheep, 36,000 cattle, 30,500 donkeys, and 16,000 people. From the Israelites' half, Moses selected 1 out of every 50 people and animals, as the Lord commanded him, and gave them to the Levites, who were responsible for the care of the Lord's tabernacle. Then the officers who were over the units of the army, the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds, went to Moses and said to him, "Your servants have counted the soldiers under our command, and not one is missing. So we have brought as an offering to the Lord the gold articles each of us acquired, armlets, bracelets, signet rings, earrings, and necklaces, to make atonement for ourselves before the Lord." Moses and Eleazar the priest accepted from them the gold, all the handcrafted articles. All the gold from the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds that Moses and Eleazar presented as a gift to the Lord weighed 16,750 shekels. Each soldier had taken plunder for himself. Moses and Eleazar the priest accepted the gold from the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds and brought it into the tent of meeting as a memorial for the Israelites before the Lord. Numbers chapter 32. The Reubenites and Gadites, who had very large herds and flocks, saw that the lands of Jazer and Gilead were suitable for livestock. So they came to Moses and Eleazar the priest and to the leaders of the community and said, "Ataram, Dibon, Jazer, Nimrah, Heshbon, Elealeh, Sebam, Nebo, and Beon, the land the Lord subdued before the people of Israel, are suitable for livestock, and your servants have livestock.
That was such a clean video too!
Let this land be given to your servants as our possession. Do not make us cross the Jordan.
Motherfucker, bro, you want to sit there?
Moses said to the Gadites and Reubenites, should your fellow Israelites go to war while you sit here?
Because I thought you were going to try to
Why
avoid
do you
him. No, that
discourage
nigga was
the Israelites from crossing over into
Yo, that
the
nigga was like,
land
this
the Lord
go
has
good
given
as
them?
fuck.
This is what your fathers did
no,
when
it's
I
not even
sent
that.
them
What did
from
he- why did
Kadesh
he do
Barnea
that?
to look over the land.
It's crazy because
After they went out to the valley of Eshcol and viewed the land, they discouraged the Israelites from entering the land the Lord had given them. The Lord's anger was aroused that day, and he swore this oath, because they have not followed me wholeheartedly. Not one of those who were 20 years old or more when they came up out of Egypt will see the land I promised on oath to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Not one, except Caleb, son of Jephunneh, the Kenizzite, and Joshua.
Like, you can't be the cause of shit.
I'm gonna stand on this. Yes, Becca fucks up. But I will never stand there if she's in danger with a biker gang trying to die and just let her get run down after he just came from Irene.
What did he fucking, what was going on?
So Dean has a similar truck as me, and I totally forgot. So he saw Dean's truck at Irene's house, thought it was my truck, because he was there when I bought it, right? So he stopped there and was talking to, I already paid him some money back. What I said I would pay him back when I got my insurance money. It was only like $120. I gave it to him so he'd leave me alone.
Right.
So, but Becca, I guess, owed him some money. But he's
that
not.
nigga better not come up on a woman like that because of some money
but
issue,
that's
though.
the thing is, you just went to the people that are witnesses against us in court and all that, and you just came straight from their house here. That's witness intimidation.
No, I ain't gonna lie, that's obvious.
So we're showing our lawyers this, like, bro, and Becca texts her mom, right? She says, leave James the fuck out of this. You know what her mom responds with? Fuck off.
Yeah, fuck off.
You know what happened? Not even 45 minutes later, the dude pulls up. Like, I was gonna fucking fuck him up on pre-trial. Like, I would've if he put his hands on Becca or me.
Oh my gosh, that is right. Wait.
They were trying to get me
No,
to
wait,
snap.
hold on. They were trying to get you to snap.
And I didn't. I just recorded the whole thing and was making jokes out of it.
Because at the end of the day, it had nothing to do with Becca owing money. Nigga just came from Irene's house, and he just came to fuck with you because Irene was talking shit for 40 minutes straight.
And I told Becca to hang up on her mom because of that whole thing, and the dude pulls up on us at Motel 6.
That's so clean. That's so clean. Whoa, that is so clean. If the courts don't see, bro, if the courts don't see,
it's definitely.
Yeah, bro.
I could have thought of it, and I wanted to.
No, and the video shows you being hella calm to so calm.
I did say on the video, I'm gonna run his bike over. Like,
No, but that's still, you didn't do it though.
I did.
Obviously, you know.
I would've.
But you recorded it and you were calm in the video, so if you showed them that,
yeah.
That's clean, bro. That's super clean evidence, bro.
What?
Hey, what?
No?
Yeah, that's clean
You
evidence.
do it.
Listen, I know, bro. Oh my gosh, what are you doing with my stuff, bro?
But yeah, no, and it's funny how my trial docket's coming up, and I'm like, wow, the devil really is working hard right now.
He's trying so bad. That's what I'm saying.
That
Bro.
was literally, I even told my mom last night, I was like, bro, the devil is trying to get me to fucking snap, bro. And I wanted to, but it was like, bro, the only way you're gonna get me, because, you know, hey, wrong way. I didn't know if you know. You fucked me up now. But, yeah, no, but my mom knows and everything, and I'm like, bro, she's still running my name through the dirt. Like, I'll show you I got the text message on screenshot, so you can read it yourself and be like, yeah, right after that, and all of a sudden this dude fucking pulls up on you, like, it's fucking bullshit. Here you go. The blues.
funk off.
Yeah, so the blue is us, right? So this is Irene's message to Becca, right? You are a nasty something/NY person. You who steals from people to keep her boyfriend and you on track. I'm guessing on track. She doesn't know how to spell. I will testify on your behalf. I will not stand on your side, and I will never trust you again. All you do is lie. I hope you do go to prison and you never get your kids back, because those kids don't need a conniving mother who lives on the streets to use them as a meal ticket. And that's not true at all, and that's kind of fucked up. That her
I'm not
mom,
gonna lie, bro, that's kind of shitty.
like, you don't, why would you say that? Now I will, like, all that shit, like, the courts ain't ever gonna let Irene near the kids saying that, like, dude, if you call me one more time, I'm right here. I'm not taking the dog out. You could take the dog out. It's your dog, not mine. You wanted the dog.
Stop mining iron. Subscribe.
Gotcha. So they'll just apparently it was okay. I think I can do that pretty easily right now. Let's see if I can do it. Let's see how easy I can do that one. So I'm gonna take a boat. First I'm going to sleep. Alright, so we got two useless villagers. We're just gonna grab okay, that's fine. A leash. I don't know how you got here. You have to get through that. Oh, I got you. I understand. Guys, don't copy me. Please don't copy me. matter of fact. You're not copying this guy. Natty, are you out there? The way I'm doing this is kind of crazy.
Are you building?
Look.
What are you building?
I'm trying to get the villagers out of this hole.
Oh, shit.
So I put them in a boat, and I'm kind of like building up now. And I put a leash on the boat.
And they're actually using it. Well, at least this game is smarter than it actually sounds.
You have to actually use your fucking brain. Because you see how I'm moving them up. Like, I have to be higher so they can follow me, but they're lower than me. So I have to logically, like, be higher so that they can be on land like this. And then just, yeah, there you go. I thought that was pretty cool, bro. I didn't even think that was possible. Look, now they're... Oh, no. Don't fall back in. Yeah, I've been streaming Minecraft, streaming PUBG, and just listening to the Bible, bro. Because I ain't gonna lie, that's literally the peak, bro. That's like my element right there. So I guess I'm bringing these niggas.
I need to make a food truck. I got this idea, but I need freaking food truck. Fried corn on the top, fried jalapenos, fried pickles. The fried man.
Yeah, because that's the easiest thing.
Yeah, right, but you can make some great things.
Oh, fuck yeah. Duh.
That's some fried asparagus.
Alright, so apparently all I gotta do is dig this. So wait, it looked like this.
Subscribe for
5 by 3.
I just threw my phone in the car. Call me again.
Hey, leave me alone.
If you're that lazy not to get out of the truck, don't fucking call.
No, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, that is true, bro. Stop playing. Stop playing, Becca.
I didn't buy that new phone to listen to my ringtone. I bought it so I could hear legitimate phone calls. Not
fake ones.
Yes, exactly. I'm like, man, I want a blocker so bad on my new phone.
Damn it. Now I gotta lift him up so I can... Damn it. How do I...
I was talking to my mom last night about how I've been feeling and everything with Becca. I'm like, oh, I'm ready to go. I just, like, the problem I have, if I didn't have her mom sign my bond, I could leave her any way I want. But how my mom wants me to leave her, I'm like, bro, that's gonna cause some domestic crap. And then her mom's gonna do some shit to get me arrested. I'm just trying to fucking stay low. And last night was not, that did not help. That was some bullshit.
No, but it also, you gotta understand how God works though.
Right.
Because I'm pretty sure you know already. That's why I don't need to. But that's why I
I
didn't
know,
need to.
but that was so weird. Like, and I knew for a fact that that was the devil 100%.
Yeah, but you remember how God uses the devil to, you know, lift you back up, bro.
But I also think that God was testing me. Are you gonna act like you did before, or are you gonna fucking stay calm? And stay calm. And I told my mom, I'm like, I mean, I think I stayed pretty calm compared to how I can get.
No, yeah, no, like I said, you definitely do. Dude, I know,
I wasn't screaming.
No, I know, trust me, dude. You don't have to explain, bro. I've seen it.
TikTok.
Yeah, I know.
Crackhead. I'm sorry.
Bro, you bring joy to my face when I fucking remember that, bro. Cause like bro, every time I look at your quality, it's so shit, and it looks like shit. But life's quality doesn't get any worse, bro. God gives you fucking the best quality graphics possible, bro. So I could just imagine how it fucking look like.
But that's been my life since I've been in Becca's life. Like, everybody wants to come fight me, and it's the funniest shit is like, and the ones that have did not end up very well.
Yeah, well off.
And they were like, one of them shook my hand. He was like, "You opened my eyes. Maybe I shouldn't fuck with just anybody."
Oh,
like,
nigga,
that's
dude,
the
I feel
point.
like that's the whole fucking point. You don't fuck. Dude, as a matter of fact, my parents told me that, and they're actually, you know how, I ain't gonna lie, personally, I've exposed them right now. Like, my parents aren't that humble, bro, but you know what I mean? Like, I think they're humble to a point where God can forgive them. It's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is.
What do you mean? Your dad's already forgiven. Your mom is. It's them that has to accept it. Remember that. He's already has that forgiveness right there.
I know.
You have to reach for it. That's the thing about forgiveness too. It's not just a one-way thing.
Yeah, that's how Jesus works too.
That's where repentance comes in.
Exactly. Yeah.
And stuff. So yeah. And that's what I was telling my mom. Is like,
you know
I
what's
told
crazy? If you try to actually learn how it works,
Yeah.
the psychology behind forgiveness and stuff, it's like there's literally God wrapped around that. Bro.
Yeah, and I talked to my mom last night
It's
about
so
my
crazy.
dad. And I told her how I actually felt about the situation. I said, yes, I was an asshole and I didn't know how to express my emotions towards David. But you have to understand, I didn't know how to heal from not having a father for 6 years, growing from birth up. So then you put me in a house where I have a father,
I forgive a lot.
and
of
then
people,
he
bro.
goes to Iraq. Yes, I was wrong for how I acted, but the trauma from my childhood, you know, just kept building up. I didn't talk to my therapist, and in reality, I love my dad, and I told him God wants me and Dad to have a relationship. And I said, I don't care if it's 5 years from now or 10 years, but nothing will get better until that's fixed. Right now, we're in the end times, and I told my mom that. I said, fathers are fighting with their children more than ever now than they did back in the 90s. There are way more arguments, way more rebellions.
It's more about like, bro, like I noticed something about. Oh no, not my yard, bro. Fucking Roach is trying to get. What the fuck, bro?
What happened?
Roach is trying to get close to the fucking tip and shit, man.
Can I hit it? I'll clean it off and look. No, I'm just kidding.
Fucking yeah, bro. Like,
but yeah, no,
I know
just,
God is super beautiful, bro. So beautiful that I can't wait to die, like Loki.
I asked my mom for one last thing. I said, I need help with 1 week while I start this new job. After that, I don't need help anymore as long as I work this job. Because this job is 46 hours a week, 6 hours overtime. So I'm getting time and a half for 6 hours. So it's like, I'm basically getting 12 hours extra in pay. So I'm like, I kind of need this, Mom. I'm like, And it's not even just for me, it's like I want to send my mom money. Pay her back for all the bull crap Becca's put them through.
You're starting to like go on their side a little bit.
Look, Becca was a hell of a good mother. Something happened after Katie.
So, but if she was a hell of a good mother, why did they do that to her in the first place?
Because it wasn't the first 3 years they were worried about. It was apparently us coming here to her mom's house and what they said. And you know, if you're in a house, right, and it's broken, and then you bring children into that broken family that's already broken, it's not going to end well. Because everybody that's involved in this, right, it's all jealousy, right?
I know.
My mom and dad were mad because they thought I would take the kids from them. Her mom was mad because she thought I would never let them see the kids again if we got out of there. So, and Becca, she didn't want to hurt her family. And that's really where it comes down to. Even though I didn't give a fuck. Like, you see how I am. Like, I'm going to tell you if I see something, and that's exactly how I was with my kids. And that's exactly how I fucking a lot of the confrontations happened. That video I just showed you at the house, because I was tired of the bullshit. So I'd say
oh gosh, I'm on your side with that. It's so immature, dude.
And I can admit that I said some fucked up things. I did some fucked up things. At least I can admit that you guys are acting like you guys are gods. And
No, for real. Like they've never made a mistake before in their entire lives. And
they're perfect.
And they're perfect. And
they can text us however they want. You know, I hope.
Oh
you
yeah,
lose
and that's
your kids.
forgivable. But what you guys do and everything that you guys do is unforgivable.
Yeah.
Like, come on, bro. You guys need God in you, bro.
Yeah, but God does say something about holding grudges about money that's owed.
Oh, of course, dude.
So
why do you think we're still friends, bro? Dude, you know how much I don't say this on the live too. Bro, there's so much money on other people that owe me, and I'm just like, bro, the fact that I don't have my identity tied to it says everything. It screams Holy Spirit. It screams because I'm like, yo, let me get this straight for the whole world to understand. I do, and feel, yes, I do have and feel this, anger or frustration with somebody who owes me money.
Yeah.
Because I'm a human being, okay, and I work for that. But when I let it go and I give it to God in a way that I don't care and I don't have my identity tied to it, to when I die, that stupid $20 little that nigga robbed me from, or that nigga robbed me for, is like
I need your
pitiful.
help.
It's pitiful because it's like, bro.
You want to make some money?
I mean, sure, bro.
I need your help hosting the camper show for $250. If you can help me sell it, I'll give you 50.
Look, they made babies.
If you know anyone that needs to, that's
Camper
willing.
show.
Because if I fix it up all the way, I can make 1,000. But I don't want to fix it up. I'll let someone else fix it up. I'll start for 250. It doesn't fit my truck. I gotta find one that fits.
Alright, who's next? Come on, guys.
Do you have to save every single one of these fools?
No, I made them breed, so like I made them, and now that I got the ones that I need, like this guy, I need efficiency, mandating for sure. But these are just fletchers. I can just make them have more babies and then just make more of these guys.
This game is so weird. I can't imagine if GTA created the game where you could have kids. Make your own family.
I probably don't doubt that that's probably going to become a thing.
Yeah, I'm not going to doubt it.
So stupid, bro. It's a stupid idea.
They're going to make you like Michael.
Once they start sleeping, nigga, I'm ready to go to sleep, and I'm going to cover that up.
Who the fuck is that?
It's protective.
It's a protector. Okay,
Yeah,
I was
if
good.
anything comes in here and fucks with it, it's going to fuck it up.
It's like a dead skull zombie.
Yeah, he's menacing. You don't want to fuck with him.
So if you hit
not
him,
even me. I can't fuck with him.
I was gonna say just go on the top of the head, hit him really hard.
Bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I like him being here because he protects my people, bro. If he sees a nigga from here, like, so look, because I have the Sugar King farm, and this is all creativity. This is all me. This is my own design. And the Sugar King farms really are just supposed to look like this. Like, literally, you're supposed to just literally go on, like, the edge of water and, like, just place it. Like that. Look. See? But my design is so that it can, I guess, have, like, a tube of water going down as it's growing and stuff. So like I got all this water flowing down, and in this game logic it uses the water that's flowing down to grow the crop. So like I'm growing the crops around it and inside it. Right?
I need to figure out, because in high school I went into this class, graphic design, right? And I freaking created a game, a catapult game. I created a whole castle using, you know, the computer. I gotta figure out what program that was, because I want to get back into that. That was so fun. Yeah, it was one of the funnest things I did in high school. That class was like, and then we would play Black Hawk Down on the computers. I don't know if you ever got to do that.
No, Black Hawk Down sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's a game that you play on school computers, but then they would try to ban it and get that locked, and then they would create another device where you could hook it up and play the game again. And the schools are getting bad because you had like AR-15s and shit like in your hand shooting freaking people from Black Hawk Down. Like, I was like, dang, man, school ain't like that no more. They're like, oh, if there's any shooting, not allowed.
They really cracked out on that shit. But obviously, there's people like me and my friends that
we ruined it. Sorry.
Figure out how to get around it.
But it was my age that ruined it for you guys. I'm so sorry. 10 years ago.
But we still figure out how to get.
I
That's
know.
Gen Z, bro. We just figure it out.
I know. It's like, oh, it don't matter. These millennials fucked it up, but we can fix it.
Yeah. Literally.
It's like millennials fucked everything up, and Gen Z's fixing it.
That's how I noticed the history of the road track, bro. It's just like our ancestors fixing our bullshit, and the only real ancestor is God, because he's the only one that came down and actually fixed our bullshit.
Oh yeah, I need your help with another statement, by the way, for Amanda. There was one day, because they're trying to get me in trouble for it, but you were with me that one day that she left her kids with us. Remember that one time that she went to an interview with Becca? Yeah, we just gotta write that, because they think that she left her kids with me alone, and that wasn't true.
I remember she with me, right?
With me and you, yeah. And that's where they're like, oh, if they bring you up.
No way!
Like, it's so crazy. Our cases are so connected. She had my lawyer that fucked me over in court, right? And he fucked her over in court. And now we're trying to fix all the fuck up so we can get our kids back.
So, Marcus, let's just put that down, bro, because I'm actually starting to like, dude, I leave them alone in the darkness and they fucking turn into zombies. What is this idiot fucking... Dude, get in the hole.
I'm about to make her a video. Like, send this video to them. It's literal us speaking on your behalf about the bullshit. Because first of all, the lady that called on you at our place doesn't even really know who I am. So she shouldn't even... Her son knows me, and her son doesn't like me because I think he's a piece of shit.
Sorry, it's just you're fucking straightforward.
So, it's honest, like, I had to pick up his last baby mama on the side of the road after he beat her ass and wouldn't get him money, so
Bro,
I picked her
people like
up.
that are hunks of shit. Yo, nigga, hey, anybody out there beating their girls or wives, nigga, you a piece of shit, bro. I ain't gonna lie, that ain't right to say, but I'm saying it out of my own, you know, free will. You know, you're not okay, bro. You need to get yourself right with Jesus, bro.
Yeah. So I've dealt with this guy many times, but it wasn't like he ever faced me. Like, every time he's messaged me, it's only been on Messenger. He won't ever come face to face with me.
Well, maybe I shouldn't be saying it like that. You know, anybody out there beating their wives, bro, you need to actually, like, damn, bro, how the hell... That's what I'm saying. How can you, bro,
I don't
like,
know
you have to forgive that, bro, because then you don't understand how God can forgive that, you know?
I forgive a man that's done it
I
and
have to
repents
forgive
it.
that. I have to forgive that reason.
And
I don't know
doesn't do
why
it
anybody
again.
would do that, but damn it, bro.
It's not them, it's the demons that take a hold of them.
That's the only thing that I can think about, bro.
There's no one in their right mind and a good heart is gonna do that.
Just beat the frick out of the girl, right? And like, I swear, it has to be out of, bro, like,
I can't tell you how many times I have
Because
to
like,
stand
for
up.
somebody to come to repentance, you also have to feel bad enough to die for them. That's what
why-
Jesus did.
That's why I stood up for Becca last night. I know she probably fucked up somewhere, but at the end of the day, it's my responsibility if she gets hurt. Because I'm the man, and if I tolerate any bullshit like that with her, because she's been hit by a man before, and I
Yeah, that's
took care of
fucked
that. I took care of that real quick. Now, that
Yeah,
guy
niggas
will.
need to stop doing that shit,
I
bro.
don't think that
I'm
guy
sorry,
will
out of
ever
my
do that.
own flesh, bro, I just get pissed off, nigga, because I can't put my hands on a girl, bro. They're literally feet. What do you call it? Like, fucking what the hell, bro? I'm sorry, I can't see why, you know, unless there's a genuine fucking reason, like, bro, she cheated on you, nigga.
I still would.
Fuck her up. I'm fucking her up. But still, like, bro, still, even if she cheated on you, it's like, I still can't even
There's
put
other
my,
ways to
I
get
still
back.
can't put my hands on her. Yeah, right.
There's other ways to get back.
You know what I did?
You know it, yeah, you know what I did to some guys that played that game with my exes. I went to their baby mama.
You stupid punk!
I won't
You
do that
stupid
again.
punk!
He killed you? Or you killed him? No, you killed him.
You already know. I'm
I
trying to
don't
do
know,
something.
man,
Oh yeah. I have to make 4 beds.
I don't know, cause Fortnite, man. That banana.
Yes. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. See, Minecraft is just straight logic, bro. You if you get bored of Minecraft, it's because you are not creative. If you get bored of Minecraft, it's 'cause you're not.
Dude, I used to be so creative with Legos. That was what I was good at when I was
No, for real. If you get bored of Minecraft, it's because you're not creative.
That's
and you're
what
not,
that is. It's Legos.
It's basically Legos slash just it's Minecraft. But it's kind of like you know.
Too bad you can't they can't fix how your character looks. I think if the character could be like a Jason Momoa look, I think you'd be alright.
Why?
With your characters. Man, if
You know-
you're gonna put Jack Black and Jason Momoa inside a freaking movie like that, you might as
Yeah,
well
that
put
shit
them
kind of
in
pissed
the
me off.
game.
Don't even make me think about it, dude.
You might as well put their characters in the game.
Bro, this game has. Why does this game actually have logic? It's pissing me off.
We'll put some chicken jockeys up in there.
No, don't trade them. Alright, so now. I can't wait to make this, bro. I actually want to see if it works. Ooh, I almost hit you, nigga. What are you doing going all the way on the side that I just fucking pulled you from? You guys are tweakers, bro. No, bro, you guys are pissing me off, bro. Get the frick out of here, bro. Alright. Nicotine, nicotine. What are these niggas doing? Look, they're literally sitting there. Whoa. Hold on a minute. I think that's it. I'm just gonna make them bleed. That shit was like that was ridiculous. Go to sleep. What happened, nigga?
Better brush that dog today. So you're making my fucking truck a Merry Christmas.
Stupid nigga. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Why are you sorry?
Because you're mine. Nigga, Becca, that's all.
You know how many people said they're sorry for me having Becca? Literally every time.
Don't say that.
But it's true. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sugarcoat nothing anymore. Like if no one likes doesn't like me not sugarcoating, then I'm sorry. I've been so nice to people for so long. If I need to tell someone something, I'm gonna tell them. Because I've held back on so much, and look at where it's got me. I just want to say so much, but I can't. And maybe for good reasons, God's not letting me speak, and that's okay. Sometimes.
No, I ain't gonna lie. There's a reason why God keeps someone quiet for a little bit.
Yes, because He's gonna do it Himself.
He's going to wait for you to like. Bro, I'm telling you, I feel like it's gonna be the same thing that He did with me. Like I'm now fully stepping in this with no shame and literally no guilt and from the past or anything, and I know what my mission is, and that is to testify that I've experienced the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
I've read the book, I've lived it through, and I experienced what the book is saying.
You haven't lived it through yet.
Bro, what do you mean?
When you die, you lived it all the way through.
Buddy.
That's the end time on it. But you're living it now. But you.
The Holy Spirit is basically what you receive. If you would have been a absolute nobody, and you would have been like, what's this book? And you read it from beginning to end, and then you just like you're looking at it like, this is weird. It starts feeling sacred and spiritual because you're reading it, and you start feeling God's presence out of nowhere, and then out of nowhere you start trying the thing like, let me just try praying like these people
last
did.
night,
whether it's fictional or not. You pray, and then
know
out of
how
nowhere
you
experience something.
You know that quiet
what is
spot?
That?
You know that quiet spot you told me to go to? You remember how we were talking about that prayer and all that? I had to do that last night. I had to because after that fight, I had to get close to the Holy Spirit because, you know, when you don't have PTSD, but when you have PTSD, right, and you get angry, your mind races in every scenario possible that can go on, right? So I had to literally go in there, open the Bible, and pray because I could not go to sleep. God was like, no, now I need you to go in there and
I told you, bro. If you
and then I went to sleep. I finally fell asleep.
If you just simply read the book, if you were a nobody and you decided, let me just read this book, whatever this book is, a Bible, it just says Bible. It just says Bible, whatever this book is.
Right.
Start, and then it talks about.
I screenshotted it. 1 sec. Let me go grab it because it was something that you said, and that was confirmation.
Oh, perfect. You see? Damn, bro. Holy Spirit is working 100%, bro. What does it say?
Son of none, for they followed the Lord wholeheartedly. The Lord's anger burned against Israel, and He made them wander in the wilderness for 40 years until the whole generation of those who had done evil in His sight was gone. And here you are, a brood of sinners, standing in the place of your fathers and making the Lord even
Well,
more
we were
angry
talking
with
about
Israel.
yesterday foundation and everything.
If you turn
remember?
away from following him, he
It
will
says,
again leave all
"But
this
he
people
that
in the
heareth
wilderness,
and does not
and you will be the cause of
is
their
like
destruction."
a man without a foundation built
Then they came up to him
an
and
house
said,
upon the earth.
"We would like
against
to build
which
pens
the
here for our
stream
livestock and cities for our
did
women and
beat
children.
Yeah, exactly.
But we will arm ourselves for battle
immediately it
and
fell.
go ahead of the
That's for the man to
Israelites
hear.
until we have
And
brought them to their
the
place.
ruin of
Meanwhile,
that
our
house
women and
was
children
great."
will live in fortified cities
That's what I
for
was
protection from
explaining.
the inhabitants of the land. We will not return to our homes until each of the Israelites has received their inheritance.
And that's
We
exactly
will not receive
why
any
my
inheritance
foundation
with them on the other side of the Jordan, because our inheritance has
But
come to
now
us
my
on the east
foundation's
side of the
coming
Jordan.
back up.
Coming back.
But it's
Then
not
Moses
coming
said to
like
them,
everything at once.
"If you will do
No,
this,
that's how it works, bro.
if you
I'm
will
telling
arm
you,
yourselves
chains are gonna break,
before the Lord for
They're not
battle,
gonna break. I don't know what
and
did
if all
do
of you
recently?
who are
Did you pray
armed
anything,
cross
or-
over the Jordan
Obviously, I know
before the
you've been
Lord
working.
until
Prayer,
he has driven his
prayer is
enemies
the
out
biggest
before
thing
him,
I have.
then when the
That's-
land is
that's
subdued
my-
before the Lord,
That's my
you may
weapon
return
right now,
and be
is
free
prayer,
from your
because
obligation to the
I
Lord and to
I even
Israel,
prayed after.
and this land will be
after
your
he
possession
showed up.
before the Lord.
I prayed over my truck.
But if you fail to do
my
this,
Becca, me, because
you will
I
be
was
sinning
like,
against
Lord,
the Lord,
protect
and you
us.
may
I've
be
been
sure
praying for
that your
God.
sin will find you
I've been
out.
praying to God to ask,
Build
to
cities for
open
your
up
women
my
and
wisdom
children
enough
and
to-
pens for your
to
flocks,
genuine, real
but do
wisdom
what
to-
you have promised.
to unloosen my chains.
The
You know what I mean?
Gadites and
real wisdom
Reubenites said to
stop me
Moses,
from
"We, your
I let my
servants,
heart
will do
get
as our
hard.
Lord commands.
Me too. I had my
Our
ego
children
in the way.
and
I didn't
wives,
notice
our
that.
flocks and herds
And
will
that's
remain
why
here
I've
in
been
the
trying
cities
to
of
All it
Gilead.
is.
And it's
But your
hard right now.
servants,
Like
every
I
man
want
who is armed
there's
for
still
battle,
that
will
flesh
cross
in me
over
that
to
wants
fight
to
before the
hide.
Lord,
but-
just as our Lord says." Then Moses gave orders about them to Eleazar the priest and Joshua son of Nun,
Or
And it's
something
and to the
in your
family
life.
Like, for
heads of the
example, let's listen
Israelite
to it right now. Let's
tribes.
just literally let it rip.
He said to them,
That's
"If
the
the
thing
Gadites
is,
and Reubenites,
everything that
every
I've
man
read,
armed for battle,
I've
cross
I've
over the Jordan with
experienced
you before the
in
Lord,
some way.
then when the land is subdued before you, you must give them the land of Gilead as their possession. But if they do not cross over with you armed, they must accept their possession with you in Canaan."
Alright, let's stop right there, because what happens is, in the Bible, you won't understand because it's so old. They're speaking in an ancient language and they're translating it into English. And basically, English means...
It was written in Hebrew
What does
first.
English mean? I ain't gonna lie, English probably means something else. Definition,
was
but
written in
basically,
Hebrew.
English from the past, they spoke more intelligent. English is just stupider. It's shortcutting everything,
But
and
they
it's
spoke
making...
Hebrew.
Yes, let's look up English definition. So, relating or characteristic to England or English people or English language. The language of people. Okay, that's fine, but why was... Okay, I don't know. I guess English... I don't know, it just translated over time. I don't know. It's very weird.
There's multiple English, just like there's multiple Hispanics, Asians.
Yeah, I know, but it's still like...
It's
Listen,
the
I'm not gonna get
classifying
into
of
it.
English
I'm not gonna
can
get
be
into it
multiple
because that's
things.
what God did in the first place, is just mixed up the languages. That's what God did.
Yeah, so we couldn't
alright, so look, so
communicate.
basically what I'm trying to say is, let's go back and literally right now, like I just said, every single part of the Bible is gonna relate to you. So something about crossing something, going through something, and if they don't
Must give them the land of Gilead as their... Then when the land is subdued before...
then when the land, okay, so let's do it from here.
How do you not get overheated? That's
worry.
crazy, buddy. I have a lot of respect for you. You have no idea.
Don't leave.
I'm not leaving. I'm standing right here.
We're about to study. We're about to study right now. Look, watch how this relates to it. Watch how this relates to it. When the land is subdued before... Here, let's just...
You ever... No, never mind. I'm not going to say it.
Here, hold on.
You would allow.
Here, hold on.
before you, over the Jordan with you before the Lord. Then when they're armed for battle, cross over the Jordan with you before the Lord. Then when the land is subdued before you, you must give them the land of Gilead as their possession. But if they do not cross over with you armed, they must accept their possession with you in Canaan.
I don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to...
Where the heck is Canaan?
Hey, hold on. I'm about to break something. I'm about to tell you something. I want you to break it down to me and how I can understand it now age, how it relates to Jesus' death, because I know every single basically verse relates to Jesus' death in the Bible, and basically, yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now.
With you before the Lord.
It goes.
Then when the land is subdued before you, you must give them the land of Gilead as their possession. But if they do not cross over with you armed, they must accept their possession with you in Canaan.
That's Numbers 32. Moses is telling the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and half of Manasseh, you can settle in a good grazing land east of the Jordan in Gilead, but only if every fighting man crosses over with the rest of Israel, fully armed, and helps conquer Canaan first. If you don't, you get nothing in the promised land. You stay on the wrong side. It's about commitment, no half measures. You don't get the blessing without doing your part in the battle. Now, tying it to Jesus' death, think of the Jordan River as a picture of crossing through death. Jesus went through.
Wait, stop. You're going a little bit fast. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna need you to slow down, and I might need you to slow your voice down because this is a lot to break down. Off of one single verse. That's why I'm like, bro. That's why I'm like, hold on. Let me slow you down a little bit, and then you can break it down. But holy crap, that's a lot to take in already with just how that relates with commitment in the wait. Like, but hold on. I'm gonna need you to break it down again. Let me slow you down. Give me a second.
Got it. Take your time. I'll slow way down. Numbers 32 is about 3 tribes who wanted to settle in a good land east of the Jordan instead of crossing over to fight the king. Moses told them, fine, you can have that land, but every single one of your fighting men has to cross the river with us, fully armed, and help take the promised land first. If you don't, you lose your share in Canaan. One verse, 2 sides of the Jordan, no halfway commitment. Want me to stop there or walk you through the Jesus connection next?
Keep breaking that down before we get to the Jesus connection.
Alright, let's take it super slow. Just the Old Testament part first. The tribes of Reuben, Gad, and half of Manasseh looked at the land on their side of the Jordan River, Gilead, and said, this is perfect for our cattle. We want to stay right here. They asked Moses if they could settle down and not cross over. Moses got upset. He said, no, that's not how this works. The whole nation made a promise to take the land God gave them on the other side. If these 3 tribes bail out now, the other tribes will get discouraged and the whole plan falls apart. So Moses made a deal. You can keep Gilead, but every fighting man from your tribes has to grab his weapons, cross the Jordan with the rest of Israel, and stay in the fight until every other tribe has their land too. Only after the battle is completely over can you go back home to your families on the east side. It's a clear line. You don't get to enjoy your blessing until you've helped everybody else get theirs. Want me to go over any part of that again?
Everything I'm going through, I'm not going to get my blessing.
So wait, you can't enjoy your blessing unless you help everybody else get theirs. So wait, if you do it alone, so basically it's saying if you do it alone, it won't be as enjoyable, or what?
Exactly. That's the heart. Moses is saying you don't get to enjoy your blessing by yourself. These 3 tribes wanted to stop at their own comfortable land, and not everyone else can fight. Moses told them, no, your land is only yours after you help the whole family get theirs. It's not if you do it alone, it's not enjoyable. It's if you don't help everybody else, you don't get your blessing at all. No free pass. You can't skip the fight. Still claim the promise. That's the whole point of that verse. Make sense?
Okay, how does that relate to Jesus? Because that's not really freeing, of course.
That's the part that flips it from heavy to freeing. Jesus is the one who actually crossed the Jordan for us. He went through death, fought the real battle against sin and death on the cross, and won the inheritance. The real
Oh my, yo, you see what I'm saying? Yo, wait. Yo, every single verse in the Bible relates to God's personality in real time, how he forgives all of that in real time through Jesus' death, and shows how good God is by coming down himself after all that bullshit.
With that said, you want to hear a fun fact? So the guy that went to sacrifice his son, right, went on the same mountain that Jesus was crucified on. So God stopped.
Way.
Yes, the mountain of the skull that looks like a skull where Jesus was crucified was the same mountain that father took his son to sacrifice his son on that same mountain, but God stopped it and Jesus fulfilled it at the end.
I know, bro.
And Jesus was the true sacrifice, but then he was seeing like the Father's love of this man, and his son. How much does he
So
love
we're
God?
dead ass. So me and you are dead ass born to testify against that.
Yeah.
Literally, nothing else in this world
When they
matters.
make it illegal, we're the ones that have to keep it going.
Yeah.
And that's gonna happen sooner than people think. Is because they're even coming out in the White House and saying aliens aren't aliens, they're demons, and they mess with your head. You know how they say they abduct you and they do these things? No, it's demons getting inside your head and making you see these crazy things. It's not aliens, it's demons. It's fallen angels that have come and corrupted this world. They're gonna say they're lizards, they're not lizards, they're demons.
But you know we're protected, right?
Oh yeah, but us being aware now will save us when it happens.
Like I'm telling you, nothing can touch us. And if they do kill us, it's like if it does come to that point, it's like, who cares as well? Like, you gotta detach from everything in this world in the first place.
I even told my parents, I'm ready to die for God. Like, if I don't make it, and I told them, if I don't make it in the rapture, which I hope I do, I said, I'm willing to take myself to
Bro,
that
Jesus
stand.
fought the battle, bro. He fought the battle, bro, and he won,
Look,
bro. And
I don't know if you've read about hell. It's not a pretty place, and that's one of the scariest things I've read in the Bible is what hell is really about.
You know what's funny? Let me say something right now before you go on. I thought they were talking about when I read the Bible, right? Okay, before I read the Bible, when I was a little kid, I always had this imagination like this. When I read it, it's gonna go like this. It talks about heaven and it talks about hell, and I guess you decide where you want to go, right? Bro, it's nothing like that. It's literally a book of God helping you see his personality, how he forgives, obviously by giving his son, and all the testimonies of everything happening in the visions, all in just a book that people kept sacred.
What scares you more? What the devil can do or what God can do to you?
Dude, what God, bro.
Exactly, so
Because God allows the
why
devil
would you
to
turn
do
on
things.
God comparing? He's the one that created you. Don't you think that?
Well,
if-
he can allow certain the worst of the worst demons. That's why I'm like, God, please don't let the worst
He
demon.
could put Satan himself on you, and you could just. It could be bad. Like, and it's crazy.
I won't lie. I don't
because
know.
he'll
I
ne-
feel like let me.
He
can I
won't put his hands
correct
on
that?
it. Yeah.
I feel like once you believe with your heart and confess with your mouth, Jesus will not let you go.
Oh no, he hasn't. Every time that I thought he'd let me go, he didn't, and it wasn't
It was
him.
a way. It was supposed to refine you for now, right now. It was all that pain that you went through is supposed to refine you for literally what how you
That
feel
feeling
right
when I lost my kids, I haven't felt it in over a year now. I don't know. I'm okay. That's what's scared. That's what scares me the most about everything that I've been through in the last, I'll say 3 years.
You know why I get?
I'm okay
I got
with
scared.
what happened.
I will not get scared.
And I'm not mad, and I'm not out for blood, and I'm not out for all this crazy, and I'm okay with being thrown in jail and all these things because it's all alignment.
Well, I was thinking like, God, I feel like if I, because Enoch was apparently or something like that.
Enoch
was
loved God.
so righteous.
Yeah, you love God
He was
so
so
much.
righteous and so like, he lived with God here on earth basically. That
Yeah.
God was just like, all right.
Come on.
We said that at the exact same time.
Yeah.
Holy sh!
Come on.
Come on.
I'm tired of this. Let's go. I
Nah,
need you
we need to
next
be
to
closer.
me.
We need to
You
be closer.
come
Come
next
on,
to me. Come on.
Holy crap! I need to see Enoch though.
I want to see Ezekiel. I want to see everybody. I want to see everybody that made the Bible what it was, that made it to heaven. I want to see them all. Because I want to say, like, I can't relate to your time, but man, I got a lot of respect for them because...
You think they're allowed to look down on us?
Yes.
Like anybody in heaven?
I don't think just anybody, but I think the ones closest to God in heaven can watch. And there are angels that he has directly on all four corners of the earth to watch. There's an angel on all four corners watching us, watching what's going on earth. Why? Because they report back to God. Even though God knows they are the ones that, like, if someone dropped a nuke on us, right? and God wanted to stop it, he could send an angel in and stop it. You know that, right? He can turn off every nuclear thing like that. That's what God can do. People don't even realize it. AI is scared of God getting control of it and then shutting everything off.
Because you know what Ezekiel says? Ezekiel is the weirdest, most...
I went to the Ezekiel house. That's how I knew about it and recovering and stuff like that.
Ezekiel is the book that confused me. So if I actually look into Ezekiel now, especially now that I feel
it'll help you journal.
You want to see something?
It'll help you journal.
Can I show you something? I'll show the whole stream this too.
Ezekiel helped me learn how to journal because when I went into the Ezekiel house, I was like, I don't know how to write, like, about my feelings, and it was like, it's not about that. Just write.
Just write.
Just write. And
you know what happens from that? You actually start learning.
Yeah, and that's how I got where I'm at now, taking notes during sermons, writing how I feel, you know, answering questions.
Rollo, come on.
What's up, homie? What's up, big dog? What are you doing? Are you hungry?
Come on, puppy.
You didn't find no mice today? You didn't find no mice? What do you mean?
All right, so let's look at this random one. I'm just gonna click on random ones. So the title of it is "The Closer I Get to God." The more I realize He's not making me get close to Him so He can take over my life and punish me. He literally wants us close to Him because because we can testify for His Son. The closer I get to Him, the more it comes to me that His purpose for me to prove the world that He is truthful. The more I see how good He really is, because we do not have to do what Jesus did, the more I realize He already did what I was supposed to do. So what do I do now? Then live to testify, to prove the world that following Him isn't a lie. It's one of my notes. Hey, Rollo, you want the love.
It's good seeing you, bud. I always enjoy.
Okay, the more I worry, the less He lives. The more I worry, the less He lives through me. Okay, I don't think a lot of the world understands that worry literally distracts you from the actual mission. The problem with this distraction is it makes you think you're not worthy of what is to come, but that is not what God is thinking of you. You are not everything in the world. He doesn't owe you anything. You shouldn't want Him for any reason.
Aww.
But God lives through you, in you, and you in me. God isn't something you figure out. He lives in the Holy Spirit. You must walk through and then I just stopped there because I was like, I don't know what I'm talking about at this point. So I stopped. I don't let myself go on if I don't know.
Sometimes you can't.
What I believe.
Sometimes you just keep going and then go back to it and read everything you read.
What I believe. I truly believe with my heart that Jesus has set me free from my bad habits. All it takes is time to allow the Spirit to work through me. I believe it's the Spirit of God working through me, considering it's not the same thing as before. This is renewing of the mind. After falling into transgressions over and over, my spirit was grieving harder than ever was in life. I mean, I almost hurt it in my flesh. It couldn't bear the pain in my heart I had for God because of my imperfection. It's not about perfection, but just simply about a man of God showing his true colors when God actually puts him to the test. My heart was weighed down by the fact that if God tested me, that I would only grow weary and complain because my life was supposed to be a clean, easy road for me because I'm close to God, right? That could never be farther from the truth. God will make your path so easy just to slow you down from growing. Yet the only reason why we actually become happy in life is because we make it through the pain of this world. If you think about it hard enough, pain was less bearable when we were younger than now. So as we grow, we become more familiar with pain, causing it to literally produce dopamine the human brain wouldn't produce as much of during the experience than it would after many repetitions. You begin to actually understand that pain is equal to growth. There's no pain in a seed sprouting. Wait, it says there is no pain and the seed sprouting from its root. But we only assume that because plants don't make any sound, which is a weird analogy, I guess. Water it, and it will grow. Ignore it, and it will die. Simple as that. Water, and it will grow. Ignore it, and it will die. Okay? That's how the Holy Spirit works.
We need to get water just as much
That's
as
literally
a
how the
plant.
Holy Spirit works. We have to water ourselves just as much as the plants. That's why we fast. We don't. Man shall not live off bread alone, but from every word that comes from.
So I checked my weight today without all the weight on me. And I took it all the boots off. You know how much I weigh, dude? I'm not happy. 185 pounds.
Crack your different places, groups around.
You heard me, dude? Rolling.
Yeah.
You heard me? 185 pounds. I lost 15 pounds, dude.
Think a bit black for something, so be interested.
Oh.
How much pounds?
15.
Is that like?
It's bad, dude.
Can I get a water?
I'm 185 pounds. A normal weight for my size.
Don't worry about you losing weight, nigga.
My size.
You don't know what God wants.
I'm supposed to be at least like 200 pounds. At least. I'm scared because now I know that's why my clothes don't fit. I'm like, oh. What was that?
No,
Someone here?
Nobody's gonna hurt us in here.
No, I ain't scared of that. Man, if I'm gonna be scared, I should have been scared last night, but I wasn't. I really was just tired. Can I have one? Please?
Nope.
No? Okay.
Nigga, duh, you better drink it. Oh, man.
Okay, I drank it.
Really?
Thank you.
Damn it.
Can't think about it, just gotta let it flow. Let it flow like a river.
No, nigga.
Man, soccer, I used to drink them like that, but I would let half the bottle, cold bottle, just drench me out there. Then I get back on.
Like a black. Whoa. I was not saying black person. I was not saying black person.
New Mexico, it's like a desert.
Stream,
out
I
there.
wasn't saying black person. I Damn it. You better not.
You know what the new word for a white person is?
Cracker?
Nope. Nilla. You know, so you know
like
your
that.
color? Nutella.
No.
So you got Nilla, Nutella. You got all the colors. So like me,
Whoa.
they call me Nilla. Like vanilla ice. Nilla. Is that a fire? What is that on the ground?
Your mom.
See, that's a fire. Stand on it. Will you die?
Oh, it's a torch.
Can you
I
stand
thought you
on
were
it?
talking about it in real life, bro.
No, I'm talking about your game, dude.
I think I'm making some black around the villagers, I guess.
Oh.
Because,
Oh,
I
wow.
guess,
Hey, look, your friend. Through the wall.
so I guess what it's gonna do is it's gonna cause, like, I guess maybe mobs to spawn. And then when they spawn, it might cause the villagers to freak out because I guess they can see each other through the wall, which makes no fucking sense. And
Yeah.
so I'm making this all black, and then I'm gonna get rid of the torches. I'm gonna cover them up. So it's gonna be just around here, black. They're gonna be freaking out. It's gonna, I guess, spawn.
They
right.
look like they're shaking.
It's so stupid, I guess, the way this works, but I guess I'm gonna make them fuck. I mean,
There's just... And the sad
didn't
part,
mean to
it
do
doesn't
that.
even look like a male female. It just looks like a bunch of males. It just
Dude,
doesn't.
shut up.
It doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. They at least have a girl.
Like, damn you.
Why has it got to be just a bunch of men?
Because there's no damn. Fuck you.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna point it out. I'm bad. I know. I get
Wait a
it.
minute, is there footage of that? I will be mad.
Like, damn it! I fell down. I cleared up.
Okay, so right, just like leave it like that, and then like I guess we can.
Do other people play online with you and like?
Yeah,
stuff
I'm
like
literally in a
that?
world where anybody like my friend. I'm in my friend's world.
Also, so they could just come up
Yeah,
in there.
join, and then but I'm somewhere very far. This is my whole base.
No one knows about it.
So yeah, I'm super far away. I'm literally 10,000, 14. Right, super far away.
See,
because-
you make it easy because if you couldn't do what you're doing right now, it would be so hard to
No,
get
because
across
what's going
the map.
on is like,
Is
I
that-
don't wanna fuck with their shit and everything. And I know it's like I could just, but I like to have my own shit, bro. You feel me? Look at this. Look how
Like,
organized this is.
I remember Sky taking and Tati taking a boat all the way across the map just to get where they needed to go. You're over here straight flying across
Because
the map.
I beat the game already, basically. That's what I'm saying. At this point,
Yeah.
at this point, I'm just building. Look, I'm building farms. This is gonna be an iron farm. This is gonna be an iron farm. So they don't even know that that part exists.
So literally, the only ones that would come over there are probably people who beat the game too.
Basically, yeah, they basically don't need to beat the game, but this is the thing. I feel like I know a little bit more, like minuscule things about Minecraft that like
Some people
I would
don't.
rather. I think it might just be wisdom in general. I just rather be alone, and I know a couple
that a
things. Like
freaking tower?
there's not just like there's not just like one singular portal. I don't know if everybody knows that.
So you're telling me that one? There's no logic in physics in that. In that tower at the fluff hall. I'm so
Shut up.
sorry. That one little concrete slab all the way up.
So this is
It
a
would
mob
have fell
grinder.
in the
So this is what's going on here. This is a mob grinder. So I built a giant box. So this is how it works in the game. Any darkness in the game spawns any, like, I guess spiders, creepers, skeletons, and
Why don't you put a helicopter up there?
I can't. They don't exist.
You can build one, can't you?
If it doesn't move.
Well, it may not move, but it'd look hella cool up there. I don't know. I'm
No,
just
you're
saying,
right.
like, just have
That's what
some
I'm saying,
random.
You're right, bro.
Just, man, make it more fun to come up there and look at it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But yeah,
Or
yeah,
even
yeah.
hang
Like
it
I
off.
said-
You saw the physics on
But
standing
listen,
that up.
You
Put
gotta listen to the figures.
a bridge in a helicopter.
A bridge in a helicopter?
Yeah, like walk it off like a bridge, and then at the end you can like walk into the whole helicopter. So it'd be like.
Yo,
Hey,
shut up.
I'm sorry.
Damn
Yeah.
you, you're making like, I'm about to do that. I might make a helicopter here.
You know, like at McDonald's, how they have the playground, so they got the helicopter that you could go step
do that.
into for a
I'm gonna
minute.
make a helicopter here. But I'm gonna make it high. Oh yeah, I might have enough space. Alright, yeah, but yeah, look, this is how it works.
Okay.
Giant black box in the sky. The reason why it's in the sky is because the higher up in the sky I am, the farther away I am from the lower spawn points for the mobs to spawn. So they're spawning probably under me, a little bit under me that I don't know, you know.
And they can't come up.
So yeah, obviously if I'm this high, there's render distance like probably under that ground, there's mobs spawning. I'm up higher, so I'm making them spawn higher.
So they can't spawn up there.
So they can't spawn up here because there's torches up here. Right. So
Oh, your
giant
torches are
box,
like your.
Right
okay.
here is water streaming down to the middle.
Oh,
coming
that's
down
wicked.
to the middle, and
So
then
it's a water
this is-
slide.
This is yeah, it's a water slide for them to die. They take a little bit of fall damage. They instantly get hit one time by something that they probably don't know about either. You know, and
It's some medieval shit. Like this
so,
is
yeah,
Lord of
they're
the
instantly
Rings
gonna
all
die.
over.
And so what I'm gonna do up here is I'm probably gonna make other farms. That's what I'm saying. This is gonna be my farm island. And if you want to see, actually, you know what? Let's go fucking look at it, bro. What? Bro, let's go look at it. Let me make some papers, because I have to make some paper.
Man, if you put some VR glasses, connect some VR glasses.
You know you can actually do that, right?
Yeah, but if you would have done the VR glasses jumping off that, that would have been scary as fuck. I'm not even gonna lie. I know it's not real in Minecraft, but if you got that headset on and you just felt like you did.
No, you can do that. You know that, right?
I know you can. I've seen technology now is. Honestly, I had PS2, PS3 was like my childhood, your age, when I was your age.
I was trying to, damn it, bro.
You guys have it good now.
Bro, all I want is this. I need to just make a couple papers.
Technology makes me feel retarded now.
Don't feel retarded. Actually, be happy that you have wisdom, because it's better than
I think it's so stupid how technology's taking over. I'm like,
yeah,
bro, like you're taking away what humans were created for.
I'm using the technology to. What the fuck? You see what I'm talking about? Eat it. That nigga's a redneck, bro. That nigga picked it up, bro. What the fuck? Alright, so look, I got enough rockets. So look, if we go to the nether, I have this is the base.
I can python hunt. Oh, sorry. You just thought that redneck thing got my head going. I'm like, hey, I got a truck now. I can do it.
This is what I really want to do. This is one of my favorite things to do in the game. So like, basically, this is a monument. This is an ocean monument. You can find these, and I found like 1,000 of them. Look, if I just fly probably like, I don't know, like over here, there's gonna be another one. But I'm pretty sure they haven't, they haven't done that, and they probably, struggle to do that because they haven't done it before. My thing is exploring. I like exploring. I like taking over. So look, there's another one. So I'm basically gonna try my best to do as much as I can with these ocean monuments and make it a giant, look, like a giant ocean monument city, sky city. And that's gonna be all by myself.
I like being in the water, but I'm not gonna lie. I'm a turtle.
Look at this.
You know how to
the
do
little
it.
spiral thing. I'm gonna make it like, I might make this like a big old tower. I don't know. I'm gonna do some weird
Man,
shit.
it looks like some monkey ball arena.
This is a big old beacon, so I can like.
You ever play that game? That's Nintendo. It's kind of old.
And so yeah,
GameCube.
when I was here and when I discovered it, I'm like, oh yeah, I know what I'm doing. Found a heart. Now I can actually go into water, and when I'm near it, I can.
Whoa,
breathe.
what was that?
I can actually go into water. These motherfuckers don't like me. So yeah, this is the ocean monument. You can go in and shit. It's boring as fuck. There's nothing in there. In here, it's pretty crazy. Look at this shit.
They need a
So if I go
megalodon
down
in this.
here, oh no, I can't.
Oh, you got squid. Oh shit. It's the weirdest looking fucking squid I've ever seen in my life.
Look at this. Look at this. That's that little ball that was there. It's a crazy game, bro. Look, they added everything.
The physics in that, the water not filling that up is crazy.
So look, yeah, I know, right? It's crazy. It's crazy. Look. So look, I made this so they can follow down here. Because I went down to try to look for like, I guess, I don't know. I guess
What does a squid do if you fuck with them?
I don't know. It does nothing. Look, I went down here to look, so I made another mob grinder. I was like, oh, I found a mob spawner. It's a
Is
mob
there no
spawner.
water in there?
What do you mean?
Here, literally, there's no more water. You were just in water.
Yeah, because I went in a cave.
Oh.
Yeah, so I went down in the water and then I went in the cave. So look, made a portal. This is a water elevator that takes you straight up. Made a portal. I think you would do great in Minecraft.
I was playing it a little bit on my computer when I had it.
Deadass, like, I could probably hook up my computer if you obviously are down, but like.
One day, yeah. I'm down. I have, like, when I got that
I'm basically
laptop.
in hell right now. I don't like this place.
I mean, I got a laptop, but I took it back. But I was playing Minecraft on it.
Minecraft.
I had a HP laptop. I got.
So yeah, and if I go back in here, I'm either gonna land under the cave or
I want
the
it
other
back
island.
because I could play PC games with you, and that was what. And
You're
I
gonna get a really good one.
and I bought
I'm telling you, I'm gonna get enough money to buy everybody anything I want, and that's what I always wanted in my entire life.
Me too.
Guy was waiting for me to proclaim Jesus.
I want to create a turtle farm. Not with
so
turtles,
I landed back
but
in the cave.
I want a farm where everybody can come and have fun.
Look.
I don't understand some of the things that you do. But it makes sense, because I mean, I wouldn't want to try to find my way back up either.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while, bro. Just look at that elevator shit.
What's that? That's your tower. Never mind. Never mind. I think that's your tower. All these
jump. So look, this is what my main goal is. I'm trying to make an iron farm.
We got a Thor up in here. That's basically what you're doing.
I've left him.
Oh, you wanted him to die, didn't you?
Yo, how do you know that? Shut up.
You left them wide open. Oh shoot, you got people following you. They're gonna come get him.
What people following me? Hey, you leaving?
This pastor just exposed the biggest lie the church has been falling for.
The Lord is going to say to many people sitting in gatherings all across this country, you was this close. The book is open, and I don't see your name in it. You had services without relationship. You had religion without relationship. You had Christian lingo without relationship. You had a little bit of Christian behavior without relationship. You were never born again, never filled with the Spirit. You never became one of my followers. Depart from me, you worker of iniquity. I never knew you. One of the most terrifying verses in all of Scripture. Imagine slipping into eternity thinking you were saved, only to not find your name in the book, and then to cry out to God for mercy and hear there is no second chance. And this is why the Scripture tells you
definitely been born again.
examine yourself. You can sit in a garage all day, that don't make you a car. And you can sit in this room all day, that don't make you a Christian. That's why the Scripture says examine yourself.
If you like Christian content, make sure to follow my page so you never miss out. This pastor just exposed the biggest lie the church has been falling for.
The Lord is going to say to many people sitting in gatherings all across this country, you was this close. The book is open, and I don't see your name in it. You had services without relationship. You had religion without...
Hey, buddy. Your phone's ringing, buddy.
No, that don't know.
Let's go without a whiskey.
You know what's funny? Is no one has this number, but maybe you and Becca. So if someone calls me, it's like, who the fuck are you? Because I don't know anybody.
There's no point in this, bro. Fucking figure it out. Fucking ridiculous. Like, the world needs to figure it out.
Yeah, like when they show Viagra when you're about to watch a sermon.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
That's the stuff I
This is the easiest iron farm we can build in under a minute. Dig a 4 block, put a chest and hopper in a... Put a chest
Nigga. Oh, nigga. Oh, nigga. Oh, sorry.
Nilla, get it right. Or Nutella, get it right.
Go for a block deep hole. Place beds and add villagers. Put a chest and hopper in the corner. Fence it off. Add 3.
Gotcha. I'm just gonna do it exactly the way I think you're gonna do it. I just think I'm gonna do it the exactly way you think you're gonna do it. Sorry.
What are you doing, Rolo? You gotta stop taking dirt baths. It's not healthy. You gotta stay healthy, kidders.
Alright, bro.
Alright, man. I'm gonna head out.
Are you leaving?
Yep. Let's go all the way to Motel 6. See if I can pick up some metal. Yes, sir. Stay out of trouble.
You too, fam. I'm gonna see you around.
Yes, sir.
I might pull up, bro, if anything.
Yes, sir. I'll let you know when we can.
Alright.
Signs and lava above.
Okay. So apparently signs are gonna do the trick. Three signs. Apparently up. Leave me alone. Bro, damn it. I don't think I did it right. Alright, now it's time to look for lava. You know, instead of using for this, it's time to make that. Oh man, I don't got it. Fuck it. I'm just gonna make that lava fall whenever it's time to make the lava fall. Use it for this. Okay. Now. So, what happened? Fucking. Don't do this. So, what happened? What are you doing? Okay. Now we go around it. Roll. easy. This.
Yeah, this shot was 100% gonna break with this. Less. leaving. Why are you trying to leave? Like, trying to fool me and stuff. Just don't give the iron golem enough room to spawn, right? Damn, nigga, fuck. Bro, pop off, straight up. Straight up sweating.
Yeah.
Alright guys, so we got iron. And then what? I guess we gotta get like a chest here. Okay, wood. We're gonna get some wood. No. Okay. Got that. chest plate, hurry up. Okay. He got me good. He got me good. He got me good. He got me good. Oh man, he got me. What's in here? Guys. Okay, so. Make it rap. Make it rap. Bring those parents. Darn. I need to start lighting the bottom floor up. Darkness shall prosper. Ah! Get all you mother lovers. What happened? Are you okay? What happened, buddy? What Rollo. No. Just let it. It's getting worse. It's okay. Rollo. Okay. What are you doing, Rollo? Is this gonna work? What happened? Are you okay? Just lay down right there. Yes, sir.
Lava above, then place water. Surround the top with leaves. Done! Now you've got steady iron coming in. This is the easiest iron.
Gosh. Alright, time to start dumping stuff. I'm tired of this. I guess we need to surround the area with these now, so let's go ahead and make some shoes. Hopefully it's stuck fast as I remember it. Did I just see Wilbur? No.
farm we can build in under a minute. Dig a 4-block deep hole, place beds and add villagers. Put a chest and hopper in the corner, fence it off, add 3 signs and lava above. Then place water. Surround the top with leaves. Done! Now we've got steady iron coming in. This is the easiest iron farm we can build in under a minute. Dig a 4-block deep hole, place beds and add villagers.
Stop mining iron like that. Instead, build this simple farm.
shit. Get away from me, dog. Protected by the Holy Ghost. Get back in there. Actually, you know what? I need slabs in there, don't I? Yeah, buddy, I'm sorry. You have to stay stuck here forever. When you grow up, bro, it's gonna be rough for you, bro. I ain't gonna lie. There's gonna be a lot of villagers here suffering, man. There better be an iron golem spawn here within the next 5 minutes. I don't think it's working.
Subscribe for more. Stop mining iron like that. Instead, build this simple farm. Like this. Stop mining irons like that. Instead, build this. Stop mining irons like that. Instead, build this.
Let's say I'll get in the front of it, I'm trying to. Of course.
Stop mining irons like that. Instead, build this. 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 mining irons like that. Instead, build this.
Try that. You okay, Rollo? You need something? Let's see. Water, Rollo? How's that nigga even here? Maybe I need to actually kill a villager. Yeah, he'll just die. Unfortunately. He's trying to avoid it, but he's not going to. nigga. You better go make love with somebody, bro. No, he don't want to go inside.
Do you want him out here?
He don't want to go inside. Why is the iron farm not working, bro? I've done everything I can to try to get this thing to work, bro. What the heck are you guys doing? How? What the fuck, bro? So what? Now you guys all got all this room now. You're not doing shit. Creeper saw me, but that's pretty damn annoying. How is that even possible? Was he inside of here, dude? Stupid punk, bro. I don't know, dude. I'm just gonna leave it like this. I'm about done playing Minecraft.